A roaring fire doesn't fear the whispers of the wind. The universe doesn't argue with those who defy its will. It simply erases them. Your enemies scream the loudest when they know they're losing. They scratch, claw, and throw everything at you, not because they're strong, but because they're desperate. They fight in the only way they know, by trying to break you. But here's the truth. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the force that chose you, and no one wins against the universe. Before we go deeper, take a moment. Like and subscribe. The more chosen ones reach this, the stronger our force becomes. Each time you engage, you signal the system that this message must be spread. This is how we gather. This is how we rise. Now, let's begin. The world fears the chosen ones, not because of what they see, but because of what they can't control. When you are chosen, you become a disruption, an anomaly, a force that cannot be predicted or restrained. You walk into a room, and the air shifts. You exist, and their illusions start to crumble. This is why they attack. This is why they whisper. They hope that if they throw enough doubt, enough resistance, enough weight onto your shoulders, you will break under it. But the truth is, a chosen one cannot be broken. You were built to outlast the storm, to rise when no one else could, to carry a power that does not bow to anyone. Yet here you are, questioning yourself, doubting your own light, whispering to yourself in the dark, wondering if you were wrong, if you were meant to be ordinary. How dare you? How dare you question what the universe has placed in you? How dare you act like you were abandoned when every force in existence is moving in your favor? Your enemies are not just fighting you, they are fighting the very power that created you. The battle was lost for them the moment you were chosen. They want you to react, to waste your energy proving yourself, to be tangled in their games. But the strongest warrior does not fight battles that are already won. You do not engage with those beneath you. You do not answer to those who do not matter. Your silence will be louder than their screams. Your presence alone will be their greatest nightmare. Because they cannot stop you, they cannot shake you, and no matter what they do, they cannot erase what the universe has ordained. You don't need to fight them. You need only to step fully into what you are. The moment you do, watch how they disappear. Not because you chased them away, but because they cannot exist in the same space as something greater. The weak always fade in the presence of true power. So stand up, straighten your back. Let them watch, let them whisper, let them scheme. None of it matters. The moment you understand this power, they are already gone. And to you, the one who was never meant to fit in, the one who was built to rise, this message is your signal. If you feel the fire, if you sense the shift, you are exactly where you need to be. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and comment the number 77 if you're ready to silence every enemy forever. Every second you stay strengthens the force pulling you toward your power. And now, let's get into it, step by step. If you are truly chosen, you will feel it. You won't be able to look away. Let's begin. Number 1. A king never argues with fools. He lets the throne speak. They screamed. They threw everything at you. Lies, doubts, distractions, hoping something would stick, hoping they could shake you. But the moment you refused to react, they lost. Power isn't about volume, it's about presence. The ocean doesn't need to announce when a storm is coming. A wildfire doesn't ask permission to consume everything in its path. And the universe doesn't stop to explain itself when it shifts in your favor. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the system itself, and the system never loses. They act like they hate you, like they can't stand you. But let's tell the truth. They fear you, not because of what you've done, but because of what you are. Because the moment you walked into the room, they felt it. That shift in energy, that weight of something greater. They saw in you what they will never be, and that eats them alive. Ever wondered why their attacks feel so personal? Why they watch you so closely? Why they try so hard to bring you down? Because they know they can't reach you. Their greatest nightmare isn't your failure. It's your success. They see you moving in silence, untouchable, unshaken, and it kills them, because everything they do is to be seen, to be heard, to be validated. But you don't need an audience. You don't need approval. You exist, and that alone threatens their entire world. A fool thinks they can cheat gravity, that they can jump from a cliff and somehow not fall. Your enemies thought they could manipulate, scheme, and throw obstacles in your way without consequences. But the universe keeps perfect score. They weren't just messing with you. They were challenging the balance of the system itself. And now everything is snapping back into place. Ever notice how they're struggling now? How their own plans are collapsing? How the very traps they set for you are catching them instead? That's not karma, that's correction. The universe doesn't need revenge, it simply restores order. And the order is this: what was built on lies will crumble. What was built with truth will rise. That's why you don't have to chase justice. Justice is already in motion. They want to see you rage. They want to know what's coming next. But you are unreadable. You are the storm that arrives without warning, the shadow that moves without a sound. A lion doesn't warn before it pounces. A tsunami doesn't negotiate before it crashes. And a true chosen one doesn't waste time explaining, proving, or justifying. You just move. And that's what's killing them. They wanted to drag you into a battle, but you refused to fight a war that's already been won. Instead, you walked away, and nothing haunts them more than your absence. You want to know the greatest revenge? Silence. Success. Watching them self-destruct while you thrive. Because the truth is, they were never your competition. They were never even in the same league. A diamond doesn't beg to be noticed. A hurricane doesn't need permission to change landscapes. And you don't need to explain why you are unstoppable. Look at how far you've come, despite every trap, every lie, every betrayal. You weren't supposed to survive, but you did. And that alone makes you the most dangerous force in the game. Your enemies are running out of moves. Meanwhile, you are just getting started. Number 2. The sun doesn't apologize for burning, it just shines. You don't even have to lift a finger. You don't have to say a word. Your existence alone is enough to shake them. They feel it. Before you even walk in, the air changes. Before you even speak, they tense up, and they hate it. They hate that you carry something they can't understand, something they'll never have. You don't even try, yet your presence alone makes them uneasy. You are a mirror they never wanted to face. You expose everything they pretend to be. You remind them of everything they lack. And instead of fixing themselves, instead of facing their own weakness, they lash out at you. Why? Because it's easier to hate the sun than to admit you'll never shine like it. They talk about you when you're not around. They throw shade, try to twist your name, try to make you seem smaller. But do you know what that really means? It means they've already lost. A person who is truly powerful doesn't waste time plotting against someone else. A lion doesn't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep. They are obsessed with you because they feel powerless around you. and it kills them. You don't play by their rules. You don't beg for approval. You don't shrink to make them comfortable. And that is why you are dangerous. They need validation to survive. They need to be liked. They need to be reassured. And you need nothing. Your strength comes from within. You don't chase. You don't beg. You don't explain. You simply exist. And that alone makes them panic. They wanted to control you, but you can't cage the wind. They wanted to break you, but you were built like a mountain. They wanted to see you crumble, but they didn't realize you are the storm. And now they are terrified, because nothing they do is working. They throw their best attacks at you, and you don't flinch. They try to trap you in their games, and you don't play. They try to drag you into the mud, and you rise above. That silence, that stillness, that calm power that radiates off of you, it eats them alive. They can't understand how you move with so much certainty, how you keep going even when everything was supposed to break you. They don't get how you can be surrounded by enemies and still stand tall. But here's the truth. They were never your real problem. Your presence alone exposes everything false, everything weak, everything that was built on lies. And that is why they fear you. Look at them, scrambling, overthinking, desperately trying to figure you out. You don't need to do anything. They are destroying themselves, trying to bring you down. Their jealousy is eating them from the inside. Their own insecurities are suffocating them. You were never the one in danger. They were. Because when you are chosen, the universe aligns itself to protect you, to move for you, to remove anything that no longer serves your path. And they were never part of your path. That's why they're falling away. That's why their attacks aren't landing. That's why the harder they try, the more they lose. They wanted to be the storm that destroyed you, but you are the hurricane. They thought they could control you, but you were never meant to be tamed. They thought you would break, but they didn't realize you are unshakable. And that's why you don't need to fight them. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need revenge. You just need to keep being you. Because nothing is more terrifying to them than a chosen one who knows their power. Number 3. A snake always exposes itself. Just wait for the hiss. You never had to go searching for them. You never had to dig through shadows to uncover the ones moving against you. They exposed themselves. They couldn't help it. At first, they played it cool, smiled in your face, pretended to support you. But energy never lies. And when someone stands in the presence of something greater than them, something they cannot control, their mask starts to slip. And that's exactly what happened. Your enemies thought they were hidden, thought they could play both sides, thought they could operate in silence while throwing dirt on your name. But here's the thing, the weight of their own jealousy became too heavy to carry. The pressure of your rise made them crumble under their own insecurities. They wanted to watch you, study you, pick you apart in the background. But the moment you started winning, the moment you moved without looking back, they panicked. And in that panic, they exposed themselves. They started slipping, whispering a little too loud, dropping little hints of resentment, letting their jealousy show through their fake smiles. And before they even realized it, they weren't hiding anymore. They were standing in the open, fully revealed, looking like fools. That's the thing about being chosen. You don't have to seek out enemies. You just have to keep moving, and they will reveal themselves. Every single time. They start watching you too closely, tracking your every move, talking about you more than they talk about their own lives. They spend so much time trying to tear you down that they forget to build themselves up. And soon, people notice. What kind of person dedicates their time to trying to destroy someone else? What kind of person moves with that much bitterness? It's not long before everyone sees what they really are. That's the real irony. They think they are hurting you, but they are only exposing themselves. They wanted you to be the villain, but they ended up painting themselves as the weak, bitter ones, the desperate ones, the ones so consumed by envy that they can't even focus on their own path. They didn't just hate your success, they hated your resilience, the way you kept going, untouched, unshaken, while they drowned in their own failures. And the more they tried to disrupt you, the worse it got for them. Because the truth is, the universe will not let them win against you. Every trap they set for you will be the very thing that destroys them. Every lie they tell will be the poison they choke on. Every bit of energy they waste on you will be the reason they never grow. And you don't have to do anything. You don't have to fight them. You don't have to argue. You don't have to expose them. They will do all of that on their own, because their obsession with you is their downfall. They underestimated you. They thought you would play their game. They thought you would lower yourself to their level. But they didn't realize, chosen ones don't play with peasants. Chosen ones don't roll in the mud with snakes. Chosen ones don't waste time proving themselves to people who were never on their level to begin with. And that's why they are losing. Your power comes from knowing who you are and never stepping off your throne. While they are busy running in circles, exhausting themselves with their own jealousy, you are already 10 steps ahead. They can talk, they can gossip, they can scheme. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you are untouchable, and they will be nothing more than a lesson in your story. Number 4. The one who controls your emotions controls you. They wanted you to break, to explode, to beg, because the moment you react, they win. They feed off your energy, off your anger, off your pain. But when you give them nothing, they starve. They call you cold because you refuse to be played. They call you heartless because you no longer entertain their manipulation. But the truth is, you are free, and that terrifies them. They expected you to chase, to explain, to prove yourself, but you didn't. You stepped back, you disconnected, and now they're losing their minds, trying to figure out how they lost control over you. Emotional detachment is the deadliest weapon you can wield, not because you don't feel, but because you refuse to let feelings make your choices for you. They relied on your emotions to keep you bound, to guilt you into staying, to bait you into reacting, to keep you tangled in their web of chaos. But the moment you stopped responding, the strings snapped. And a puppet without strings is just another useless tool. They never expected you to outgrow them. They never thought you would develop the strength to walk away. And yet, here you are, untouchable, unmoved, watching them fall apart under the weight of their own games. The most dangerous person in the world is the one who cannot be manipulated. And that's exactly who you've become. They throw words at you like knives, hoping you'll bleed. But you don't, because you've mastered the art of silence. They wanted you to explain yourself, to justify your choices, to make them feel better about their own insecurities. But you owe them nothing. The moment you stopped seeking validation, you became a threat. They can't stand that you don't need their approval, that you don't flinch when they insult you, that their absence doesn't shake you. That's why they're still watching, still waiting, still hoping for a reaction. Let them wait. Let them scream. Let them wonder why nothing they do affects you anymore. Because here's the truth. They never had power over you. You just hadn't realized it yet. They controlled you through guilt, through love, through obligation. But once you saw it for what it was, Once you chose peace over chaos, their power disappeared. And now they are exposed. Without your energy to feed on, they are left alone with their own emptiness. That's why they lash out, why they scramble to get your attention, because they are powerless without you. Walking away isn't weakness, it's power. It's the ability to say, I choose myself. It's the ultimate declaration that you refuse to be manipulated. They will call you selfish. They will say you changed. They will say you are the villain. Let them, because a chosen one never stays in places that drain them. A chosen one never explains their worth. A chosen one moves forward, unshaken, unstoppable, and untouchable. And that's exactly why you've already won. Number 5. A dim flame will always hate the sun. You never had to say a word. You never had to prove anything. Just existing in your truth, in your power, was enough to set them off. They despise you, not because of what you've done, but because of what you represent. Your confidence makes them question their own hesitation. Your purpose reminds them of how lost they are. Your authenticity exposes the masks they wear every day. And instead of fixing themselves, instead of facing their own emptiness, they turn that hatred onto you. It burns them to see someone who isn't afraid to walk in their own light. They've spent their whole lives pretending to be happy, pretending to be strong, pretending to have it all together. And then you come along, effortlessly real. And they can't stand it. You don't have to attack them. You don't have to compete. The mere fact that you exist at full power destroys them. That's why they whisper. That's why they gossip. That's why they try to discredit you, twist your name, turn people against you. Because they need you to be small. They need you to doubt yourself. They need you to second-guess your worth. But here's the truth. Their battle isn't with you. It's with themselves. They've spent years running from their reflection, avoiding their own truth, building their identity on things that don't hold weight. And now, standing next to you, all those cracks are showing. So they do the only thing they know how to do, project their self-hatred onto you. They call you arrogant because they don't understand confidence. They call you lucky because they don't understand discipline. They call you different because they don't understand what it means to be chosen. But let them talk, because nothing they say will change who you are. They want you to dim yourself, to shrink, to make yourself easier for them to handle. But why would you lessen your fire just because they can't handle the heat? Their discomfort is not your problem. If your light blinds them, they can look away. If your energy is too much, they can step aside. But never, never dim yourself to make them comfortable. Because here's the secret. They don't actually hate you. They envy you. They wish they had your clarity, your strength, your ability to stand tall despite every attempt to break you. They wish they didn't have to live for validation. They wish they could move without fear. But instead of learning from you, they try to destroy you. Because destruction is easier than self-improvement. Let them collapse under the weight of their own envy. Let them drown in their own bitterness. Because while they waste their energy hating you, you are only rising higher. A diamond doesn't apologize for shining. A wildfire doesn't apologize for burning. And you don't apologize for existing at full power. They will either rise to meet you or fade into the background where they belong. Either way, you keep shining. Number 6. A shadow can't stop the sun. It only proves the light exists. They thought they could stop you, thought their words, their schemes, their petty little games would be enough to bring you down. But what they never understood is that you were never fighting the same battle as them. They live for temporary things: attention, approval, power over others. You move with something greater. They fight to be seen, while you fight for something eternal. That's why their attacks never worked. That's why, no matter how much noise they made, you kept going. Because they were never a real threat. They were never anything more than a distraction. Enemies come and go, but your purpose remains. Your destiny doesn't crumble because a few weak people tried to stand in your way. A mountain does not fall because the wind screams at it. And that's exactly what they are. Just wind, just noise, just background interference in a story that was never about them. They threw everything at you, hoping you'd quit. But they didn't understand the difference between a battle and a war. You were never here for the small fights. You were built for something far beyond their reach. That's why they hate you. Because you keep proving them wrong. Because no matter how much they attack, you are still here. You are still rising. You are still becoming. They don't know what it's like to move with purpose. To be guided by something bigger than ego, bigger than revenge, bigger than petty games. That's why they can't figure you out. That's why they can't stop obsessing over you. Because they are temporary, but you are eternal. They didn't realize that their hatred was a waste of time, that the energy they spent plotting against you was only draining them. That's why they look tired. That's why they look bitter. They thought they were tearing you down, but all they did was burn themselves out. While they were focused on you, you were focused on something greater. While they were running in circles, you were moving forward. That's why you never had to fight them. That's why you never had to prove anything to them. They were never a real obstacle to begin with. They only had the power you gave them. And the moment you stopped caring, the moment you turned your attention back to your mission, they disappeared. The people who try to bring you down are just visitors in your story. Footnotes in a book they'll never understand. They will fade, but your purpose will not. And that's why they fear you. Because you will outlast them, because they know that in the end they will be forgotten, but your name will remain. Number 7. A wolf doesn't bark, it strikes. They wanted your words, they wanted your reaction, because as long as they had your attention, they had a piece of your power. But when you went silent, they panicked. Silence is the deadliest weapon you can wield, not because it shows weakness, but because it forces them to face themselves. And the truth is, your enemies aren't ready for that. They rely on noise, on distractions, on chaos, on keeping you tangled in pointless battles. They wanted you to explain yourself, to justify your existence, to prove them wrong. But when you said nothing, you became untouchable. Silence confuses them. It frustrates them. It makes them question everything. Why aren't they responding? Why aren't they defending themselves? Why aren't they reacting? They spiral, overthinking every move, drowning in their own paranoia, while you remain untouched. That is power. A fool argues. A king observes. A chosen one stays silent and lets the universe answer. They throw words like daggers, but they only cut themselves. They build traps, but walk into them first. They create stories, but expose their own bitterness in the process. And all the while, you say nothing. You don't have to. Because your presence alone is enough to shake them. Your silence is louder than their screams. Ever notice how they crumble when they can't get a response out of you? How their insults turn into desperation? How they start slipping, exposing their jealousy, their insecurities, their fear? That's not an accident. That's the power of silence at work. They can't handle being ignored. They need to know they got to you. They need proof that their words had an impact. But when you don't flinch, when you don't feed their fire, they burn themselves down. And the best part, you never had to lift a finger. Silence forces people to reveal themselves, to show their true intentions, to expose their weakness. A person who can't handle your silence is a person who was never meant to stand in your presence. Because real power doesn't beg to be acknowledged. It doesn't chase. It doesn't explain itself. A wildfire doesn't need permission to consume everything in its path. A tsunami doesn't apologize before it drowns the shore. And a chosen one never wastes energy on proving their worth to those who were never on their level. Let them wonder. Let them question. Let them sit in the emptiness of their own noise. Your silence is a mirror, and what they see in it is their own downfall. They wanted war. You gave them nothing, and in that nothingness they destroyed themselves. They expected anger. They got indifference. They expected a fight. They got forgotten. And there is no fate worse for an enemy than realizing they never mattered to you in the first place. Let them talk. Let them scheme. Let them drown in the weight of their own words. Because while they are making noise, you are making moves. And that is why you will always win. Number 8. A caged mind will always hate the one who flies free. They don't just dislike you, they fear you. Not because of what you've done, but because of what they cannot do to you. They can't control you. They can't predict you, they can't manipulate you, and that realization shakes them to their core. People who thrive on power, on control, on dominance, on making others bend to their will, crumble in the presence of someone who refuses to submit. They are used to pulling the strings, but you have no strings to pull. They tried to guilt you, tried to make you doubt yourself, tried to lure you into their games, but you never stepped onto their board. You never played by their rules, and now they are left scrambling, desperate to regain a power over you that they never truly had. You see, weak people need control to feel powerful, but real power is self-contained. It does not need validation. It does not need to manipulate. It does not need an audience, and that is why you terrify them. They hate that you can walk away without looking back. They hate that you don't explain yourself, don't justify, don't ask for permission, because that means they never had control over you to begin with. And that's the real fear, not your strength, but their own weakness. They fear what they cannot control, because without control, they have nothing, no influence, no authority, no power. And so, they resort to desperate, pathetic attempts, slandering your name, twisting the story, trying to rally others against you. But even that fails, because the moment you refuse to be controlled, you became untouchable. That's why they talk. That's why they watch. That's why they plot, because they are powerless to do anything else. A storm does not ask permission to rise. A wildfire does not apologize for burning. A chosen one does not lower themselves to explain their greatness to those who cannot comprehend it. They will hate you for your freedom. They will resent you for your strength. They will choke on the reality that you are everything they could never be. They want you to care. They want you to need their approval, to seek their validation. But you never will, and that's what breaks them the most. They cannot stand that you operate on your own terms, that you are not swayed by their whispers, their threats, their lies, that no matter what they throw at you, you remain unshaken. They will call you heartless, cold, arrogant. They will say you've changed, that you think you're better than them. Let them. A lion does not concern itself with the opinions of sheep. You were not meant to be controlled. You were not meant to be tamed. You were not meant to be small, to be silent, to be predictable. And they will hate you for that. They will fear you for that. Because the one thing they cannot control is the one thing they cannot defeat. And that is you. Number 9. A caged lion is still a lion, but a freed one is a king. They kept you in chains, not physical ones, but invisible ones, the kind that wrap around your mind, whispering doubt, feeding fear, suffocating your power before it even has a chance to rise. They trained you to seek approval, to wait for permission, to believe that power must be earned through the acceptance of others. That was the first lie. You were never meant to be contained. You were never meant to play small, to shrink yourself so others could feel big, to dim your light so they wouldn't have to squint. But they made you believe you had to, because a chosen one who has broken free. That's a force no enemy can stop. Unleashing your power begins the moment you stop asking for permission to exist. Think about it. How many times have you held back, swallowed your words, lowered your energy? How many times did you doubt yourself because someone else couldn't handle the magnitude of your presence? They wanted you tamed, because an untamed, unleashed version of you destroys everything false. And now, here you are, waking up, realizing that the only thing holding you back was the illusion they created, the illusion that you needed them, that their approval meant something, that you had to move within their rules. But what happens when you realize the cage was never locked? They are terrified, because they see it now, the shift in your energy, the way you move differently, the way their words don't touch you anymore. You were once predictable, manageable. Now, you are untouchable, and that's the most dangerous thing you could ever be. They built their power off your hesitation, off your self-doubt, off your need to be accepted. But now, you've burned that need to the ground. Now, you stand in your own power, without apology, without explanation, and without chains. And they don't know what to do. Because when you stop seeking validation, you become unstoppable. When you stop playing by their rules, you become unbreakable. When you stop asking for permission, you become limitless. You can feel it, can't you? The shift. The moment you stopped waiting. The moment you decided that your power wasn't up for debate. The moment you understood that no one can stand in the way of a chosen one who has broken free. Look around. The ones who doubted you, silent, watching, nervous. The ones who tried to hold you back, scrambling, realizing they can't stop what's already in motion. And that's the beauty of it. They never had power over you. They only had the power you gave them. And now you've taken it back. You were never meant to fit in. You were never meant to live under their rules. You were born to tear down false systems, to walk where others fear, to set fire to anything that tries to contain you. And now you're doing it. Watch how they react. Watch how they panic. Watch how they start whispering, wondering how they lost control of you. They didn't lose control. They never had it to begin with. And now that you see it, now that you know, there is no going back. You are free, and a chosen one who is free is a force no enemy can survive. Number 10. A broken mirror will blame the reflection. They can't stand you, not because you've done anything wrong, but because you remind them of everything they will never be. Your presence alone forces people to see the truth, their weaknesses, their fears, their wasted potential. You don't have to call them out. You don't have to expose them. They do it to themselves. You are a mirror they can't avoid, and that's why they hate you. They wanted to believe they were strong, But when they see you standing tall, despite everything thrown at you, it reminds them how easily they break. They wanted to believe they were special, but when they see you move with real purpose, it reminds them they've been running in circles. They wanted to believe they were powerful, but when they see that their words, their jealousy, their attacks don't even make you flinch, it reminds them how powerless they truly are. And that's why they fight you, not because of what you've done, but because of what you represent. They see you rising, and instead of being inspired, they are enraged. Because deep down, they know they could have done more. They know they had chances, but they were too lazy, too scared, too weak to take them. So now, instead of fixing themselves, they choose to hate you, because you are living proof that they have no excuse. They throw dirt at you, hoping it will cover their own insecurities. They lie about you, hoping it will distract from their own failures. They try to dim your light, hoping it will make their own darkness feel less suffocating. But no matter what they do, they cannot escape the reflection. They talk about you obsessively, trying to convince themselves that you are the problem. But all they are doing is revealing their own misery. They are proving, without you lifting a single finger, that they are weak, bitter, and lost. And here's the best part. You don't even need to fight back, because the truth is, they are destroying themselves. Their envy is eating them alive. Their obsession with you is draining them. Their need to see you fall is keeping them from rising. Meanwhile, you just keep shining. You don't need to argue. You don't need to defend yourself. You don't need to prove anything to people who have already proven they are beneath you. Because at the end of the day, your light will keep exposing them. Your success will keep reminding them of their failure. Your strength will keep highlighting their weakness. Your growth will keep making their stagnation unbearable. They can't avoid it. You are everywhere. And that's why they are furious. Because no matter how hard they try to tear you down, they can't look away. They check on you, stalk you, talk about you, even as they claim they don't care. They laugh at your struggles, but they watch your every move. They pray for your downfall, but they never stop looking up at you. You live rent-free in their mind, and the best revenge is giving them nothing. No reaction, no energy, no response, just success. Because nothing hurts them more than knowing you were never competing with them in the first place. So keep moving, keep rising, keep shining. Let them talk, let them seethe, let them drown in their own reflection. Because a mirror doesn't apologize for showing the truth, and neither do you. Number 11. Pressure creates diamonds, and fire makes steel. So keep the pressure coming. They thought they could break you. They thought if they threw enough at you, enough lies, enough betrayals, enough obstacles, you would finally crumble, that you would finally give up. But here's what they never understood. You were never meant to break. Every hit they landed, every knife they threw in your back, every trap they set only made you stronger. They didn't realize that the very storms they sent to destroy you were the same ones shaping you into something indestructible. The more they push, the stronger you become. The more they try, the more they fail. Because every time they thought they had won, you rose again. Every time they were sure you were finished, you came back even harder. They expected you to stay down, to drown in the weight of their attacks. But you are not made of glass. You are made of iron. They thought they were weakening you, but all they did was sharpen the weapon. They don't understand why nothing works anymore, why every insult rolls off your back, why every betrayal only makes you move smarter, why every setback only fuels your next move. It's because they don't get it. They don't know what it means to be forged in fire, to be built for the storm. They wanted to see you afraid. They wanted to see you desperate. But all they did was turn you into something they can never defeat. And that's what scares them the most. They tried to take your confidence. Instead, you became fearless. They tried to make you doubt yourself. Instead, you became unshakable. They tried to take your power. Instead, you realized you were unstoppable all along. They wanted you to think you were weak, that you needed their approval, that you needed their validation. But the moment you stopped caring, stopped reacting, stopped explaining, you became the biggest threat they had ever faced. And now they are the ones who are afraid. Afraid of how much stronger you've become. Afraid of the fact that you no longer flinch at their attacks. Afraid of what you'll do now that you finally see your own power. They can't control you anymore. They can't intimidate you anymore. They can't stop you anymore. And the more they try, the more foolish they look. Because every challenge, every betrayal, every moment they tried to tear you down has only built you into a version of yourself that they can never touch. You've already won. Not because they stopped attacking, but because it doesn't even matter anymore. Their words, useless. Their schemes, predictable. Their hate, irrelevant. They threw fire at you, and you walked out as the fire itself. They sent storms your way, and you became the thunder. They tried to bury you, and they forgot you were a seed. The more they tried to break you, the more unbreakable you became. And now, they are the ones crumbling. Number 12. A candle can be blown out, but the sun burns. No matter who hates it. They watch you, study you, obsess over you. They try to figure out why you move the way you do, why nothing seems to touch you, why your presence alone feels like a force too heavy for them to handle. And the truth is, it's not you they fear. It's their own weakness in the face of your power. They want to believe you're just like them, that you're ordinary, that you can be rattled, broken, or controlled. But you are not them, and that's what eats them alive. Your energy is something they will never understand. It cannot be touched, stolen, or reduced. It is yours, and yours alone. They can mimic your words, copy your style, even try to replicate your success. But they will never hold the essence of what makes you, you. And they know it. That's why they talk. That's why they scheme. That's why they try to find cracks in your armor, hoping there's some hidden weakness they can exploit. But all they find is a wall too high to climb, a fire too strong to put out. They are afraid. Afraid that no matter what they do, they will never reach your level. Afraid that no matter how hard they try to diminish you, you will only rise higher. They throw shade, hoping it will dim your light. But what they don't realize is your energy doesn't need approval. It doesn't need permission. It doesn't bend to the opinions of the weak. You could disappear for months, say nothing, do nothing, and they would still feel your presence. That's the level of power you hold. You don't have to prove yourself. You are proof, and it kills them. They watch you from the shadows, hoping for your downfall. But all they see is a force they cannot touch. Because your energy is not physical. It is not something that can be taken, broken, or manipulated. It is something they will fear until their last breath. Have you ever noticed how their attempts to destroy you always backfire? How their bitterness always circles back and poisons them instead? That's not luck. That's law. The universe does not reward envy. It does not uplift the ones who move in deception. It restores balance. And balance means that everything meant for you will always be yours. They can whisper, they can plot, they can rally against you, but they will never be able to sit where you sit. They will never carry the energy you carry, because this path was never meant for them. They tried to shrink you with their doubts. They tried to bury you under their words. But all they did was make you indestructible. And now they are haunted, not by what you've done, but by what they failed to do. They had the same time, the same chances, the same opportunities, but instead of growing, they focused on watching you. Instead of building, they focused on destroying. And now, they have nothing to show for it. Your energy was never in danger. The only thing ever at risk was their illusion of control. So let them fear you. Let them whisper. Let them wait for your downfall, because they will be waiting forever. And that's the truth. They were never a real threat. They feared you, envied you, and tried to bring you down. But in the end, your energy remained untouchable. No matter how hard they fought, they were only fighting against themselves. You were built to rise, to lead, to dominate. And nothing they do will ever change that. If you feel this truth in your soul, show your presence. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, drop the number 77 in the comments, and share this with another chosen one. The more we rise, the louder the universe speaks. Keep moving. Keep winning. The sharpest steel is forged in the hottest fire, but even steel bends before it breaks. Remember this: pressure creates diamonds, but it also shatters the unworthy. Some will rise, some will crumble, and the difference, it's in the soul, in the fire that never. Listen closely, chosen ones. You weren't born to kneel. You weren't made to be ordinary. You carry something inside you that most people can't even comprehend. And because they can't understand it, they try to break it. They throw their doubts, their hate, their betrayals at you, hoping to dim your light. But here's what they don't realize. When a chosen one falls, they don't stay down. They rise harder, stronger, unstoppable. And when that happens, the ones who try to break you, they become nothing more than whispers in a storm. Before we go further, like and subscribe to spread this message to more chosen ones. Every like, every share sends a signal to the universe itself, making sure that those who need this message find it. Because when enough chosen ones wake up, the world changes. Let's get something straight. You were never fighting against people. You were never battling their words or their actions. They were never your true enemy. They were fighting against the universe itself. They were challenging the force that chose you, the energy that set you apart. And you know what happens when someone fights the universe? They lose. Always. Yet, despite this, you still doubt yourself. You still wonder if you're alone, if you've been abandoned, if all of this pain means you're losing. How dare you? How dare you question your own power? How dare you forget that your struggle is proof of your strength? Do you think the universe would have chosen someone weak? Do you think power is given to those who can't handle it? No, power is given to those who can withstand the weight of it. You are not alone. You have never been alone. You are the storm before the downpour, the fire before the explosion, the silence before the reckoning. Your enemies know this. That's why they attack you, why they try to isolate you, why they push you to the edge. They aren't just fighting you, they're haunted by you, by your potential, by the fact that no matter how much they throw at you, you're still standing. And that terrifies them. Because what happens when a chosen one finally has enough? It's not just sadness, it's not just pain, it's a shift in the very fabric of reality. When you cry, the universe listens. When you fall, the balance tilts. Your suffering is never wasted. It's collected, stored, and turned into something unstoppable. And when the moment comes, when the weight of everything you've endured finally collapses into pure force, that's when they will understand the cost of their actions. A lion doesn't roar for no reason. A volcano doesn't erupt just to make noise. When destruction comes, it's never random. It's a reckoning. And the ones who pushed you, who tested you, who thought they could control you, they will be the first to feel it. So let them doubt you. Let them laugh. Let them think their betrayals have crushed you. Because when the fire inside you ignites, when you finally stop holding back, they will realize something too late. They were never fighting you. They were fighting something far greater. This is the moment they should have feared. This is the moment where everything changes. And to you, the one watching this right now, this isn't a coincidence. You were meant to hear this. Whether you've been here before or this is your first time, your presence is part of something bigger. If you're ready to awaken what's inside you, to turn pain into power, hit like, subscribe, and comment the number 77 below. Because every chosen one who steps into their strength shifts the balance. And now, let's break it down step by step. And trust me, if you are truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. When the universe weeps, the world trembles. They thought they were playing a game. They didn't realize they were rewriting their own fate. You don't lay hands on a storm and expect to stay dry. You don't mock a force greater than yourself and walk away untouched. They thought they could push you, crush you, drown you in their weight, and still sleep peacefully at night. They thought your pain was just pain, something small, something personal, something that could be ignored. They were wrong. Because when a chosen one cries, it isn't just sadness spilling out. It's a signal, a shift, a crack in the very foundation of reality. And that should have terrified them from the start. They mistook your silence for submission. They thought because you endured, you would always endure. That you would take hit after hit, betrayal after betrayal, and simply exist beneath the weight. They didn't realize that every tear you held back was fuel. Every moment you stayed quiet was pressure building. Every insult, every attack, every whispered lie was a thread in the storm they were weaving around themselves. They were never just hurting you. They were rewriting the script of their own downfall. They thought they were breaking you, but what they were really doing was testing the limits of something far bigger than themselves. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting the very system that chose you. And when the system finally moves, when the universe decides enough is enough, that's when everything changes. They thought they were winning, thought they were getting away with it, thought their actions were weightless, their cruelty without consequence. But the universe doesn't forget, and it doesn't forgive. It recalibrates, it shifts. And when it moves in favor of the chosen, those who played against it find themselves standing on nothing but air. So tell me, chosen one, why do you still doubt? Why do you still cry thinking you're alone? Why do you still believe for a second that this pain is pointless? That all of this weight is proof of your failure? How dare you underestimate your own power? Do you think the universe puts this much pressure on someone who isn't capable of carrying it? Do you think the fire inside you burns this fiercely for no reason? Do you really believe that you were chosen for nothing? No. Your pain is a signal, a warning, a whisper before the reckoning. Every tear you've shed carries something ancient, the weight of generations, the fire of resilience, the unstoppable force of transformation. The same way the tide shifts under the moon's pull, the world moves under the force of a chosen one who has reached their breaking point. And you are that breaking point. When you cry, the world doesn't just watch, it reacts. The air thickens, the tension rises, the balance tilts. Some might not understand it, but they feel it. Suddenly, their victories feel hollow. Their laughter tastes bitter. Their hands start to shake. Their minds cloud with uncertainty. Something shifts. The ones who tried to break you feel it first. That creeping, uneasy silence. That moment of hesitation before the fall. Because when the universe decides to move, it doesn't ask for permission. And the ones who thought they had power over you, the ones who mistook their momentary control for permanence, they realized too late that they were never in control to begin with. Your tears were never a sign of weakness. They were a countdown to the moment when the weight they placed on you comes crashing down on them. A countdown to the second when their carefully built world starts to crack. A countdown to the realization that in trying to break you, they forged something unbreakable. So let them doubt you. Let them think they've won. Let them laugh while they still can. Because the moment the universe decides it's time to set things right, they won't be laughing anymore. They'll be running. Number 2. When the unbreakable breaks, the world bows. They thought you were their foundation, their unshakable pillar, the one who would never collapse under the weight. They never considered what would happen if you did, because when the strongest falls, it doesn't end in silence, it ends in a reckoning. They never feared your strength. They feared the day you realized it was never meant to be a shield. It was a blade, a force they could never control, a power they had no business testing. They built a lie around you, wrapped it around your identity so tightly you almost believed it yourself, that you were invincible, that nothing could touch you, that you were different from the rest, not because you were stronger, but because you weren't allowed to break. They needed you to carry the weight of everything they couldn't. Not out of respect, not out of admiration, but out of fear. Because the moment you showed weakness, everything would change. People only worship power when it looks untouchable. They revere the unbreakable because it lets them live in the illusion that strength is something distant, something separate from them, something they'll never have to question. But when a chosen one sheds a tear, the illusion shatters, the lie unravels, the world stops breathing. Because if someone like you can break, then what does that mean for everyone else? If even you have a breaking point, how fragile must the rest of them be? That fear? It's justified. Because your tears don't signal defeat. They signal transformation, a shift in the balance, a fracture in the system that once kept you in check. You were never strong just because you endured. You were strong because you carried more than anyone should have ever been able to handle. And now, that weight isn't pressing down on you anymore. It's pressing down on them. The moment your tears fall, it isn't a moment of surrender. It's the sound of chains snapping. It's the moment where every ounce of pressure stops working against you and starts working against everything that tried to contain you. They should have been afraid of this moment. They wanted you silent. They needed you to pretend that none of it hurt, that none of it mattered, that you were fine. Because if you let them see the struggle, they'd have to admit the truth. They were never as strong as you. You held everything together. You carried the weight, took the hits, and still stood tall. But they never stopped to ask what would happen if that strength was redirected. If instead of carrying, you started letting go. What happens when a force that has held back finally decides not to anymore? They wanted you unshakable because it made them feel safe. But they were never prepared for what happens when that unshakable force finally moves. They will see your tears and feel uneasy. Let them squirm under the weight of their own realization. Let them be afraid, because they should be. This is not your downfall. This is not your defeat. This is the moment everything changes. The world isn't afraid of your strength. It's afraid of what happens when your strength is no longer used to protect them, but to destroy everything they built on your back. And when that moment comes, they won't be looking at a broken soul. They'll be staring into the eyes of something they never should have pushed to the edge. Number 3. When a chosen one weeps, destiny bleeds. They thought breaking you would be the end, that your tears were the final chapter, a quiet surrender, a silent defeat. What they didn't realize was that they weren't just witnessing your pain. They were witnessing the beginning of their own reckoning, because when a chosen one cries, the universe doesn't mourn, it retaliates. They mistook your tears for fragility, a sign that their cruelty had worked, that their betrayals, their mockery, their relentless pressure had finally cracked you, that you had finally reached your limit. They had no idea what they had just triggered, because your tears don't fall the way theirs do. A chosen one's tears don't dissolve into nothing. They don't slip away unnoticed. They don't disappear. They strike. They ignite. They set things in motion that no one can stop. Your sorrow doesn't signal the end. It rewrites the script. It bends the fabric of fate, shifts the balance, sets off a chain reaction they never saw coming. They thought they were winning, thought they had crushed you, thought their words, their actions, their betrayals had finally reduced you to nothing. They never expected the fire. But fire is exactly what happens when pressure meets something unbreakable. They thought your tears were just emotion. They didn't realize they were the final drop before the flood, the last crack before the dam shatters, the spark before the explosion. They weren't watching you fall apart. They were witnessing the first step in their own undoing. And now, they can't stop what's coming. They played a game they never understood. They thought they were hurting you, but they were tampering with something beyond themselves. They weren't fighting against a person. They were playing with forces they had no business touching. Because when a chosen one reaches their breaking point, it doesn't just break them, it breaks reality around them. The world shifts, the air changes. People sense it without knowing why. The weight in their chest, the unease in their stomachs, the sudden stillness in the atmosphere. They feel it. They may not understand it, but something tells them. Something is different now. Something irreversible has begun. The ones who mocked you suddenly feel the silence pressing down on them. The ones who pushed you to the edge suddenly find themselves standing on nothing. Because your pain doesn't just fade, it transforms. It becomes the force that tilts the scales. It turns into the weight that shifts the tides. It moves through the air like a storm gathering speed. And when the storm finally arrives, no one is safe. They thought breaking you would be easy, thought they could walk away unscathed, untouched, untouchable. But the truth they never saw coming. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting fate, and fate does not lose. So let them scoff, let them believe they've won, let them feel safe, for now. Because the moment your sorrow turns to fire, the moment your pain solidifies into something indestructible, they will understand the price of underestimating you. They will feel it. They will wish they had never laid hands on your destiny. Because when a chosen one weeps, destiny doesn't mourn. It burns. Number 4. When a chosen one breaks, the sky shatters. They thought breaking you was just another victory, that your pain was just another wound, another scar they could walk away from. What they didn't realize was that your emotions were never just feelings. They were forces. And now, the storm they created is coming for them. They underestimated the weight of your silence. They thought they had shattered you, torn you down, left you in ruins. But what they failed to understand is that a chosen one's pain isn't passive. It isn't something that just fades away into the darkness. It builds, it compresses, it waits. Your emotions aren't like theirs. They cry, they rage, they move on. But you absorb it, you hold it. You become a walking fault line, a pressure point waiting for the final push. And when that push finally comes, when the dam breaks, when the weight of everything they've done is too much to contain, it doesn't just break you, it breaks the world around you. That silence they hear, that unsettling shift in the air, that isn't relief. That's the warning before the storm. The universe doesn't let a chosen one suffer in vain. It doesn't stand idly by while forces try to tear you down. No, the universe watches, it waits, and when the time is right, it moves. And when it moves, nothing stays the same. They never feared your endurance. They never feared your silence. They feared what would happen when you finally had enough. When all that pressure turned into something unstoppable. When your emotions, every suppressed scream, every silent tear, every moment of swallowed rage, became something more than just pain. They didn't realize that your sorrow carries weight, that when a chosen one reaches their breaking point, the atmosphere itself tenses, the energy shifts, the world takes notice. And now, they feel it. They might not understand it, but it's there. The weight in their chest, the stillness in the air, the way their victories suddenly taste bitter in their mouths, because deep down they know they went too far. They weren't just fighting you, they were testing something far beyond themselves. And now the consequences are coming. The storm is building. The silence before it is the kind that makes animals flee, the kind that sends chills down spines, the kind that unsettles even those who don't believe in fate. But fate believes in you, and it does not forget. They thought they had won, that their betrayal, their cruelty, their deception had finally done enough damage. But the truth? They haven't destroyed you. They've triggered something far worse. Because the moment your pain stops being pain and starts being power, they will feel the shift. They will see it in the way everything around them starts falling apart. They will hear it in the quiet that lingers too long, in the way the air itself grows heavy with something unseen. They will know it when they wake up and realize the control they thought they had was nothing but an illusion. And then they will understand what they've done, because the storm they thought they had escaped is standing right in front of them. You were never just a victim of their cruelty. You were the reckoning waiting to unfold. They wanted to see you break. Now, they will wish they never did. Number 5. When destiny weighs too heavy, the world crumbles. They wanted your strength, but not your struggle. They praised your victories, but ignored your scars. To them, you were an idea, an image, never real, never human. But when a chosen one cries, the illusion cracks. And when the illusion cracks, everything they built on your back begins to fall. They loved you when you were untouchable, when you carried the weight of worlds without faltering, when you stood tall without showing a single sign of strain. But the moment you faltered, the moment you staggered under the weight of it all, they vanished. Where were they when the nights felt endless? When the weight of your own destiny pressed down so hard, it felt like you were suffocating. When the same strength they celebrated became your prison, trapping you in expectations no one could possibly bear. They weren't there, because they didn't want your struggle. They only wanted your victories. They wanted to believe that you were above pain, that you were different, that you could take the hits they never could, that you could endure what would have shattered them, and you did. But that doesn't mean you never felt it. They assumed your silence meant you were unbothered, that your endurance meant you were immune to suffering. They never once considered the cost. They only saw the strength, the presence, the force. They never saw the weight. But when you cry, the illusion breaks. It forces them to see what they've ignored, to face the truth they refuse to acknowledge, that even a chosen one bleeds, that even the unshakable have limits. And that terrifies them, because if you, the strongest one, the force they thought was unbreakable, can fall, what does that mean for them? If even you struggle under the weight of it all, then what hope do they have? That's why they look away. That's why they pretend not to notice. Because your pain reminds them of their own weakness. But here's what they don't understand. Your tears aren't defeat. They're defiance. A chosen one's sorrow isn't just sadness. It's rebellion. It's a rejection of the false image they tried to impose on you. It's a crack in the expectations they chained to your back. And when those chains snap, everything shifts. They assumed your strength was endless. They thought you would always be able to carry it, that you would never let the weight bring you down. But destiny is heavy, and when the burden finally becomes too much, the balance tips. The same force that kept everything stable is now in free fall. The foundation they relied on is no longer holding them up. And now they feel it. The uncertainty, the weight of the silence, the creeping realization that they were never as safe as they thought, that their comfort came at the cost of your suffering, that the force holding everything together was never fate. It was you. And now that you've let go, everything they built is coming down with you. They thought your breaking point was the end, that your pain was their victory. They didn't realize it was the beginning of something else, something irreversible, something they will never be able to outrun. Because when a chosen one stops bearing the weight of their destiny alone, when they finally let it fall, the world doesn't just watch, it collapses. And the ones who turned away, the ones who only wanted your strength but never your struggle, they'll be the first to be crushed under the weight they left you to carry. Number 6. The tears that decide fate, blessing or doom. They whisper about your pain in hushed voices, unsure whether to call it a blessing or a curse. Some believe your tears heal, others fear they destroy. What they don't understand is that they do both. Because when a chosen one weeps, the world isn't just watching, it's waiting to be rewritten. Your pain isn't ordinary. It isn't just sorrow slipping through the cracks. It's power, raw, untamed, uncontrollable. Some look at you and see salvation. They believe your suffering cleanses, that your tears wash away the old and make room for something new. They think your pain exists to heal, to reveal truths no one else can see, to guide those who are lost, to transform darkness into light. But others, they fear you, because they know that when a chosen one sheds a tear, it doesn't just heal, it annihilates. Your sorrow doesn't just flow, it cuts. It carves through lies, through illusions, through the fragile systems people thought would last forever. Your grief isn't passive. It doesn't ask for permission. It moves, it shifts, it decides. And that's what terrifies them the most, because they don't know what your tears will bring. Will they bring mercy, or will they bring ruin? Will they cleanse the wounds of the past, or will they burn everything to the ground? That uncertainty keeps them awake at night. They want to believe you are a savior, that you will endure, that you will heal, that your pain will be the sacrifice that allows them to continue as they always have. But deep down, they know better. Because some things, some betrayals, some wounds, some burdens, are too great to forgive. They feel it when they look into your eyes, that you are not just here to mend, you are here to judge, to choose, to tip the balance in a direction they cannot control. Because your suffering is not weakness, it is a blade hanging by a thread, a force that, once unleashed, cannot be contained, and once it falls, it will decide everything. They say you are cursed. They say your pain is dangerous, that it carries destruction in its wake, that it warps fate itself, that those who dare to push you too far never walk away unscathed. But what they will never admit, they don't call it a curse because they fear for you. They call it a curse because they fear for themselves, because they know when a chosen one reaches their limit, reality itself bends to their pain. They have seen it before. The moments where fate shifts in ways no one can explain. The moments where those who betrayed you suddenly find themselves standing in the very ruins they tried to place you in. And now they wonder if they are next, because they remember every word, every act, every moment they thought they had won. And they know the universe never lets a chosen one suffer in vain. Your tears are not just emotion, they are verdicts. And whether they bring rebirth or destruction is not a choice you make. It is a consequence of the weight they placed upon you. So let them wonder, let them fear. Because when your sorrow turns into action, when your pain solidifies into fate, they will finally understand the truth, that they were never afraid of your weakness. They were afraid of what happens when you finally decide they are no longer worth saving. Number 7. They bound you in chains. Now watch them shatter. They built a cage and called it destiny. They wrapped chains around you and called it duty. They mistook your endurance for servitude, your silence for agreement, your patience for permission. But what they never understood is this: your tears aren't submission, they're an uprising. And when a chosen one finally breaks free, the world breaks with them. They thought you would never question it, the weight, the expectations, the endless sacrifice. They believed that because you carried it for so long, you had accepted it as yours, that because you endured without complaint, you had agreed to the role they forced upon you. But chosen ones are not created to serve. You were never meant to be their foundation, their unshakable rock, the quiet force holding everything together. You were meant for something greater. And they always knew it. That's why they built those chains so tight. That's why they wrapped expectations around you so thickly, you almost forgot they weren't yours to bear. Because as long as you played your part, as long as you carried their burdens without resistance, they could pretend the balance would never shift. But the moment you break, it all collapses. Your tears aren't just sorrow. They are cracks in the illusion they depended on. The illusion that you would always be strong enough to carry everything, that you would always endure without question, that you would always stay exactly where they placed you, but you were never their tool. And now they have to face the truth. Because a chosen one's breaking point isn't just personal, it's a reckoning. When you stop playing your assigned role, when you finally question the weight they forced upon you, the world they built begins to shake. The ones who relied on your silence suddenly find themselves drowning in noise. The ones who thrived on your obedience suddenly realize they have no control. The ones who believed they could shape your destiny suddenly understand they were never the ones in power. And that terrifies them, because they never feared your strength. They feared the day you realized it was never theirs to control, that your endurance was not loyalty, that your patience was not weakness, that your suffering was not a contract. They mistook your sacrifice for obligation, but you were never obligated to them. And now they have lost their hold on you. The moment your tears fall, the moment your pain refuses to be contained, the moment you stop pretending, you are no longer bound. The chains they spent so long reinforcing snap under their own weight, and suddenly they are the ones left standing in ruins. They never imagined this day would come, because they thought you would never break the cycle. They believed you would always accept the role they assigned, that you would always swallow your pain in silence. But they forgot one thing. A chosen one's tears are not the end. They are the beginning of something unstoppable. And now, for the first time, they see you for what you always were. Not a pillar to lean on, not a tool to wield, not a servant to their expectations, but a force of change. And now, change has come. Let them scramble, let them question, let them fear. Because the moment you stopped carrying their world on your back, they sealed their fate. And now, as the dust settles, one truth remains. You were never theirs to control. You were always something greater. Number 8. The fire that rises from the ashes of betrayal. They built you up like a monument, a symbol of power they could admire but never truly understand. And then, they tried to tear you down, thinking you'd crumble into dust. But chosen ones don't turn to ashes. They burn, and when they rise again, nothing that stood before survives. They believed they had broken you, that their betrayals, their lies, their quiet exits when you needed them most had finally done enough damage. But they never considered the consequences. Because when a chosen one falls, it isn't the end. It's the ignition point, the moment when everything they depended on, the power they took from your strength, the security they felt in your endurance, the control they thought they had over your fate, all of it goes up in flames. They never truly feared you when you were strong. They feared what would happen when you were forced to become stronger. They relied on your power to ignore their own weakness. They built their world around the illusion that you would always carry them, that your light would always shine, no matter how much darkness they threw at you. But now they're forced to look in the mirror, because when you rise from the ruins they left you in, you don't just return, you return changed, stronger, harder, untouchable, and they can't handle it. They expected you to break the way they would have, to collapse into nothingness, to fade into the background, to disappear like an afterthought. But you are not them. They shrouded you in grief, thinking it would weaken you. Instead, it burned away everything that was never meant to stay. And now, only the fire remains. The fire that consumes the weak-hearted. The fire that exposes the truth. The fire that leaves nothing standing but the ones strong enough to withstand it. And they will not survive it. They never imagined a world where you weren't carrying the weight of their expectations, where you weren't bound by the role they assigned to you. But the moment you stopped trying to hold everything together, their world collapsed. Because you were never the fragile one. They were. They depended on your strength to hide from their own weakness. They used your light to cast shadows over their own flaws. And now that you are no longer willing to play that role, they have nothing left to shield them. They burned you, thinking you wouldn't survive it. They forgot that fire doesn't destroy a chosen one. It refines them. And now, standing in the wreckage of what they tried to do to you, they finally understand. You were never the one who needed saving. They were. But it's too late for that now, because the fire is here and nothing can stop it. Number 9. When a single tear destroys the illusion. They didn't admire you, they admired the illusion of you, the version that was untouchable, unshaken, invincible. They cheered for the strength they believed in, but they never once questioned what it cost you. Because, to them, you were never real. You were a symbol, and symbols are never supposed to bleed. They wanted to believe in you, not for who you truly are, but for what you represented. They built you up as something greater, something above it all, not because they respected you, not because they understood your struggle, but because your strength allowed them to ignore their own weakness. As long as you never broke, they never had to question themselves. As long as you stood tall, they could pretend they weren't crumbling inside. You were their proof that suffering could be endured, that pain could be swallowed, that strength was about never showing the cracks, never letting the world see the weight pressing down on you. But then, you broke, and suddenly their entire world tilted. Because if even you, the unshakable, the indestructible, the chosen, could fall, then what did that mean for them? What does it mean when the strongest among them finally reaches their limit? It means the illusion they depended on was never real. And that terrifies them. Because the moment your tears fell, the truth stood bare. Your pain didn't just shake them, it exposed them. It forced them to look in the mirror and see every lie they told themselves. That they were strong when they weren't. That they could handle what you handled. That they were different from the ones who failed. But now they don't know what to believe anymore. Because your suffering, your breaking point, your fall, it wasn't supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to bleed. You weren't supposed to struggle. You weren't supposed to be human. But you are. And that means they are too. And now, they don't know how to live with that. Because if even the strongest can fall, if even the chosen can break, then their own strength was never real. And that realization is what shatters them. They never wanted to see you as a person. They needed you to be a symbol, something distant, something unattainable, something they could admire without ever having to understand. Because to understand would mean accepting their own fragility. And they weren't ready for that. They wanted to watch you rise, but they were never prepared to see you fall. Because your fall meant they had to face everything they've been running from. Their own fears, their own doubts, their own limits. And now, there's nowhere left for them to hide. Your single tear did more damage than any storm ever could. Because it didn't just show your pain. It exposed their lies. The lie that strength is about silence. The lie that endurance is the same as invincibility. The lie that breaking is the same as failing. They spent so long believing they understood power. But now they realize they never understood it at all. Because true strength isn't about never falling. It's about what happens after you do. And while they are left shaken, lost, clinging to the illusions they once held, you are rising. Not as the version they wanted you to be, not as the symbol they once admired, but as something real. And that is what terrifies them the most. Because now they don't just have to face the truth about you, they have to face the truth about themselves. Number 10. When the unstoppable falls, the reckoning begins. They built you up as untouchable, as if you were made of stone. They needed to believe you would never crack, never bend, never feel the weight of what they placed on your shoulders. But when they finally see you bleed, they won't witness weakness. They'll witness war. They called you unbreakable, not because they admired you, but because they needed you to be. They needed you to hold everything together, to be the constant, the pillar, the one who could endure what no one else could. They put you on a pedestal, not to honor you, but to trap you, because as long as you stood tall, as long as you bore the weight in silence, they didn't have to face their own fragility. They convinced themselves you would never fall, because if even you could break, what hope did they have? But when you finally hit the ground, when the weight becomes too much, when the cracks give way, they don't see a fall, they see a warning, because your pain does not make you weak. It makes you dangerous. Your tears don't lower you. They remind them that you are human, that you have endured more than they could ever comprehend, that while they ran from suffering, you stood in the fire and took every hit. And nothing is more powerful than someone who has felt everything and still chooses to rise. They wanted to believe you were untouchable because it made them feel safe. They wanted to believe you would never fall because it meant they would never have to carry the weight themselves. But now they see the truth. You are not unbreakable. You are not immune to pain. But you are something far worse for them. You are relentless. You have seen the worst of them and survived. You have felt the weight of betrayal, of expectation, of isolation, and you still stand. You still move forward. You still refuse to be silenced. And that is what terrifies them. Because if you can survive everything they threw at you, if you can bear the weight of it all and still rise, then you are no longer someone they can control. They cannot manipulate what they cannot break. They cannot defeat what refuses to stay down. They cannot hold power over someone who has walked through fire and come out the other side, not unscathed, but stronger. So let them watch. Let them witness the moment they thought would destroy you. Let them see the pain they caused, the weight they forced on you, the struggle they ignored. And then, when they think they have finally won, rise. Because your fall was never the end. It was the moment before the storm. And now, they will see what happens when someone who has carried everything finally decides to fight back. Number 11. The tear that breaks chains and sparks revolt. They thought breaking you would end the fight, that your silence would be proof of their victory. What they never expected was that your pain would become a war cry, that your suffering would not just move you, but move the world. They wanted your voice gone. They thought if they pushed you hard enough, crushed you deep enough, buried you under enough weight, you would disappear, that no one would hear you, that no one would care. But pain does not vanish. It does not dissolve into nothing. Pain spreads, it ripples, it ignites. And the moment your suffering became visible, the moment the world saw what they had done, the balance began to shift. Your tears weren't just sorrow, they were fuel. For the ones who had suffered in silence, for the ones who had swallowed their pain just as you had, for the ones who had watched from the shadows, afraid to speak, afraid to fight, afraid to hope. Because when they saw you break, something inside them stirred. And suddenly, they were no longer afraid, because your pain wasn't just yours anymore. It belonged to every soul that had ever felt trapped, beaten, betrayed. It spoke to every heart that had ever been silenced. It reached those who thought they were alone and showed them they weren't. And when enough people wake up, when enough people realize they have been part of the same battle, the system cracks. Because power is built on obedience, on silence. And you shattered that silence. Even your enemies feel it. Even the ones who stood against you hesitate, second guess, wonder. Because your suffering is a mirror, and for the first time, they see themselves in it. They see their own fears, their own failures, their own hidden grief. They thought they were untouchable, that they had nothing to lose. But now they realize the truth. They are not as strong as they believed. And you are not as weak as they had hoped. The moment they see your pain and feel something shift inside them, the war is no longer yours alone. The battle spreads, the cracks widen, the system shakes. Because the worst thing you could have done was stay silent. And the worst thing they could have done was make you scream loud enough for the world to hear. Now, it's too late. They wanted control. Now, they have a rebellion. They wanted to break one person. Now, they face an army. They wanted to end the fight. Now, they have started a war they will never win. Number 12. They thought they buried you. Now watch them tremble. They thought they had finished you, that their betrayal was the final nail, their cruelty the last wound, their absence the breaking point. They thought pain would end you, but pain doesn't destroy a chosen one. It transforms them. They didn't bury you. They planted something they can never control. They wanted to break you. They wanted your pain to swallow you whole, to reduce you to nothing. They thought if they pushed you hard enough, if they cut deep enough, you would disappear into the darkness. They thought they had won. But what they never understood is that pain doesn't end you. It reshapes you. Every wound, every scar, every moment of suffering doesn't weaken you. It strips away what no longer serves you. It burns away illusions, softens nothing, and reforges everything. They thought they buried you, but they didn't know you were a seed. Because pain doesn't take you to the end, it takes you to the edge of something new. And you are the kind of force that rises from the ashes, sharper, colder, and more dangerous than before. They believed they had broken you, but in reality, they forged something they were never prepared to face. You are no longer who they once knew. The version of you that trusted them, gone. The version of you that endured in silence, dead. The version of you that gave them the benefit of the doubt, buried beneath the weight of every lesson they forced upon you. And now they will meet someone else entirely. Someone who no longer cares about their comfort. Someone who no longer bends to expectation. Someone who no longer carries the weight they placed upon you. They didn't break you. They only gave you a reason to rise without them. They thought they could control the damage they inflicted, that their actions would stay in the past, that the pain they caused would settle into silence, that you would remain the same person forever. But suffering is not stagnant. It either crushes you or it forces you to evolve. And a chosen one does not get crushed. They come back, different, stronger, unyielding. And that is their greatest mistake. Because now they will see what happens when the very person they tried to erase becomes someone they never should have crossed. They thought they could destroy you. Instead, they built the force that will dismantle everything they stood on. So let them believe they have won. Let them laugh. Let them gloat. Let them sleep peacefully in their ignorance. Because the moment they realize what they've awakened, the moment they see the unstoppable version of you staring back at them, it will already be too late. And now, here we are. The moment they thought would be your downfall has only made you unstoppable. They tried to break you, but all they did was forge something unshakable. Let them wonder, let them fear, because the storm they created is coming for them. If this message spoke to you, if you feel the fire rising inside, hit like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. Share this with every chosen one who needs to hear it, because when enough of us rise, the world will have no choice but to change. Your time has come. The storm doesn't destroy the chosen, it reveals them. Yet here you are, still questioning, still doubting, still looking for signs, when the universe has already declared its verdict. You passed the test, but instead of stepping into your power, you hesitate. Instead of owning your path, you question it. How many more times do you need to be told? How many more battles do you need to win before you realize what's happening? The delays weren't punishment. The betrayals weren't accidents. The struggles weren't random. Every single thing you went through was part of the process, designed not to break you, but to prove you. And now that the universe has given you the green light, you sit there confused. Enough. Wake up. Own it. You are chosen. And listen, chosen one, being chosen isn't just an honor, it's a responsibility. The universe didn't set you apart just for you to keep this power to yourself. Others are still trapped in the fog, searching for their path, unaware that they too have been called. It's time to wake them up. Press the like and subscribe button to signal the algorithm, to spread the call, to awaken more chosen ones. The more we unite, the stronger we become. They tried to stop you. They tried to break you. They sent obstacles, delays, betrayals, thinking you would fall. But what they didn't know is that you weren't just surviving. You were being forged. The fire they sent to burn you only made you stronger. The pressure they applied didn't crush you. It refined you. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the universe itself. And now, the universe has made its decision. You passed the test. Imagine walking into an exam room. No study guide, no warning, no preparation. Yet somehow, without even realizing it, you scored 100%. That's exactly what just happened. While you were navigating chaos, the universe was grading your resilience. While they underestimated you, the universe was qualifying you. You weren't just struggling, you were passing a test they didn't even know existed. And now, the results are in. You're ready. But let's get one thing straight. This isn't just about stepping into a new season. This isn't just about good things coming your way. No, this is bigger than that. This is the kind of readiness that shakes the foundation of everything around you, the kind of transformation that makes your enemies restless, the kind of shift that forces the universe to move on your behalf. They thought they were blocking you. They were actually clearing the way. They thought they were tearing you down. They were actually building your strength. They thought they were stopping you. They were actually accelerating your rise. That's the power of being chosen. You don't beg for the spotlight. You become the light. And that light, it haunts your enemies, because deep down, they always knew. They saw something in you before you saw it in yourself. That's why they tried so hard to stop you. That's why they threw everything they had your way. It was never about what you did. It was about who you are. They could feel it. The power, the purpose, the calling that set you apart. And now they have to watch as you step fully into it. There's no undoing what's already been written, no blocking what's already been set in motion. So don't shrink, don't second guess, don't hesitate. The universe has spoken. You have been tested, you have been chosen. And to you, the one they mocked, the one they doubted, the one they swore would never make it, look where you are now. Whether you've been here from the start or just found your way, know this: your rise is unstoppable. If you're ready to watch their faces twist in disbelief as they realize the joke's on them, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and comment the number 77 to claim your power. And now, let's dive in step by step. And trust me, if you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay till the end. Let's get started. Number 1. They laughed while you bled. Now watch their smiles fade. The worst mistake they made wasn't underestimating you. It was assuming the universe wasn't watching. They mocked your struggle. They rolled their eyes at your setbacks. They whispered behind your back, convinced you were failing. They thought they had you figured out. A lost cause, a tragic story. Just another dreamer who would never make it. But what they didn't realize, you weren't failing. You were being tested in a language they could never understand. While they laughed, the universe took notes. While they dismissed you, the system was aligning. They thought they were playing you, but they were playing against a force far greater than them. And now, the joke's on them. They saw the pain, but they didn't see the process. They saw the delays, but they didn't see the preparation. They thought you were losing, but in reality, you were being positioned. You didn't go through random struggles. You went through a calculated, intentional transformation. The universe doesn't waste challenges on the unworthy. Every setback was a carefully placed test, designed for one reason, to prove you. And what did you do? You stood firm when everything told you to fall. You kept walking when the road disappeared beneath you. You believed when there was no reason left to believe. That is why you were chosen. Not because of luck, not because of shortcuts, but because you passed the kind of test that most people don't even realize exists. The kind of test that can't be measured in applause or approval. The kind of test that happens in the dark, with no witnesses, no rewards, and no validation. Only resistance, silence, and suffering. They laughed while you bled, but now they're silent because the results are in. And let's get something straight. This wasn't just about endurance. This wasn't about barely making it to the finish line. This was about who you became in the process. Because the universe wasn't looking for just anyone. It was searching for the unshakable, the unstoppable, the ones who don't break, no matter how much pressure is applied. You see, being chosen isn't a gift. It's a consequence of standing tall when the weight should have crushed you. A consequence of holding your vision when the world told you to let it go. A consequence of refusing to quit when quitting seemed like the only logical option. And now everything changes, because the universe never wastes readiness. They can question you, they can doubt you, but they can't stop what's already been set in motion. They were laughing at you before, but have you noticed? That laughter has stopped. The same ones who mocked your struggle will soon be the ones pretending they always believed in you. The same ones who dismissed you will suddenly act like they knew all along. But deep down, they know the truth. They see it now. The power in your eyes, the shift in your presence, the undeniable force that surrounds you. Because when the universe declares you ready, no force on this planet can hold you back. Number 2, they counted you out, but the universe was keeping score. They measured you by earthly standards. The universe measured you by something greater, and now the results are in. They looked at your life and assumed they had you figured out. They judged you by what they could see: wealth, influence, status. They thought these were the markers of success. And because you didn't fit their mold, they dismissed you. They called you a failure. They pitied you. Some even laughed behind your back. Because in their world, success is loud. It shines. It boasts. It demands attention. But the universe doesn't operate like that. The real test wasn't in what you gained. It was in what you endured. While they were obsessed with numbers and titles, the universe was grading you on something they could never understand. Your patience when nothing made sense. Your endurance when quitting seemed like the best option. Your integrity when compromise could have given you an easy way out. Your trust when every sign told you to doubt. They saw your delays, but the universe saw your discipline. They saw your losses, but the universe saw your resilience. They saw your struggles, but the universe saw your transformation. And this is why they never understood your journey. They expected you to play by their rules. They expected you to chase the same empty validation they worship. They thought success was about being seen, being applauded, being approved by them. But you were never playing their game. You were being positioned for something far greater. And now, the joke's on them. Because while they spent their time chasing hollow victories, you were passing tests they didn't even know existed. Every time you stayed true to your path, while others took shortcuts. Every time you remained faithful when doubt whispered in your ear. Every time you stood tall when the weight of your trials should have crushed you, you were proving yourself, not to the world, not to the doubters, not even to yourself. You were proving yourself to the universe. And here's the thing about divine testing. The universe doesn't hand out empty promotions. Some doors had to close because they would have led you away from your purpose. Some people had to leave because they would have poisoned your journey. Some prayers had to go unanswered because what you wanted would have destroyed what you needed. What felt like a loss was actually protection. What looked like rejection was actually redirection. What seemed like delay was actually divine strategy. And now, the time for waiting is over. They thought you were stuck. They thought you were lost. They thought you had failed. But the universe was never keeping score the way they did. It didn't care about their approval. It didn't care about their judgment. It didn't care about their standards. Because when the universe says you're ready, no one can say otherwise. No amount of gossip, doubt, or opposition can undo what's already been set in motion. No force on this earth can block the next phase of your rise. No enemy, no hater, no obstacle can stand against what is already yours. And now, watch their faces. Watch how they scramble to rewrite the story. Watch how they try to act like they always believed in you. Watch how their laughter turns into silence. Because deep down, they know. You proved them all wrong. Number 3. They thought the silence meant you were forgotten. Now they'll see what it really meant. The worst part for them, realizing that while they were laughing at your struggle, you were silently being prepared for something far beyond their reach. They assumed you were lost. They whispered that you had no direction, no guidance, no future. They thought the silence around you meant you had been abandoned. But the universe was never absent. It was observing. See, when a student takes a test, the teacher doesn't interrupt. There are no hints, no extra instructions. The student must rely on what they've already learned. That's exactly what was happening to you. You were being examined in silence. No signs, no breakthroughs, no immediate rewards, just silence. And while others panicked and assumed you were being ignored, you stayed steady. They didn't understand. They saw nothing moving and assumed nothing was happening. But real tests don't come with announcements. The universe needed to see what you would do when the answers weren't obvious. Would you stay faithful when no one was clapping for you? Would you trust the process when every voice told you to quit? Would you move with conviction when everything around you was still? That silence was never punishment. It was proof of your preparation. Because the chosen aren't spoon-fed. The chosen aren't given shortcuts. The chosen aren't handed success on a silver platter. The chosen must prove they can withstand the silence. And now, your silence is over. While they wasted their breath questioning your journey, the universe was finalizing your results. And the results are in. You didn't just pass. You didn't just scrape by. You mastered the test. The silence they mocked, that was your proving ground. They thought nothing was happening. They thought you were standing still. They thought their words, their doubts, their ridicule had some kind of power over you. They were wrong, because now the silence has shifted. The page has turned, and what's coming next? It's loud. The same ones who thought you were finished? The same ones who laughed behind your back? The same ones who assumed they had won? They're about to see what silence really meant. While they were busy gossiping, you were building. While they were wasting their breath, you were strengthening. While they thought they had left you behind, you were becoming unstoppable. And now they have to watch, because when the universe declares you ready, there is no discussion. No opinions can override what has already been decided. No opposition can stand in the way of what has already been activated. No enemy, no hater, no doubter can block what is already set in motion. They played their game. They laughed at your stillness. They assumed their words mattered. But the universe has spoken, and now watch their faces. Watch how their confidence fades. Watch how their disbelief settles in. Watch how they scramble to make sense of what they swore would never happen. Because you didn't just survive the silence, you mastered it, and now they'll never doubt you again. Number 4. They thought your mistakes meant you were losing, but every wrong turn was part of the plan. They laughed at your struggles because they thought you were lost. Now they're realizing you were following a map they couldn't even see. They shook their heads when you stumbled. They whispered when things didn't go as planned. They called you reckless, misguided, a failure. They thought your wrong turns were proof that you weren't meant to succeed. But here's what they never understood. Not every setback is a mistake. Some detours aren't accidents. Some obstacles aren't bad luck. Some failures aren't failures at all. They are tests, preset questions designed to prepare you for exactly where you're meant to go. That betrayal, it wasn't just a painful experience, it was a question. Will you let this make you bitter, or will you let it make you better? That delay, it wasn't just frustrating, it was a test. Do you trust the timing of the universe, or will you try to force what isn't ready? That loss? It wasn't just a chapter closing, it was a choice. Will you hold on to what's gone, or will you step forward into what's next? Every time you thought you were failing, you were actually answering. Every time you thought you were lost, you were actually proving yourself. Every time you thought you were stuck, you were actually being positioned. And now, the results are in. You didn't fail. You didn't fall short. You passed. Because success in the eyes of the universe isn't about perfection, it's about perseverance. You weren't punished. You were prepared. You weren't blocked. You were being built. You weren't abandoned. You were being aligned. Every delay was pushing you into position. Every betrayal was exposing who couldn't go with you. Every closed door was protecting what was meant for you. But they couldn't see that. All they saw was what looked like failure. And now, they have to watch as everything shifts. Because the universe doesn't make mistakes. It doesn't waste tests. It doesn't set up chosen ones to fail. And now they have to face the truth. You were never lost. You were never failing. You were always being prepared. And now, there is no stopping what comes next. They thought they had the right to judge your journey. They thought they could write you off because of what they saw. They thought your struggles meant you were done. They were wrong. Your wrong turns weren't wrong at all. They were the exact steps that led you here. And now, there is no going back. No enemy can undo your preparation. No obstacle can block your elevation. No one can question what has already been decided. So let them watch. Watch how their doubt turns to confusion. Watch how their laughter fades into silence. Watch how they realize the joke was on them all along, because you were never losing. You were just getting ready. Number 5. They saw nothing, but you were earning everything. The most dangerous ones are those who suffer in silence, sacrifice in private, and rise without warning. They thought they had you figured out. They assumed if they didn't see progress, there was none. If they didn't hear your struggles, you weren't fighting. If they didn't witness your sacrifices, they didn't exist. But their ignorance wasn't your concern, because the universe was keeping track. While they sought validation, you sought discipline. While they performed for applause, you trained in the shadows. While they flaunted their achievements, you built foundations they couldn't even see. Because real power isn't proven in the spotlight, it's forged in the dark. Every battle you fought alone, every tear no one saw, every time you bit your tongue instead of lashing out, every moment you stayed true to your path while others took shortcuts, it all counted. The world measures success by what's seen. The universe measures success by what's sacrificed. And you weren't just passing the test. You were earning extra credit, not for attention, not for applause, not for temporary validation, but because the universe always rewards the ones who do the work when no one is watching. While they were broadcasting their half-earned victories, you were stacking quiet wins. While they sought comfort, you embraced discipline. While they settled, you kept pushing. That's what separates the chosen. Not just endurance, not just resilience, but the will to go beyond what's expected. And now, the results are in. You didn't just pass. You didn't just survive. You exceeded every expectation. They won't understand it. They'll question how you got here. They'll assume you got lucky, that you had a shortcut they didn't, because they can't comprehend what they never saw. They don't know the nights you wrestled with doubt, but still got up the next morning. They don't know the opportunities you walked away from, because they didn't align with your purpose. They don't know the discipline, the restraint, the patience it took to stay the course. And now, they don't get to know. Because the truth is, you don't owe them an explanation. You don't owe them proof of your suffering. You don't owe them a breakdown of your sacrifices. You don't owe them a backstory for your success. You earned this. And the most poetic part, they'll have to watch in confusion as you rise, never truly understanding how you did it. Let them wonder. Let them assume. Let them doubt, because while they're stuck questioning, you'll be too far ahead to answer. The universe saw everything. The universe counted everything, and now no one can take away what's already yours. Number 6. They thought the battle would bury you. Now they're watching you rise. They didn't just want to see you struggle. They wanted to see you gone, but the universe had other plans. Some battles weren't just hard. They were meant to erase you. The kind of warfare designed to break your mind, crush your spirit, and make you question everything. It wasn't just about struggle. It wasn't just about hardship. It was about survival. And yet, you're still here. They counted on the weight being too much. They assumed you'd fold under pressure. They whispered behind your back, certain you wouldn't make it through. They were waiting for your downfall. But instead, you endured. You outlived the storm. You outlasted the attack. And now, you're walking into victory. And let's be clear, this wasn't luck. This wasn't coincidence. This was power. Because no battle hits that hard unless you're a threat. No opposition rises that strong unless you carry something worth fearing. They thought they could break you because they assumed you didn't know who you were. They thought they could stop you because they underestimated what was inside you. But they weren't just fighting you. They were fighting against something bigger than them. And now, the truth is clear. You weren't just tested. You weren't just attacked. You were targeted, and that's the biggest proof of your power. Because weak people don't face this level of warfare. Insignificant people don't draw this kind of resistance. If you weren't dangerous, they wouldn't have come for you this hard. Think about it. The lies, the betrayals, the setups, the losses. It wasn't random, it was strategy. They weren't just hoping you'd struggle, they were hoping you'd break. They weren't just trying to slow you down, they were trying to take you out completely. They weren't just doubting you, they were doing everything in their power to make you doubt yourself. And yet, here you stand. That's what eats them up the most. Because by their logic, you shouldn't even be here. You shouldn't have survived what you did. You shouldn't have recovered from the setbacks. You shouldn't have had the strength to keep going. But you did. And now, they have to watch as you rise. See, what they don't realize is that every attack had the opposite effect. Every battle made you stronger. Every betrayal made you wiser. Every loss sharpened your vision. What was meant to break you only built you. They wanted you to collapse, but instead you evolved. And now, you're unstoppable. Because when you outlive the warfare that was meant to destroy you, there is no force left that can stand in your way. You don't just survive, you dominate. You don't just endure, you elevate. You don't just win, you rewrite the game entirely. And now, they have to deal with the reality they never wanted to face. They didn't break you, they fueled you, they strengthened you, they unknowingly positioned you. And the worst part? Now, they have no power over you. Because when you've survived the fire, there's nothing left to fear. So let them watch, let them whisper, let them struggle to process what they swore would never happen. Because this time, the battle isn't yours, it's theirs. And the hardest thing for them to accept, they already lost. Number 7, they had the answers, but you had the trust. And that's why you passed. Knowing the way is easy. Walking it when the road disappears beneath your feet. That's what separates the chosen from the rest. They thought they were smarter than you. They thought because they read more, studied more, memorized more, that they were ahead. They had all the knowledge. But when everything collapsed, when the storm hit, when the world went silent, they crumbled. Because knowing something and trusting it are two different things. Anyone can talk about endurance. But can they keep going when their world is falling apart? Anyone can preach about patience. But can they stay still when every impulse screams at them to run? Anyone can claim strength. But can they stand tall when everything is trying to break them? That was the real test. Not just what you knew, but what you could hold on to when the ground was shaking beneath you. The universe wasn't grading you on how many answers you had memorized. It wasn't looking at how well you spoke, how impressive you sounded, or how many facts you could recite. It was looking at your trust. Because trust isn't about having proof, it's about standing firm when proof is nowhere to be found. And that's why you passed. They thought the test was about knowledge. You knew better. It was about who could hold on when there was nothing left to hold on to. And while others panicked, while others doubted, while others walked away from their own path because they couldn't see the finish line, you stayed. They mocked you for it. They called you foolish. They thought you were wasting your time. But look at you now, still standing, still moving, still rising. And now, watch their faces. Because the universe doesn't promote those who quit halfway. It doesn't reward those who only believe when things are easy. It doesn't elevate those who only trust when everything is going their way. It promotes the ones who stayed steady when the world shook around them. And you earned this. Because trust isn't just belief, it's action. It's staying the course when every shortcut looks tempting. It's moving forward when every sign tells you to turn back. It's choosing the long road when the quick fix is right there. They thought you were losing. They thought you were behind. They thought you were missing out while they were racing ahead. But the universe saw what they couldn't. The quick road leads to nowhere. The shortcuts always come with a cost. The ones who try to rush their way to the top always end up falling the hardest. They had the knowledge. But knowledge without trust is useless. Because the moment things got hard, they folded. They questioned everything. They ran back to comfort while you kept walking. They looked for an escape while you stood firm. That's why you're being elevated, and they're stuck wondering why. They thought they had it all figured out. But what good is a map if you refuse to walk the path? What good is knowledge if the first obstacle makes you throw it all away? The universe wasn't looking for the smartest. It was looking for the unshakable. And that's you. They spent so much time doubting you. They thought because they couldn't see your progress, nothing was happening. But the ones who trust don't need to see the next step to take it. They don't need confirmation to keep moving. They don't need validation to stay the course. They don't need proof to know they're on the right path. That's the power of trust. And now everything is shifting, because when the universe finds someone who refuses to quit, it moves on their behalf. No longer will you have to prove yourself. No longer will you have to explain. No longer will you have to convince anyone of who you are, because the evidence will speak for itself. They had the answers. They had the knowledge, but you had the trust. And that's why you passed. And now, watch their faces. Watch how they try to make sense of your rise. Watch how they scramble to understand what happened. Watch how their confidence turns into regret, because they see it now. They see that what really mattered wasn't just knowing the way, it was trusting it enough to walk it. And that's why you're moving forward while they're stuck. Because in the end, the universe doesn't reward those who only believe when it's easy. It rewards the ones who trust no matter what. Number 8. They thought you were stuck. Now they'll see you were being positioned. The delay wasn't to stop you, it was to outmaneuver them. And now, while they thought they had the advantage, you're about to leave them in the dust. They laughed at how long it was taking. They mocked your patience, whispered that you were wasting your time, and told you to settle for less. They thought the delays meant you were losing, that you were stuck, that you had missed your chance, but they didn't understand. The universe wasn't holding you back. It was setting you up. What looked like waiting to them was actually alignment in progress. The right moves weren't available yet. The right doors hadn't been unlocked. The right people weren't in position. You weren't just waiting. You were being strategically withheld from things that weren't meant for you. Because getting something at the wrong time is just as dangerous as never getting it at all. And now, while they're busy thinking you're still behind, everything is about to shift. Because you weren't being delayed, you were being protected. Some doors had to stay shut no matter how much you wanted them to open. Some connections had to break, no matter how much history you shared. Some opportunities had to pass you by, no matter how perfect they looked on the surface. Why? Because settling too soon would have cost you something greater. You thought you were being overlooked, but the truth is, you were being reserved for something bigger. And now, the ones who doubted, the ones who rolled their eyes and said, "Look at them, still waiting?" They're about to see that you weren't waiting, you were being sharpened. They thought they were ahead of you, they thought they had outpaced you, but the delay was a setup, a pause designed to position you so precisely that when the moment came, you would move in ways they never saw coming. Because the universe doesn't rush what it values. And you are valuable. You weren't forgotten. You weren't left behind. You weren't being punished. You were being positioned for something they can't even comprehend. Because when the universe aligns a chosen one, the shift is so massive, so undeniable, that everyone feels it. And that's exactly what's about to happen. The same people who laughed at your waiting season are about to choke on their own disbelief. The same ones who mocked your patience are about to wish they had moved like you. The same ones who swore they had surpassed you are about to realize you weren't even in the same race. Because when the universe is setting you up, the process looks nothing like what they expect. They measured progress by speed. They thought movement meant success. They assumed that because you were still, you weren't winning. But the most dangerous moves, the most powerful shifts, they happen in silence. While they rushed ahead thinking speed was the answer, you were gathering something far more powerful than momentum. You were gathering precision. Because when you move at the right time, with the right purpose, backed by the right alignment, you don't just win, you dominate. And now, the delay is over. That shift you felt but couldn't explain, that sudden urgency that's waking you up in the middle of the night, that pull towards something greater, it's here. And they won't understand it at first. They'll say you got lucky. They'll try to downplay it. They'll act like it came out of nowhere, but you know the truth. This isn't luck. This isn't random. This isn't some overnight miracle. This is the result of everything you survived. Every moment of doubt you pushed through. Every time you kept believing when it made no sense. Every second you held on when it felt like nothing was happening. You weren't losing time. You were investing it. And now it's time to collect. Watch their faces as they realize you weren't behind. You were ahead the entire time. Watch their disbelief as they see doors opening for you that they never even knew existed. Watch their silence as they struggle to understand how you moved so fast. Because what they thought was a delay, it was a strategy. And now the only thing left for them to do is watch you rise. Number 9. They thought rejection would break you. Now they have to watch it make you. The biggest plot twist. They thought they were burying you, but they were actually planting you. Rejection. The word alone carries weight. The sting of being dismissed, the ache of being overlooked, the frustration of doors slamming shut in your face. It felt personal, didn't it? It felt like loss, like failure, like you weren't enough. But what if I told you every rejection was never about breaking you? It was about carving you. Every person who walked away, every opportunity that slipped through your fingers, every no that left you questioning your worth. None of it was a mistake. None of it was random. They weren't turning you away. They were pushing you into alignment. See, the wrong places couldn't recognize your value because you weren't meant to fit in. You were meant to stand apart. Some of you are still grieving over doors that were never meant for you. You're still replaying conversations with people who were only temporary. You're still questioning why certain situations collapsed when you gave them everything you had. But hear this, rejection wasn't failure. Rejection wasn't a sign to stop. Rejection was redirection. The universe wasn't punishing you, it was protecting you. Think about it. Every major shift in your life was triggered by something you thought was a setback. That job you didn't get, it would have kept you small. That person who left, they were blocking your growth. That opportunity that disappeared, it wasn't aligned with your future. They thought walking away would break you. They thought their absence would weaken you. They thought you needed their approval, their validation, their acceptance. But what they didn't realize is that the moment they rejected you, they unknowingly pushed you towards something greater. And now, the shift has begun. You are stepping into the place where your purpose is actually needed, not where you're tolerated, but where you're valued. Not where you're overlooked, but where you're essential. Not where you have to beg for a seat at the table, but where you build the table yourself. The ones who walked away, they were fulfilling a divine script. They played their role. They did what they were supposed to do. They exited the story so the right people could step in. The universe removes what is not meant for you. The mistake most people make, they chase after what was removed. They try to reopen closed doors. They beg for people to return. They waste time questioning why certain things didn't work out. But the chosen ones, they understand that rejection is just another word for realignment. And you were being realigned this entire time. Think of a sculptor chiseling away at a raw stone. Every rejection was another piece being chipped off, shaping you, refining you, revealing what was already inside of you. They thought they were breaking you down, but they were actually revealing who you were meant to be. The weight you felt. That wasn't destruction, it was transformation. The people who left, they weren't removing something from you, they were making space for something greater. The setbacks, they weren't pushing you back, they were launching you forward. This is why the universe doesn't rush the process. This is why certain doors remained locked, no matter how hard you knocked. This is why certain people never fully saw your worth, no matter how much you proved yourself, because you weren't supposed to convince people to see your value. You weren't supposed to force doors open. You weren't supposed to settle for places that were never meant to hold you. The universe had something bigger planned. And now, the ones who rejected you are about to see exactly what they walked away from. Because your assignment, it was never in their hands. Your success, it was never dependent on their approval. Your destiny, it was never theirs to decide. They thought their rejection was the final word. They thought their absence would leave you lost. They thought their departure would slow you down. But now, watch their faces. Watch as they realize the very thing they dismissed is the thing that will rise higher than they ever imagined. Watch as they scramble to rewrite the story, pretending they always believed in you. Watch as their rejection turns into regret, because deep down they'll know they didn't break you, they didn't weaken you, they didn't stop you. They positioned you, and now they have to watch what happens next. Number 10. They thought you were invisible, but your name was moving without you. The most dangerous thing for your enemies, realizing that while they were trying to bury you, your name was already rising in places they could never reach. They thought ignoring you would erase you. They thought keeping you out of their circles would silence your presence. They thought if they dismissed you enough, you would eventually disappear. But what they didn't know, your name was never in their hands to control. While they were busy shutting doors in your face, the universe was whispering your name in rooms you didn't even know existed. You weren't forgotten, you weren't overlooked, you weren't left behind. You were being positioned. See, when something is truly valuable, it isn't thrown out for just anyone to find. It's protected, it's stored away, it's hidden until the right moment. And that's exactly what was happening to you. While you felt unseen, the right eyes were already watching. While you felt unheard, the right conversations were already happening. While you felt stuck, the right doors were already unlocking. Your waiting season was never wasted. It was a strategy. You weren't being denied, you were being preserved. You weren't being ignored, you were being prepared. You weren't losing time, you were gaining alignment. And now, the time for waiting is over. The whispers have turned into decisions. The conversations have turned into opportunities. The doors that were once sealed shut, they're opening without you even knocking. And the ones who doubted you, they have no choice but to watch. Because here's the truth. Real power doesn't need permission. You don't need their validation. You don't need their approval. You don't need them to recognize what the universe has already confirmed. While they spent their time calculating how to block you, your name was moving on its own. And now they'll have to witness it firsthand. They assumed they had power over your path. They believed that by keeping you out, they were keeping you down. They believed their circles, their platforms, their resources were the only way forward. But they were wrong, because the kind of elevation you're stepping into, it doesn't come from playing their game. They built their walls, thinking it would keep you out. But what they didn't see coming? You were never meant to go through their doors. You were meant to walk into something higher. Your opportunities aren't coming from the places they tried to block. Your rise isn't coming from the hands they refuse to extend. Your name isn't being spoken in the circles they desperately try to control. It's moving above them, beyond them, without them. And that's what terrifies them the most. Because nothing is more unsettling than realizing you never needed them to begin with. They held on to their approval like a currency, believing you would crumble without it. But here you are, elevated, activated, unstoppable. Because when the universe declares you ready, no gatekeeper can say otherwise. At first, they'll pretend they don't see it. They'll act like it's not happening. They'll whisper among themselves, trying to make sense of what they swore would never happen. But deep down, they know. They know they counted you out too soon. They know they laughed too early. They know they underestimated what was happening behind the scenes. And now, the look on their faces says it all. Your name moved without their permission. Your success didn't require their endorsement. Your elevation happened outside of their reach. And that's the part that stings the most. Because if they had known, if they had realized how unstoppable you were becoming, they would have never dared to play against you. But it's too late for them now. The universe has spoken. The doors are opening. The tables are turning. And all they can do is watch. So let them watch. Let them scramble. Let them wonder how you made it. Because at the end of the day, the answer is simple. You were always destined for this. Number 11. They thought you were just another face in the crowd, but you were the answer all along. The most dangerous kind of power is the one people don't see coming. That's you. They looked at you and saw just another person, just another dreamer, just another name lost in the noise of the world. They dismissed you because they didn't recognize what you carried. They ignored you because your power wasn't loud, wasn't flashy, wasn't begging for attention. But here's what they failed to realize. You were never just a participant. You were the answer. And that's why your path was different. That's why you struggled more than most. That's why you felt resistance at every turn. Because those centers' solutions don't get to walk an easy road. They don't get shortcuts. They don't get comfort. They get refined. While others were handed success, you had to fight for every inch. While others moved freely, you had to navigate obstacles. While others were celebrated, you were tested again and again, not because you were forgotten, not because you were unworthy, but because true power must be earned. You weren't just sent to exist. You weren't just sent to survive. You were sent to shift things. And that kind of responsibility, it demands preparation, because an answer that isn't ready is just another problem. So, the universe made sure you were ready. It stripped away your illusions. It crushed your ego. It forced you to rely on something deeper than external validation. It built you from the inside out, making sure that when the time came, when the world needed what only you could give, you wouldn't fold. And now, that time is here. The doors that were closed are opening. The spaces that once rejected you are calling your name. The very people who overlooked you will soon be forced to acknowledge what you've become. Because you weren't waiting on them. You were waiting on this moment. They thought you were lost, but you were being positioned. They thought you were struggling, but you were being strengthened. They thought you were stuck, but you were becoming unstoppable. And the most ironic part, the ones who doubted you are the ones who will need you. Because what you carry, it was never for you alone. That's why the journey was so difficult. That's why you had to go through everything you did. That's why you couldn't take the easy way out. You weren't just being prepared for yourself. You were being prepared for them. The ones who mocked you, the ones who questioned you, the ones who couldn't see your value. One day soon, they'll come looking for the very thing they once dismissed. And when they do, they'll realize too late. You were never just another participant. You were always the answer. And now, they have no choice but to watch you step into everything they swore would never happen. Because once the universe releases you, no force on earth can hold you back. Number 12. They thought the struggle would break you, but it was building you. They assumed your isolation was weakness. They thought your lack was failure. But what they never realized, the wilderness wasn't burying you, it was preparing you. They watched you walk alone. They saw you stripped of everything you once had, opportunities, support, recognition. They assumed you had been abandoned. They whispered that you must have done something wrong. But what they didn't understand, this wasn't punishment, this was leadership training. Before true elevation comes, there must be isolation. Before real power is placed in someone's hands, they must first learn to stand alone. You were being tested, not in front of an audience, not under bright lights, but in the silence, in the struggle, in the places where no one was watching. Because before the universe gives you everything, it needs to know, can you handle having nothing? Could you remain steady when the ground beneath you shifted? Could you keep moving forward when every door seemed locked? Could you trust the process when the process felt like suffering? You see, power doesn't corrupt, it reveals. And the universe had to make sure that when success came knocking, you wouldn't fold under the weight of it. If you can endure isolation, you can handle influence. If you can withstand silence, you can carry wisdom. If you can stay grounded in lack, you won't be reckless in abundance. And that's exactly why you had to go through it. They thought your wilderness was a sign of failure. It was proof you were being prepared for something greater. They thought the lack would make you desperate. It made you disciplined. They thought the waiting would break you. It built you. They thought the rejection would weaken you. It strengthened you. They only saw the suffering. They didn't see the strategy, because the truth is, most people can't handle what's coming next. They want the elevation, but they don't want the process. They crave the reward, but they won't endure the test. But you proved yourself. You stayed committed when quitting would have been easier. You stayed focused when distractions tried to pull you away. You stayed strong when the weight of it all should have crushed you. That's why you're not just stepping into a new season, you're leading it. Because the ones who survive the wilderness aren't just ready for success. They're ready to lead others through it. And now they'll see the difference. Because the people who never faced struggle, they break under pressure. They lose themselves when the spotlight turns on. They chase power but don't know how to carry it. But you've already been tested in fire. You've already learned how to stand alone. You've already learned how to keep going with no applause. You've already learned how to navigate storms most people would drown in. And now there's no stopping you. They thought the struggle meant you were stuck. They thought the isolation meant you were forgotten. They thought the delays meant you had failed. But all this time, you were being built into something unshakable. And now watch their faces. Watch them realize the strength you carry. Watch them scramble to understand how you survived. Watch them finally see you weren't just waiting, you were being prepared. Because when the universe sets someone apart, it's not for an ordinary path. It's for something greater. And now you're stepping into it. Number 13. You were given questions no one else could answer. They watched you struggle and assumed you were just unlucky. They compared their lives to yours, wondering why your path seemed so much harder, why your battles seemed relentless, why you carried weight they never had to. What they failed to understand is that your test was never like theirs, because your calling isn't like theirs. Some people get multiple choice answers, a simple test, a clear road ahead. You were handed questions no one else could answer, questions that forced you to think, to endure, to evolve. You were given challenges that didn't come with instructions, storms that didn't come with a warning, battles that didn't come with an escape route. And still, you found a way. While others were cruising through their predictable, easy lives, you were being shaped in the fire. While they were taking shortcuts, you were being tested in ways they could never understand. Because what you were meant to carry is heavier, greater, and far beyond what they could handle. They laughed at your struggle because they couldn't comprehend it. They assumed you were failing because they had no frame of reference for your kind of test. But that's the thing. It wasn't their test to understand. It wasn't their burden to carry, their lesson to learn, or their wisdom to gain. And now they will see the difference. Because what you endured in silence, it's about to be the wisdom people seek out, the very same struggles they dismissed as misfortune. They'll soon realize we're training grounds for something far greater. See, not everyone is meant to lead. Not everyone is meant to rise above. Not everyone is meant to carry the kind of power you now hold. That's why their journey was different. That's why their lessons were easier. That's why they never had to go through what you did. Because the universe doesn't waste challenges on those who aren't built for something greater. You were never given an easy test because you were never meant for an easy path. Everything you learned in the struggle, every answer you had to fight for, every truth you had to discover the hard way, that wisdom is about to be sought after. The same people who dismissed you will start asking for your guidance. The same ones who ignored you will start leaning in to listen. The same ones who thought they were ahead will realize you were being shaped for something beyond their reach. Because experience can't be faked, strength can't be borrowed, wisdom can't be bought. And the kind you've gained? It was earned through battles, through isolation, through resilience that most will never understand. They thought they had the answers. They thought they knew what success looked like. They thought they were winning because their road was easy. But now their shortcuts are catching up to them. Their lack of depth is starting to show, and suddenly the one they underestimated is the only one with the answers. The wisdom you gained in private is about to be revealed in public. The struggles they mocked are about to become the lessons they desperately need, and that is the difference between you and them. They lived on the surface. You learned how to go deep. They relied on shortcuts. You learned how to endure. They sought approval. You learned how to move without it. Now, watch what happens next. Because the universe doesn't elevate the unprepared. It doesn't promote the weak. It doesn't place heavy crowns on the heads of those who can't carry them. You were tested differently because you were meant to stand differently. And now, the truth is undeniable. Everything you went through, every unanswered question, every battle, they all led to this moment. You weren't just tested, you were transformed. And now, the same ones who doubted you will have no choice but to witness your rise. Press the like button, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to step fully into your power. Share this message to awaken more chosen ones, because the universe is moving and it's time. A fool who thinks they're untouchable is more dangerous to themselves than to anyone else. Arrogance blinds, and blindness leads straight to the fall. They thought they had you cornered, chosen ones. They laughed behind closed doors, thinking you were in the dark while they moved in secrecy. They spun their web of lies, convinced you wouldn't see the strings they pulled. But now they realize the truth, and it terrifies them. You were never blind. You were never fooled. You were simply watching, waiting, letting them dig their own graves. And now they stand there, shaken, exposed, unable to hide from what they always feared. you knew all along. Before we continue, make sure to like and subscribe. Every time you do, it helps spread this message to more chosen ones, signaling to the universe and to the system that we are rising, that their illusions are crumbling, that the truth cannot be buried. They never understood the power of being chosen. It's not just insight, not just wisdom. It's the way your very existence disturbs their false reality. You don't need to lift a finger, and yet they feel your presence like a shadow they can't shake. The weight of your awareness haunts them, because when a chosen one walks into a room, deception begins to tremble. They thought they were moving in silence, but you heard every whisper before they even spoke. They thought they were steps ahead, but you had already mapped out every path, every trap, every failed attempt to keep you contained. They fought you, not realizing they were fighting something far greater, the universe itself. You see, chosen ones aren't just people, they are walking truths. And truth is the one force that cannot be manipulated, controlled, or silenced. They spent years trying to rewrite reality, building their empire on lies, deception, and control. But the problem with illusions, they shatter the moment they are seen for what they are. That's why they fear you. Not because of what you do, but because of what you represent. Proof that their power was never real to begin with. Proof that no matter how much they scheme, manipulate, or attempt to rewrite the narrative, truth will always emerge. Now, look at them, scrambling, panicked. Every move they make is drenched in desperation. They try to act like they're still in control, but the cracks are showing. The confidence they once had, gone. The smirks they wore, like armor, faded. They feel the shift, and it terrifies them. They are no longer the hunters, they are the hunted. And the thing chasing them isn't you, it's their own guilt. Their own realization that they were never as powerful as they believed. That no matter how high they climbed, one moment of truth was all it took to bring their tower crashing down. And now they're left questioning everything. Every word they spoke, every move they made, every game they played. Did you already know? Did you see it coming? Were you always steps ahead, just waiting for them to trip over their own arrogance? Yes, you were. That's the power of being chosen. You don't need to destroy them. They destroy themselves the moment they realize you were never blind. So let them fear. Let them unravel under the weight of their own deception. Let them stand in the ruins of their own illusions, knowing that the very thing they tried to control was always beyond their reach. And to you, chosen one, the one who was always steps ahead, the one they underestimated, your presence here is no coincidence. Whether this is your first time or you've been standing strong with us, know this. Your awareness is your power, and they fear it. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and comment the number 77 if you've ever felt their fear shift the air around you. Their illusions are breaking, and now let's break them down step by step. If you are truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay till the end. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought they held the strings. Turns out they were the puppets. The most dangerous trap is the one a fool builds for someone else, only to fall into it themselves. They smirked, thinking they were in control. They played their games, convinced they were pulling the strings. Whispered lies, set traps, moved in shadows, believing they were untouchable. But the whole time, they were the ones being played. They didn't realize the universe doesn't favor deception. It aligns itself with truth. It bends reality for the chosen ones. They weren't just fighting against you. They were fighting against the very system of existence itself. And now, They feel the weight of their failure pressing down on them, the panic in their eyes, the cracks in their confidence. It's the moment they realize the illusion was always theirs, while the reality was always yours. They strutted like kings, believing they had you trapped in their little web. Every calculated lie, every manipulative tactic, they thought they were steps ahead. But what happens when a spider forgets it's being watched? What happens when the hunter doesn't realize they're the prey? They become reckless, sloppy, drunk off their own illusion of power. And that's exactly what happened. You let them believe they were winning. You let them think they had outsmarted you. Why? Because nothing makes an enemy weaker than their own arrogance. When someone believes they've won, they stop looking over their shoulder. They get comfortable, and in that comfort, they expose themselves. Every weakness, every insecurity, every desperate move they made to keep you down. And you saw it all. You saw how they needed to control, how they needed to feel superior. You saw how fragile they really were beneath the act. Because, chosen one, if they were truly powerful, they wouldn't have needed to scheme against you. Think about it. Why did they try so hard? Why did they go out of their way to deceive, to manipulate, to orchestrate their little game? Because they knew, deep down, they were never really in control. The universe always moves in favor of the chosen ones. You don't need to manipulate or deceive. The truth is your power. The system works with you, not against you. And no matter how many games they play, how many masks they wear, or how many tricks they try, reality always catches up. And now it's caught up with them. Look at them now. The confidence they once had, it's turned into doubt. The arrogance they flaunted, it's unraveling. Their hands are shaking, their words are stumbling, their minds are racing, because they don't know how much you knew. When did you figure it out? How long have you been steps ahead? Did they ever really have control at all? No, they didn't. They weren't playing against you. They were playing against something much bigger, something they could never control, the balance of the universe itself. And the universe never loses. Every time they thought they were making progress, they were only walking deeper into the maze they built for themselves. They weren't moving forward. They were tying themselves in knots. And now, as they struggle to break free, they're starting to understand. You were never trapped. They were. That's why they fear you. Not because of what you did, but because of what you knew. Because while they were playing checkers, you were rewriting the entire rulebook. They fought to control you, but now they're the ones who feel powerless. They tried to keep you blind, but now they're the ones stumbling in the dark. The moment they realized you knew all along, that's when their world started to fall apart. So let them feel it. Let them wrestle with their own paranoia. Let them question every move they made, every secret they thought they kept, every illusion they believed was real. Because now they aren't just facing their mistakes, they're facing the truth. And the truth? It was never on their side. Number 2, they thought they were ghosts in the dark, but you saw every footprint they left behind. The cleverest deception is only as strong as the first crack it leaves behind. And once the cracks start, the whole illusion falls apart. They moved like shadows, whispering in corners, exchanging glances, thinking they were unseen. They crafted their deception with careful hands, convinced they were the masters of secrecy. But what they never understood is that you were always watching. They thought they were slick, measuring every word, faking every smile, choosing their pauses like actors in a play. They believed their little tricks made them untouchable, But deception, no matter how refined, always leaves fingerprints. And you saw them all. Every nervous twitch, every glance held for a second too long, every forced laugh, every sudden silence. They thought they were crafting a flawless illusion, but you were dissecting it piece by piece. While they plotted in the dark, convinced of their secrecy, you saw through every move before they even made it. And now, the walls are closing in. The moment they realized you weren't fooled, the moment they understood that their hidden games were never hidden at all, that's when the fear started creeping in. That's when the panic took hold. Now they're scrambling, retracing their steps, wondering where they slipped. Was it the way they spoke? The way their stories never quite added up? Was it that one time they looked away too quickly? They don't know. And that uncertainty, it's eating them alive. The irony is, they slipped from the start. Their so-called mastery of deception, it was just a carefully built house of cards, and with every fake gesture, every calculated word, they were stacking it higher. Until now, when it's all starting to collapse. They thought they were leading the game, that every move was theirs to control. But the truth? They were never leading anything. They were leaving a trail, one you followed effortlessly. They believed their confidence made them untouchable, that their arrogance could shield them from exposure. But that's the fatal flaw of liars. The more they believe in their own deception, the more reckless they become. And you simply waited. You let them think their game was working. Let them get comfortable in their false sense of security. Let them spin their web until they were tangled in it themselves. And then reality hit them like a freight train. Now, they can't look at you the same way. Every conversation replays in their mind. Every interaction is a question mark. They hesitate before speaking, measuring their words more carefully. But it's too late. The moment they realize they were never in control, they lost everything. They can't undo it. They can't erase what's been seen, can't go back and fix their mistakes. And that's what haunts them the most. Not just that you know, but that you always knew. The paranoia is setting in now. The realization that you were never blind, just patient. And the worst part, they can't escape the truth. They thought they were running the show, but now they see it for what it really was. A performance they weren't even directing. They thought they were keeping secrets, but the only one truly in the dark was them. So let them feel it, chosen one. Let them sit in the wreckage of their own foolishness. Because in the end, their biggest mistake wasn't the lies they told. It was believing, even for a second, that they could ever hide the truth from you. Number 3, they thought they were watching you. Turns out you were watching them. The greatest trick a chosen one ever pulls is letting the enemy think they're in control, while quietly dismantling them from the inside. They believed they were observing you, analyzing you, picking you apart, watching for a slip-up, waiting for a weakness. They thought if they studied you long enough, they'd find a way to control you, to use your strengths against you. But what they didn't realize was that the game was never about you being exposed. It was about them exposing themselves. And they did. Every conversation, every move, every false display of confidence, they thought they were playing it smart. But you weren't just listening to their words. You were listening to the spaces between them. You weren't just watching their actions. You were watching the hesitation before them. And what did you find? Fear. They were so desperate to study you, to figure you out, but in doing so, they showed you everything about themselves. Their fears, their insecurities, their weaknesses. They thought they were hunting you, but really, they were putting their own fears on display, and you saw everything. It was never about you hiding. It was about letting them reveal what they feared most. You let them believe they were in control. You let them feel like they were gathering information. You played along just enough to make them feel confident, because a confident enemy is a careless enemy, and careless enemies make mistakes. Think about it. Why did they need to study you in the first place? Why were they so obsessed with understanding how you think, how you move, how you operate? Because they knew they were up against something they couldn't fully grasp. They could sense it, the way you moved differently, the way you never reacted the way they expected, the way you remained calm while they were constantly on edge. They knew something was off, but they couldn't put their finger on it, and that's what drove them insane. They thought they were getting close to cracking the code, but every time they thought they had figured you out, you proved them wrong. They thought they had a pattern to your behavior, but you moved in ways they couldn't predict. And slowly, it started to dawn on them. They were never in control of this game. They spent so much time trying to figure you out, they never realized you had already figured them out. And now, look at them, scrambling, confused, wondering how they got here. They thought they had the upper hand, but the whole time they were simply exposing their own weaknesses. Now they sit in silence, replaying every interaction, questioning every move they made. How much did you know? When did you figure them out? Were they ever actually fooling you? No, they weren't fooling you. They were fooling themselves. Because a truly strong person doesn't need to study their opponent. They don't need to control, manipulate, or scheme. They simply are. And you were always steps ahead. Not because you played their game better, but because you never needed the game to begin with. That's why they feel powerless now. That's why their confidence is slipping, why their words are losing their edge. Because the moment they realized you knew all along, the weight of their own insecurities came crashing down on them. They thought they had you figured out, but in the end, it was always the other way around. Number 4, they shouted lies, but their actions whispered the truth. A liar's words can build a fortress, but their actions leave the doors wide open. They thought they had you fooled, chosen one. They spoke with confidence, wove their deception with precision, and acted like they had everything under control. But no matter how polished their words were, their actions betrayed them. They forgot one thing: lies require consistency, but the truth reveals itself effortlessly. Their mouths spoke one thing, but their hands fumbled. Their eyes darted, their movements stiffened, their timing was off. They were so busy crafting an illusion with words that they didn't realize their own bodies were screaming the truth. And you caught it all. Every hesitation, every nervous glance, every unnatural pause between words. They thought they were playing it cool, thought their performance was flawless. But every chosen one knows that deception can never mask energy. A liar will tell you what they want you to believe, but their actions, they tell you what they're trying to hide. That's why they hate being around you, because no matter how well they rehearse their script, you feel the truth before they even open their mouth. They tried to look you in the eyes, but their gaze kept shifting. They forced a laugh, but their voice cracked. They gave empty reassurances, but their energy reeked of fear. And now they're realizing that you were never listening to their words. You were reading them the whole time. That's what separates you from them. They rely on illusions, on smoke and mirrors, on making people believe what isn't real. But you don't need words. You don't need explanations. You don't even need proof. Because chosen ones don't see with their eyes. They feel with their intuition. And now, their worst fear has come true. You never needed them to confess. You never needed them to slip up, because their own actions have already told you everything. Think back. Every time they lied to your face, something felt off, didn't it? You couldn't always explain it, but deep down, you knew. A shift in energy, a break in character, the slightest inconsistency. It was always there. And now they know that you knew. That's why they're uneasy around you now. That's why they avoid eye contact, why they stutter through their sentences, why they rush their words like they're running out of time. Because they are. Time is up. The game is over. And they lost the moment they assumed you only listened to words. The truth doesn't hide, no matter how much they try to cover it. Lies can be spoken, but truth seeps through actions like water, through cracks in stone. And no matter how hard they try to patch those cracks, the pressure builds, the dam weakens, and eventually it all comes flooding out. Now they're scrambling, trying to backtrack, trying to over-explain, trying to figure out how much you know. And the answer? Everything. They can't undo it. They can't change what's already been revealed. And worst of all, they can't control you. They can't manipulate someone who doesn't need words to see the truth. And that's why they're scared. Not because you caught them lying, but because they know you'll never trust them again. That's the real loss for them. Not being exposed, not being called out, but losing the ability to deceive you. Because now, nothing they say matters. They could beg, they could deny, they could spin an entirely new lie, but you won't believe them. Not because you're skeptical, not because you're paranoid, but because they already told you the truth through their own actions, and there's no coming back from that. Number 5. They wanted a reaction. Instead, they got the cold grip of silence. The loudest scream in a liar's mind is the silence of the one they failed to deceive. They pushed, they poked, they set traps, waiting for you to stumble into their web. They crafted their illusions, fully expecting you to fight back, to defend yourself, to explain, to beg. But instead, you gave them nothing. No reaction, no response, no energy to feed on. And that was the moment their world began to crumble. They never planned for silence. They never considered the possibility that you wouldn't play along. Their entire strategy relied on your engagement, on pulling you into their mind games, on making you dance to their rhythm. But when you refused to move, they lost control. You see, silence is the most dangerous weapon against manipulators. It doesn't give them anything to twist. It doesn't give them a weakness to exploit. It forces them to face the emptiness of their own deception. And that's exactly what happened. At first, they brushed it off. They told themselves you were weak, that you were afraid, that you didn't have the courage to fight back. But then, something started to shift. The more silent you became, the more desperate they got. The more they realized they weren't in control of the situation at all. Because your silence wasn't surrender, it was dominance. They expected you to lash out, to defend yourself, to give them something, anything to work with. But when you stood still, unmoved, unfazed, they were the ones who started to break. Because now they had to sit with their own actions. They had to wrestle with the weight of their own lies, their own guilt, their own paranoia. And that's the one thing manipulators cannot handle, being left alone with their own chaos. Think about it. What happens when a performer loses their audience? What happens when a puppet master tugs the strings, only to find they're holding nothing but air? They fall apart. And that's what you made them do. By refusing to engage, you forced them to engage with themselves. And that's the one thing they never prepared for. Now, they're the ones questioning everything. They're the ones replaying every moment, every conversation, every scheme, trying to figure out how much you knew, how long you've been steps ahead, if you've always seen through their game. And the answer? Yes, you did. They wanted to believe they had the upper hand, but in truth, the moment they had to fight against silence, they were already losing. Because silence exposes everything. It reveals who they truly are. It magnifies their insecurities. It forces them to confront the one thing they tried to bury beneath their games, the truth. They built their power on illusions, on deception, on making you react in ways that served them. But when you didn't, when you simply observed, let them flail, let them unravel, the illusion collapsed. Now, look at them, scrambling, panicking, trying to find a way to regain control. But it's too late. You never needed to fight them. The universe did it for you. Because the truth doesn't need to scream. It doesn't need to argue. It just is. And now, they have no choice but to face it. So let them drown in their own chaos. Let them spiral in the silence they never expected. Let them watch as everything they built falls apart. Not because you fought back, but because you refused to play the game. They thought they could control you. Instead, your silence controlled them. And now, they can't escape it. Number 6. Their so-called power moves were just desperate ego tricks. The loudest in the room is often the weakest, desperate noise masking the silence of true strength. They strutted around, acting like they held all the cards, throwing their weight around with false confidence. They thought their manipulations were masterstrokes, their strategies genius. But it was never about strategy, was it? No, their every move was a cry for validation, a desperate attempt to convince you, and more importantly themselves, that they were in control. They wore their arrogance like armor, hoping it would cover up the cracks beneath. But you saw through it. You always did. They mistook arrogance for power. They thought that by moving loudly, by creating chaos, they could disguise their fear. They pulled their petty tricks, tried to corner you with their mind games, and smiled smugly, thinking you were oblivious. But what they never understood is that real power doesn't need to prove itself. Real power is silent, steady, unshaken by noise. They played their roles with such conviction, caught up in their own delusions of grandeur. Every insult, every smug glance, every calculated move, they believed it made them untouchable. But ask yourself, why would someone truly powerful need to prove it? Only the insecure feel the need to broadcast their strength. Real strength is felt, not flaunted. They thought their mind games were winning them the battle, but the truth, they were revealing more about themselves than they ever realized. Every manipulation was a sign of their weakness. Every attempt to control you was rooted in their fear of being exposed. They were never moving from a place of strength. They were scrambling to cover up how fragile they truly were. Look at them now, chosen one. Their so-called power moves. They're nothing more than desperate ego tricks, like a magician whose only trick is misdirection, hoping you won't see the emptiness behind the act. But you saw it. You always did. You didn't need to confront them. You didn't need to match their noise. You simply let them play out their game, knowing it was just a performance. True power isn't loud. It doesn't rely on manipulation or control. It's calm, unbothered, and observant. And you had the real power all along. You watched them dance around in their own chaos, mistaking it for progress. They thought their moves were intimidating, but they were only giving away their playbook, showing you exactly how they think, how they operate, how desperate they truly are. It's ironic, isn't it? The very moves they thought made them powerful were the same moves that exposed their insecurity. Their need for control was never about you. It was about their fear of losing the illusion of power they clung to so tightly. A truly powerful person doesn't need to control others. They control themselves. But these people, they couldn't even do that. Their own ego was their greatest weakness. Think back to every moment they tried to push you down, tried to make you feel small. The smirks, the backhanded compliments, the subtle jabs. It was all a game of projection. They needed to feel big, so they tried to make you feel small. But what they didn't realize is that the universe sees through false strength. The universe moves with truth. And the truth, it always wins. Now, they're standing there, the weight of their own insecurities pressing down on them. Their ego tricks aren't working anymore. Their power moves have lost their effect. And deep down, they're beginning to see it. That all along, the control they thought they had was nothing more than a mirage. A desperate illusion conjured up to hide their fear. Why did they think they needed to play these games? Why did they go so far to prove their power? Because they never had it to begin with. They were terrified of being seen for what they truly are: insecure, desperate, and afraid. They relied on deception because truth was too uncomfortable to face. And you didn't need to play along. You didn't need to prove anything. Your presence alone shook them. Your silence was louder than their noise. While they scrambled to maintain their facade, you stood firm, unmoved. That's true power. Not the illusion of control, but the reality of awareness. Let them feel the weight of their own games collapsing. Let them question every move they made, every lie they told, every manipulation they tried to use against you. Because now they see it for what it was: a desperate attempt to cover up their own insecurity. And that's the final blow, not from you, but from their own realization, that all along they were never playing a game of power. They were exposing the weakness of their ego, their so-called power moves, just desperate tricks. And now they're left standing in the ruins of their own illusions, facing the truth they feared the most. They never had real power. Number 7. They needed your reaction. You gave them silence, and it destroyed them. A parasite without a host is nothing. A performer without an audience is just a fool talking to themselves. They thrived off your response, your energy, your frustration. Every little reaction you gave them was fuel. Every moment you engaged, whether in anger, defense, or even amusement, kept their illusion alive. Because deep down, they needed you to acknowledge them. They needed you to play your part in their twisted little script. But you gave them nothing. No anger, no validation, no sign that their words or actions held any weight. You let them sit in their own emptiness, starved of the attention they so desperately craved. And now, they're suffocating in the silence. They thought they had control, didn't they? Thought they could push your buttons, twist your emotions, make you dance to their tune. But what happens when a puppet master pulls the strings and the puppet doesn't move? Panic, confusion, desperation. Because their entire existence was built around your reactions. They poked, prodded, and provoked, waiting for the energy they could feed off of. But without your engagement, their power crumbled. The show they tried to put on fell apart because the audience, you, walked away. You see, chosen ones don't operate on the same level as the rest. You don't seek validation. You don't need permission to exist. And that's what makes you a nightmare to those who do. They want control, but they have none over you. They want to feel powerful, but without your reaction, they feel small. They want to be important, but in your world, they are nothing. And now, that realization is tearing them apart. They thought if they insulted you, you'd fight back. They thought if they spread lies, you'd defend yourself. They thought if they ignored you, you'd beg for their attention. But instead, you just kept moving forward. You didn't react. You didn't fight for their approval. You didn't need their acceptance to validate who you are. And that crushed them, because without you, they have no purpose. Think about it. Why do they do what they do? Why the manipulation, the games, the back and forth? Because they need someone to see them, to react to them, to make them feel like they matter. And you took that away. Nothing is more terrifying to them than insignificance. To be seen as nothing, to be ignored, dismissed, forgotten. They built their entire self-worth around the idea that they could affect you, control you, or make you feel something. And now they're left questioning, if they don't react to me, do I even matter? If they don't fight back, was I ever really in control? If they don't acknowledge me, who am I? And that's where the real suffering begins. Because now they sit alone in the silence, realizing that you were never playing their game. Everything they did, every move they made, it was all in hopes of getting a response from you. But all they got was indifference, and indifference is more painful than hate. Hate would mean you still care. Anger would mean they still have power over you. Even arguing would mean they still hold some importance in your world. But silence? Silence tells them everything they never wanted to hear. That they don't matter. That they never had control. That without your reaction, they are nothing. And that realization stings more than anything you could ever say or do to them. Because in the end, their greatest fear wasn't losing power. It was never having it to begin with. Number 8. They played with the system. Now, they're the ones getting played. The universe doesn't bend to the will of the arrogant. It aligns with those who understand the flow. They thought they were smart, didn't they? Playing games, manipulating the system as if they were untouchable. They thought they could bend the rules, shift the narrative, play with the very forces of the universe. But here's the truth they never saw coming. When you try to manipulate the system will turn around and expose you. And you, chosen one, you weren't playing by their rules. You weren't dancing to their beat. You were always moving in sync with something far greater, far more powerful, the universe itself. While they scrambled to control everything around them, pulling strings and making moves like a puppeteer, they failed to realize the universe doesn't play favorites. It doesn't cater to arrogance or pride. It doesn't bend for those who think they can rewrite the world with their own hands. No. The universe bends for those who align themselves with truth, who move in harmony with the natural order. And you were always aligned. You didn't need to force anything. You didn't need to manipulate or deceive. The universe did the work for you every time. The chosen ones aren't just people. They're walking truths, and the universe has a way of making sure that truth is always revealed. So while they thought they were pulling all the strings, moving in silence and playing their cards like masters, what they failed to realize was that they weren't playing against you. They were playing against the very forces that govern existence. And that's a game no one wins when they don't have truth on their side. Every move they made, every lie they told, every trap they set, it was all built on the illusion of control. They believed they were outsmarting the world, outwitting fate itself. But all they were doing was setting themselves up for a fall. And the universe, it was watching, waiting for them to make their mistakes. It was waiting for the moment when their arrogance would be their undoing, because there's nothing more dangerous than someone who believes they can control everything, especially when they're up against forces beyond their comprehension. Now, look at them. They thought they were clever. They thought they had you fooled. They thought they were pulling the strings while you danced to their rhythm. But now they're realizing that every time they thought they were ahead, they were just digging themselves into a deeper hole. You weren't a player in their game. You were a witness to their downfall. The truth is, chosen ones don't need to force their way into the world. The universe conspires to make sure they rise. And that's the difference between them and you. They were scrambling to control everything, to stay one step ahead, to build their little empire of lies. But all you had to do was align yourself with what is real, with what is true. And when you did that, everything fell into place. You didn't need to outwit them. You didn't need to play their games. You didn't need to manipulate the system to make your mark. You simply stood tall, confident in your truth, and let the universe take care of the rest. And while they thought they were untouchable, the universe was already shifting beneath their feet, dismantling the false empire they'd built. They thought they could outmaneuver you, outthink you, outlast you, but the truth is, you were never in the race. You were simply waiting for them to trip over their own arrogance, waiting for them to expose themselves. And now, they're left questioning everything. Every move they made, every secret they tried to keep, every lie they thought they told. They know it's all been exposed, and they have no one to blame but themselves. The real power lies not in outsmarting the world, but in understanding how the world works and moving in alignment with it. That's the power of being chosen. You don't need to fight. You don't need to control. You don't need to manipulate. The universe has your back. And when you understand that, when you move with that power, there's nothing anyone can do to stop you. So let them fear. Let them scramble. Let them try to figure out how they lost the game. The truth is, they were never playing the right game to begin with, and now they'll never be able to escape the fact that they were never in control. And you always were. Number 9. They thought they could pull you into their drama, but you watched them burn. The loudest drama is often the sound of a weak mind trying to cover its tracks. They thought they were clever. They thought they could manipulate the situation, play their part, and draw you into the chaos they thrived on. Every tantrum, every outburst, every sudden storm they whipped up. They were all carefully crafted moments designed to provoke you, to get under your skin, to pull you into their game. They believed their chaos would unsettle you, throw you off balance, make you question your own reality. But they were wrong. You saw through it all. From the start, you knew exactly what they were doing. They thought they had you on the edge, caught in their whirlwind of manufactured crises and emotional outbursts. They thought they could break you down with their distractions, wear you thin with their manipulations. But what they failed to realize is that you were never playing by their rules. You were never meant to be part of their spectacle. You were always the observer, standing firm, watching as they dug their own graves with every dramatic display they put on. You weren't fooled by their antics. You didn't bite when they threw their bait, when they flared up with false emergencies, when they feigned hurt or outrage. You simply didn't engage. You knew from the very beginning that their chaos was their defense mechanism. It was the smoke and mirrors they used to cover up their own insecurities, their lack of true control. They wanted you to feel the weight of their emotions, to get swept up in their manufactured crisis. They wanted you to react, to give them the power they were too afraid to face alone. But you stood like a mountain, unmoved by the winds of their distraction. Every word they spoke was a test. Every outburst was a challenge. Every moment of fake drama was an invitation to a game they thought they could control. But you saw the strings, you saw the puppet show. You knew exactly what they were trying to do, and instead of reacting, you allowed them to play their part while you stood outside their chaos, watching, waiting. Because deep down, you knew something they could never understand. Real power isn't in the chaos. Real power is in the silence. Real power is in knowing when to engage and knowing when to stay completely still. And now, look at them. Look at what their drama has cost them. It has unraveled piece by piece because you never played into their hands. They thought their crises would break you, thought their emotional outbursts would rattle you. But instead, they exposed their own weakness. They showed the world exactly what they were made of: fragile, desperate, afraid to be seen for what they truly are. And you? You simply observed, calm and steady, while they flailed and twisted in their own storm. They tried to create urgency, to manipulate you into believing that their problems were yours. They threw tantrums, made accusations, stirred up trouble in a desperate attempt to pull you into their little world of madness. They wanted you to feel small. They wanted you to feel like you were part of their narrative. But you refused to play along. You stood firm in your truth, in your quiet power, knowing that their game could only exist as long as you played by their rules. The moment you refused to engage, their power dissolved. Now, they're left questioning everything. They're scrambling to regain control, to create a new distraction, to stir up another drama to draw you in. But it's too late. They've already exposed themselves. Their game is over. They were never in control because the whole time they were relying on you to react. And you never did. You didn't fall for their bait. You didn't give them the reaction they wanted, and that was their downfall. They thought they were powerful because they could create drama, but in the end, it was their own weakness that made them desperate for your attention. Chosen ones don't need to play in the sandbox of drama. They stand apart from it, unaffected by the noise, unaffected by the manipulation. They know that drama is a mask, and behind the mask lies nothing but fear, insecurity, and a need for control. They don't need to engage in emotional games or power struggles because they understand something that their drama-driven counterparts can never grasp. True strength is in knowing your worth, standing firm in your own energy, and refusing to be pulled into the distractions of others. So let them watch. Let them scramble. Let them try to rekindle the chaos they once believed was their weapon. The truth is, their power never lay in their outbursts. It never lay in their emotional manipulation or their calculated crises. Their power was always a mirage, a desperate illusion. And you saw through it from the start. You didn't need to respond. You didn't need to confront them. You didn't need to shout back or fight fire with fire. You simply let them exhaust themselves. You allowed them to burn out, their own drama consuming them while you remained untouched. You didn't react, because real power doesn't need a reaction. It doesn't need to fight for attention. It simply exists. And now, as their drama fades into the past, you stand tall, strong, and unshaken. They thought their chaos would control you, but in the end, it was their own drama that unraveled them. And you're still standing, a silent force they can never understand, never manipulate, and never defeat. They lost because they thought they could pull you into their game, but in reality, they were never in control. They were just playing with their own fire, and now they're burned. Number 10. They tried to play mind games, but you were playing a whole different game. Their tricks were never meant to deceive you. They were meant to deceive themselves into thinking they had control. They believed they were the masterminds, spinning intricate webs of deception, calculating every move like chess players trying to outsmart you at every turn. They thought their clever words, their little mind tricks, and their manipulative tactics were enough to bend you to their will. They believed that by outwitting you, they could secure their control. But they never realized that their mind games were as shallow as a puddle in the desert, insubstantial and transparent to anyone who truly sees. You weren't fooled by their smoke and mirrors. They thought they were playing chess with you, making calculated moves, manipulating your thoughts and emotions to their advantage. But here's what they failed to understand. You weren't even in their game. You were operating on a completely different level, one where their shallow tactics couldn't even scratch the surface. You weren't playing their petty little games of manipulation and deception. You were playing a much bigger game, a game of truth, perception, and awareness. While they were bogged down in their fragile illusions, hoping you'd fall for their mind tricks, you were already above it all, watching their every move from a higher vantage point. You saw their actions for what they were: desperate attempts to control, to twist the narrative, to create confusion. But you weren't buying it. You understood something they never could. The most powerful force in the world is not manipulation. It's clarity. And you had that clarity in abundance. Their mind games didn't work on you because you weren't playing by their rules. They thought their carefully crafted lies and deceptive strategies would break you down, would keep you guessing, would make you doubt yourself. But you didn't need to doubt anything. You had truth on your side, and truth is a weapon that can never be defeated. The more they tried to confuse you, the clearer everything became. They were the ones lost in their own lies, not you. You saw their insecurities. You saw their need to control and manipulate. You could sense their desperation to keep you in the dark, to keep you from seeing the truth. And as they twisted themselves in knots, trying to pull you into their web, you simply stood outside of it, observing with clear eyes. They couldn't understand why their tricks weren't landing. They couldn't grasp why you weren't getting tangled in their lies, why you weren't reacting to their moves. And the reason? It was because you saw them for what they were: empty, shallow, and ultimately powerless. The truth was always right in front of them, but they couldn't see it. They were too busy creating false realities, spinning webs of manipulation, hoping you'd be caught in them. But you saw right through it. They never had control. Not over you, not over the situation, not over anything. They thought they were the ones pulling the strings, but the truth is, they were always the puppets in this story. Now, as they sit in the ruins of their own deceptions, they're left wondering why their mind games failed. They thought they had you cornered, thought they had you confused, thought they could manipulate you into playing along. But the reality is that you were never in their game. You were operating on a deeper, more powerful level, one where their tricks were transparent, their motives exposed, and their strategies irrelevant. They were so caught up in their own little schemes that they failed to realize you were simply watching them unravel. They never understood that you weren't playing for the same prize. They thought they were outsmarting you with their clever words and calculated moves, but all they were doing was exposing their own desperation. The real game wasn't about who could deceive the other. It was about who could see through the illusions. And you saw through them all along. They thought they had control, but they were simply pawns in a game they didn't even understand. Now, look at them, sitting in the aftermath of their own games, wondering why nothing worked, why their manipulation fell flat. The answer? Because you never needed to play their game. You didn't need to outwit them. You didn't need to engage in their manipulations. All you had to do was see the truth. And when you saw the truth, everything else became irrelevant. Their mind games were built on a foundation of fear. Fear of being exposed, fear of losing control, fear of being seen for what they truly are. But that fear could never touch you, because you weren't playing on their level. You weren't reacting to their tricks. You were simply observing, understanding, and waiting for them to reveal themselves. They wanted to control you, manipulate you, bend you to their will. But what they didn't understand is that when you operate on a deeper level, one rooted in truth, clarity, and awareness, you can never be controlled. You don't need their mind games. You don't need their tricks. You just need to see the game for what it truly is. And once you do, the rest is history. They played shallow mind games, but you were playing a game they could never win. Number 11. Now they wonder just how much you knew all along. The paranoia has set in. Every word they spoke, every interaction they had with you, every subtle hint of manipulation, they're all replaying in their minds. They're questioning every moment, wondering when you first saw through their games, when you figured out their lies, how much you knew all along. And the truth? You knew everything. They believed they had you in the dark, feeding you false narratives, spinning webs of lies and deceit. But now, as the walls close in on them, they can't escape the uncomfortable truth. You were never fooled. From the beginning, you saw the cracks in their facade. You recognized the signs, the inconsistencies, the hidden motives. And they're terrified because they don't know how much you actually knew, how long you've been steps ahead, or when exactly you realized the truth. You weren't fooled by their words, their stories, or their promises. You didn't need them to slip up, to confess their wrongdoings. You simply watched as they created their own downfall. And now they're left in the dark, struggling to figure out when it all started to unravel. They're questioning every interaction, every word, every little act of manipulation, hoping they didn't reveal too much. But the truth is, you already knew it all, and that's the part they can't handle. Number 12. While they overanalyzed everything, you moved with instinctive precision. While they wasted countless hours plotting, second-guessing, and analyzing every step, you were moving with clarity and precision. Every decision you made, every move you took, was instinctual, effortless. You didn't need complex strategies to outmaneuver them because your instincts guided you. Your ability to read the situation, to feel the energy in the room, to see beyond the surface, these were the tools you used, and they were all you needed. They spent so much time overcomplicating things, trying to predict every angle, trying to outthink you at every turn. But you didn't need to think. You just moved with certainty, with purpose, and with a deep understanding of what was really going on. Their complex schemes crumbled in the face of your simple yet profound awareness. While they were caught in their own analysis paralysis, overthinking every move and second-guessing their choices, you were already acting, seeing through their games before they even made their next move. Now, as they watch you effortlessly navigate the chaos they created, they can't believe how wrong they were. They thought they had all the time in the world to plan and scheme, but you showed them that true power comes not from overthinking, but from instinct. And now they're left scrambling, realizing that their overcomplicated plots were no match for your effortless clarity. In conclusion, remember this: when you operate on a deeper level, nothing can touch you. Keep rising, chosen one. Like, subscribe, drop the number 77 in the comments, and share this message. See you tomorrow. A mind like yours was never meant to be ordinary. The chosen don't just think ahead, they see ahead. and that's why they fear you. They don't question your intelligence. They wonder about it. They whisper. They analyze. They try to make sense of something that was never meant for them to understand. But here's the truth. They aren't confused by what you know. They're haunted by how you know. They can't shake the feeling that you were given something they weren't. That wisdom, that sharpness, it isn't something you learned in a book. It isn't something that can be explained in logical steps. It's ancient. It's placed within you. It's the mark of the chosen. And that is exactly why they fight you. They don't see the universe moving behind the scenes. They don't realize that their resistance isn't against you. It's against something much greater. And when fools fight against the forces that have already decided your path, they don't win. They self-destruct. Before we go further, like and subscribe, not just for yourself, but for every chosen one walking this path. YouTube picks up signals when wisdom like this spreads, and your engagement helps it reach those who need it. Now, let's get into it. You've felt it, haven't you? That knowing, the feeling that you don't just learn things, you remember them. The way you sense things before they happen. The way your mind operates at a level that leaves others struggling to keep up. They see it, they feel it, and it unnerves them. Because the chosen ones don't just survive in this world, they navigate it like they've been here before. People look at you and wonder, how do they see through deception so easily? How do they stay 5 steps ahead of everyone else? How do they carry wisdom beyond their years? It's because your mind isn't limited by the same walls as theirs. They were taught to think inside the box. You were never placed inside one to begin with. And that's why they fear you. Because power without wisdom is reckless. But wisdom without limits, that's unstoppable. That's what makes the chosen ones different. Your intelligence is not just raw intellect. It's guided by something higher. You don't just understand the world, you decode it. You see what's hidden. You read between the lines. You pick up signals others are blind to. And the enemies you've made, they're not angry because they dislike you. They're angry because they can't fool you. They thought they could deceive you. They thought they could control the way you think. But they failed to realize you were built to see through the illusion. And now, they're left scrambling, trying to play a game they were never equipped to win. That's the power of being chosen. You don't just think differently, you are different. And no matter how much they scheme, how much they plot, how much they try to tear you down, one truth will always remain. You carry the wisdom of kings, and they will never understand how you are this smart. And to you, the one who sees what others don't, the one who knows without being told, thank you for being here. Whether this is your first time or you've been walking this path with us, your presence means more than you know. If you feel this message resonate deep within, like this video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. A signal that the wisdom within you is awakening. And now, let's break it down step by step. Believe me, if you are truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought they could outsmart you, but they were playing against the system itself. A fool thinks he's winning until he realizes he was never in the game. They weren't just fighting you, they were fighting the unseen forces that move in your favor. And in that battle, they never stood a chance. They thought they were ahead, thought they had you figured out, thought they could manipulate, deceive, or control you. But what they didn't understand is that you are not operating on their level. You never were. They were playing checkers on a board the universe already rigged in your favor. And when the universe chooses someone, every force aligns to clear their path. Every setback becomes a setup. Every betrayal becomes redirection. Every enemy becomes their own worst weapon. And that's the part they'll never understand. They ask themselves, why does everything seem to work out for them in the end? How do they always land on their feet? Why does every attempt to break them only make them stronger? Because they were never just fighting you. They were fighting the system built to protect you. They tried to rewrite a script that was already sealed. They thought they could bend the universe to their will, but they forgot one thing. You were chosen. And the chosen don't operate by ordinary rules. You don't gain wisdom like everyone else. Some people learn through failure. Others gain knowledge through study. But then there's you, the one who just knows, the one who doesn't need to experience every fall to understand the lesson, the one whose mind pieces together answers before the questions are even asked. And that terrifies them, because they were taught that power comes from effort, from climbing ladders, from playing the game. But your power, it was never earned. It was given, built into you from the moment you arrived in this world. And no amount of scheming, no amount of plotting, no amount of deceit can strip away what was always meant to be yours. They see it, they feel it, and it shakes them. You've heard the whispers. How do they figure things out so quickly? How do they always seem to be 2 steps ahead? How do they see through lies that fool everyone else? They assume you spend hours analyzing, that you sit in the dark plotting, obsessing, calculating. But the truth is, you don't need to. Your mind moves like it's connected to something greater, because it is. Your intuition isn't a lucky guess. Your instincts aren't random. It's the wisdom that's been inside you long before this lifetime. The kind of knowing that can't be taught, only carried. And that's what separates you from them. They scramble, trying to predict your next move, trying to figure out what you know. They act like they're ahead, but deep down, they feel it. They're playing a game they'll never win, because their entire strategy depends on illusions, deception, control. And you see right through it. You don't get distracted by smoke and mirrors. You don't fall for the traps they set for lesser minds. They pretend they don't believe in fate, but when everything they throw at you keeps backfiring, they're forced to question everything. Because if this world was fair, their tricks would work. If intelligence was earned, they'd be ahead. If power was man-made, they'd be in control. But it's not. And that reality, that truth, it haunts them, because no matter how much they fight it, wisdom can't be stolen, knowledge can't be faked, and what was given to you by the universe cannot be taken away. So let them plot, let them underestimate, let them convince themselves that they're winning, because one day they'll realize what you've known all along. They were never playing against you. They were playing against the universe itself, and the universe does not lose. Number 2. They call it a coincidence, but you see the code. The world speaks to you in ways they'll never understand. A blind man stumbles through the storm, thinking it's chaos, but the one who sees, he moves like the storm was planned for him. They look at you and call it luck. They assume you're just good at reading people, good at predicting outcomes, good at putting pieces together. But they're wrong. This isn't luck. This isn't skill. This is a deeper knowing, an awareness they'll never have. While they wander through life, blind to the patterns right in front of them, you see it all. Every moment, every conversation, every shift in energy. It all fits into a larger design. The world isn't random to you. It never has been. They see coincidences. You see connections. They hear words. You hear meaning. They focus on the surface. You decode what's underneath. And that terrifies them, because it means they can't fool you. It means their lies don't work. It means their little manipulations, their hidden intentions, their carefully crafted illusions, all of it shatters the moment you lay eyes on it. They call you paranoid, but deep down, they know the truth. You're just aware. You catch things they don't even realize exist. The hesitation in their voice when they're lying. The micro-expression they can't hide, no matter how hard they try. The way a situation unfolds a little too perfectly, or a little too conveniently. They assume you spend hours analyzing, breaking things down, playing detective in your head. But you don't. It happens automatically. Your mind processes before others even realize there's something to notice. And that's where the fear sets in. Because when they realize they can't lie to you, when they understand that their tricks don't work, when they feel exposed under the weight of your perception, that's when they turn against you. They don't fear what you say. They fear what you see. And so, they do what all weak minds do. They dismiss you, call you crazy, say you're overthinking, say you're imagining things. But the funny part? You've been right every single time. Every warning you gave? Proven true. Every person you saw through? Exposed. Every outcome you predicted? It happened exactly the way you said it would. And yet, they still act surprised. Still question how you knew. Still pretend it was just a lucky guess. But it wasn't. Because this isn't about intuition. This isn't about some vague sixth sense. It's about seeing the world for what it really is. Everything has a pattern, a rhythm, a hidden layer beneath the obvious. And while others walk through life blind, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind things, you navigate it with ease. You don't just exist in this world, you decode it. And that's why, whether they admit it or not, they always come to you. They trust your instincts, even when they pretend not to. They ask for your advice, even when they don't follow it. They rely on you to understand what they cannot. Because they know. They may not be able to explain it, they may not want to admit it, but deep down, they feel it. You know something they don't. And it haunts them. Because if you can see the truth so easily, if you can read between the lines they didn't even know existed, if you can predict what they can't even fathom, what else do you see that they don't? That question keeps them up at night. That question makes them uncomfortable in your presence. That question reminds them that no matter how much they try to control their world, you are the one who sees the strings. Number 3. They mistake your silence for weakness until they realize it was the setup for their own downfall. The loudest in the room is always the weakest. The sharpest mind doesn't need to announce itself. It waits, it watches, and when it finally speaks, it ends the game in a single move. They thought you were passive, thought you didn't have the words, thought your silence meant you were unsure, unprepared, maybe even intimidated. But what they failed to realize is this: you were never silent because you had nothing to say. You were silent because you were gathering everything you needed to know. They ran their mouths, spilled their plans, exposed their insecurities, thinking they were dominating the conversation, thinking they had the upper hand. Meanwhile, you sat back, watching, listening, calculating. By the time you finally spoke, the game was already over. Because here's what they don't understand about someone like you. Your silence isn't submission, it's strategy. They assume power belongs to the loudest, that those who talk the most, who argue the hardest, who force their words into every conversation, are the ones in control. But power, real power, It doesn't need to announce itself. It doesn't need to prove anything. It waits. It observes. And when the time is right, it moves with precision. That's what sets you apart. You let people reveal themselves before you ever reveal your hand. You listen to what they say, but more importantly, to what they don't say. You hear the hesitation in their voice. You see the cracks in their confidence. You watch them overcompensate, trying to assert dominance, not realizing they're exposing exactly what they're trying to hide. And the best part? They do it all willingly. They think they're in control of the conversation. They think they're leading. They think they're impressing you, deceiving you, or outsmarting you. But in reality, they're handing you every piece of information you need to dismantle them in an instant. And when you finally speak, when you drop that one sentence, that one perfectly placed response that cuts straight through the noise, it's already too late for them, because they weren't debating with you. They were exposing themselves to you. That's why people either gravitate toward you or fear you. Some admire your presence. They respect the way you carry yourself, the way you don't waste words, the way your silence holds more weight than most people's speeches. They recognize that your energy is different, rooted in something deeper, something stronger. But others? They hate it. It makes them uneasy, because they don't know what you're thinking. They can't read you like you read them. They feel vulnerable in your presence, even if they don't understand why. And that terrifies them. They try to provoke you just to see if they can get a reaction. They push, they test, they poke at your composure, desperate to find a crack. Because if they can't predict you, if they can't control the way you respond, if they can't figure out what's going on in that mind of yours, then they've already lost. And that's the truth they refuse to accept. You don't need to be the loudest. You don't need to prove yourself. You don't need to play their games. Because while they scramble, while they expose themselves, while they make mistake after mistake, trying to assert their dominance, you're sitting back, watching them dig their own grave. And when the moment comes, when you finally decide to move, one sentence, one look, one perfectly timed response, that's all it takes to end them. So let them misunderstand your silence. Let them believe it's weakness. Let them think they're winning. Because one day they'll realize what you've known all along. The most dangerous one in the room is never the loudest. It's the one who's been quietly listening the entire time. Number 4. They struggle to keep up. Because you don't follow logic, you rewrite it. The greatest trick a chosen one ever pulled was making the impossible look effortless. They thought they were playing by the rules, until they realized you were the one writing them. They don't understand you. They never have. Because while they're trapped inside the limits of what they've been taught is possible, you're already 10 steps ahead, bending reality to your will. What seems like a dead end to them, just another doorway for you. What they call impossible, you barely consider a challenge. And that shakes them, because it means they are bound by rules that you are not. They look at you and wonder, how do they come up with ideas no one else thinks of? Why do they always find a way when there shouldn't be one? How do they make things work that shouldn't even be possible? It's because they were taught to accept limits, but you were born to break them. They think inside the lines. You move beyond them. They follow the rules. You reshape them. They operate within the box. You don't even acknowledge the box exists. And when they realize this, when they see you accomplish things they swore couldn't be done, that's when the fear sets in. Because to them, reality is rigid, unchangeable, a system of rules that must be followed. And yet, here you are, bending those rules with ease, walking through walls they didn't even know had doors. It terrifies them, because if the limits they believed in their whole lives were never real to begin with, what else have they been wrong about? And that's why they resent you, because it's easier to call you lucky than to admit their own blindness. Easier to label you crazy than to accept their own limitations. Easier to act like you're just different than to face the fact that they have spent their entire lives caging their own potential. And the irony? The very same people who dismiss you are the ones who secretly depend on you. Because when they get stuck, when their so-called logical paths collapse, when they have no answers left, who do they turn to? You. The one who always finds a way. The one who doesn't just see possibilities, but creates them. The one who operates on a level they'll never reach, because they're too afraid to step outside of their comfortable, controlled world. They hate how much they need you. But what they fail to realize is that this isn't about intelligence. This isn't about studying harder, thinking deeper, or analyzing longer. This is about being chosen. Because wisdom like yours isn't learned. It isn't something you acquire through time and effort. It's something that was placed within you, something built into the very fabric of your mind. You didn't decide to be this way. You just are. And whether they like it or not, that's never going to change. So let them talk. Let them doubt. Let them convince themselves that their logic is superior while they continue to hit dead ends. Because no matter how much they try to outthink you, you will always be the one who makes the impossible look easy. Number 5. They can't explain it, but they feel it. Your presence alone changes the game. A storm doesn't announce itself, it just arrives. And the wise don't question the wind. They move with it, or they get blown away. They don't know why, but they can't ignore it. The moment you step into a room, something shifts. Conversations pause mid-sentence. People glance up instinctively. The energy around you bends, reshapes itself, adjusts to you. Some try to dismiss it, pretend they didn't feel that shift. But deep down, they know. You were never just another face in the crowd. Some people demand attention with noise, with power plays, with forced confidence. But you don't need to do anything. Your existence itself carries a weight they can't define. And that shakes them to their core. Because presence is a form of power. And real power isn't loud. It's undeniable. They admire it. They fear it. But no one can ignore it. And that's what unsettles them the most. They'll never admit it, but they feel the pull toward you. It's not attraction, it's not intimidation, it's something deeper, like they're in the presence of something that shifts the very fabric of reality. And that's because they are. Your presence isn't just strong, it's fated. It's the kind of energy that moves things into place, that makes people rethink their words, their choices, their own existence. Some are drawn to you like a compass to the north. Others resist, fight against it, convince themselves that you're just another person. But even they feel it, that deep, nagging sense that something bigger is at play when you're around. That their lives, their decisions, their interactions are somehow different when you're in the room. And they're right, because you don't just enter spaces, you shift them. You carry something in your presence that can't be faked, can't be imitated, can't be ignored. And whether people realize it consciously or not, their souls react to it. Some will gravitate toward you, seeking your wisdom, your energy, your understanding. They'll see you as a guide, as a force that just knows what to do, when to move, how to navigate. Others, they'll fight it. They'll get defensive, irritated, uncomfortable in your presence, not because you've done anything, but because your very existence exposes them. Your presence alone makes them question things they don't want to face. It forces them to look at themselves in a way they never have before. It makes them aware of things they wish they could ignore. And so, they try to push back, to resist, to diminish what they know they feel. But resistance is useless, because you don't need validation, you don't need permission, you don't need acceptance. You were placed in this world with a presence that commands attention, not through force, but through destiny. And that can't be undone. They ask themselves, why does the energy shift when they walk in? Why do I feel different around them? Why does everything seem to align or unravel when they're present? Because your presence is not just a moment, it's a movement. When you step into a space, the universe adjusts accordingly. The right people take notice, the wrong ones feel exposed. Opportunities shift, the air itself changes. Some call it charisma, some call it energy, some call it fate. But the truth? It's the weight of being chosen. And the moment they feel it, whether they embrace it or deny it, nothing is ever the same again. Number 6. They thought they could deceive you, but you read the lies behind the lies before they even spoke them. A liar fears two things: the truth and the one who can see it before he speaks. They believed they were in control, that their words could twist reality, that their carefully crafted lies could shape your perception. They assumed you would believe what they wanted you to believe, but they never understood who they were dealing with. You don't just catch lies, you read the lies behind the lies. While others detect dishonesty through obvious cues, through hesitation, eye movements, stumbles in speech, you don't need any of that. You sense deception before it even takes form, before the words leave their lips, before the excuse is made, before the mask is even put on. Because you don't just listen to words, you hear what's missing. You don't just watch actions, you understand the intent behind them. And that makes them nervous. They can't fool you, and they hate you for it. You've seen it time and time again. The moment a liar realizes you've unraveled them before they even start, the way they shift, the way their confidence wavers, the way their energy changes as they sense your gaze cutting through their illusion. Because they weren't just hoping to trick you, they were counting on it. But you were never an easy target. While they try to construct a false reality, you're already breaking it apart, brick by brick. They think they're controlling the narrative, when in reality, they're exposing themselves with every word they speak. They don't just fear your intelligence, they fear your perception. Because they can manipulate the blind, they can deceive the ones who only listen to the surface. But what do you do when someone sees beyond what's being said? They wonder how you knew, how you saw through their perfect act, how you sensed the lie when everything seemed believable, how you uncovered the truth before they even had a chance to finish their sentence. They don't realize that deception has a frequency, a rhythm, a feeling, and the chosen ones don't just hear it, they recognize it before it even plays. Because a lie isn't just in the words, it's in the gaps between them. It's in the energy, the hesitation, the misalignment between what's spoken and what's felt. And while others get caught up in details, in proof, in evidence, you don't need any of that. You simply know. And that terrifies them, because it means they have nowhere to hide. No matter how well rehearsed their deception is, no matter how many people they've fooled before, no matter how confident they seem in their manipulation, the moment they cross paths with you, it falls apart. They try to gaslight you, make you question what you know, convince you that you're just overthinking, but deep down, they know the truth. you were right, and you've always been right. And that is what drives them insane, because to them, deception is a game, a power move, a way to stay in control. But against you, it's not a game. It's a slow, painful exposure of their own weakness. They get frustrated when you don't react the way they expect, when you don't fall for the emotional traps they set, when you don't buy into their sob stories or their fake justifications. They call you cold, distant, paranoid. But what they really mean is, I hate that you see me for what I really am. Because at the end of the day, manipulators can only exist in a world where people are blind. But you were given sight, and that's why they fear you. Because the worst thing that can happen to a liar is meeting someone who sees through them before they even speak. Number 7. They can measure intelligence, but they'll never be able to measure you. They study, they struggle, they train their minds to compete. But you walk in already knowing. They want to define you, to categorize you, to explain you away with tests and labels. But every time they try, they fail, because you don't fit inside their neatly constructed boxes. You're not just smart, you're something else entirely, something they don't have a word for. They see intelligence as something that must be earned, something that requires years of learning, experience, and effort. But you absorb truth as if it was already inside you, waiting to be remembered. And that shakes them to their core, because it doesn't make sense to them. How do you grasp concepts instantly while they have to struggle? How do you predict outcomes effortlessly while they fumble their way through life? How do you see connections they can't, recognize truths they miss, and navigate the world as if you've done this all before? It's unexplainable. And what they can't explain, they fear. They tell themselves you're just lucky, that you must have studied more, that you must have access to something they don't. And they're right, because what you have can't be trained, can't be taught, can't be replicated. It's built into you. And that's what separates the chosen ones from the rest. They work hard to climb the mountain. They sweat, they struggle, they fight for every inch of progress. Meanwhile, you already see the path they don't even know exists. They mistake their difficulty for depth, assuming wisdom must come through hardship. But for you, knowledge isn't a mountain to climb. It's an ocean, and you were born swimming in it. That's why they don't get you. They try to test you, to catch you off guard, to find the limits of what you know. But there's no limit, because your mind doesn't work like theirs. They analyze, you absorb, they memorize, you understand. They ask how you know. You don't have an answer, because you just do. And that's the part that truly bothers them. Because if intelligence is something that can be measured, if knowledge is something that must be accumulated, if wisdom is something that must be earned, then how do you exist? How do you break every rule they were taught? How do you bypass the struggle they believe is necessary? How do you move through life knowing things before anyone even realizes there's something to learn? That's when their admiration turns to suspicion. Because if you can't be explained, then you can't be controlled. And they need you to be controlled. They need to believe that intelligence is something that follows their rules. That knowledge is something they can quantify, measure, and dictate. But you are living proof that there are forces they will never understand. Because the chosen ones aren't just intelligent, they are beyond explanation. And that is the greatest threat to a world built on illusions. So they'll call you arrogant. They'll call you strange. They'll say you're making things up, exaggerating, imagining. Not because they actually believe that, but because they need to. Because to accept the truth would mean accepting their own limitations. And that's something their ego will never allow. But none of that matters, because no amount of denial will ever change reality. They will spend their entire lives trying to figure out what comes naturally to you. They will study, train, and struggle to reach a level of understanding that you were born with. And that's why, no matter how much they try to define you, they will always fail, because they can measure intelligence, but they will never be able to measure you. Number 8. They can lie to the world, but not to you. Your presence alone strips their illusions bare. A mask is useless when the eyes staring back see straight through it. They thought they could hide, but you were never looking at the surface. You were looking into their soul. You don't have to speak. You don't have to question. You don't have to expose them. Your mere presence does it for you. They shift uncomfortably when you walk into the room. Their words become forced, their energy unsettled. Their carefully crafted personas, so convincing to everyone else, begin to crack under the weight of your gaze. Because they know that you see them, the real them, the one behind the mask, the one they try to keep buried beneath deception, performance, and self-denial. And that terrifies them. Because most people spend their entire lives building walls to keep the world from seeing their truth. They construct entire identities, false personalities, rehearsed behaviors, artificial confidence, just to avoid the one thing they fear most, being truly seen. And then there's you. You don't even have to try. You don't need them to confess. You don't need evidence. You just know. It's in the way they hesitate before answering your question. It's in the way their energy shifts when they're hiding something. It's in the way they avoid eye contact, because looking at you feels too much like looking in a mirror. You don't just hear their words, you hear what's underneath them. You don't just see their actions, you see the motives behind them. And that's why, when they're around you, they're forced to confront things they've spent years running from. Some people, they find peace in this. They gravitate toward you because, for once, they don't have to pretend. Around you, they don't have to fake it. They don't have to wear the mask. They know that you see them, flaws, fears, contradictions and all, and yet you don't judge them for it. You understand. And that kind of acceptance, that kind of insight, it's rare. It's something they can't find anywhere else. But others can't handle it, because you are a walking reminder of the truths they refuse to face. And so, they avoid you. They dislike you without reason. They talk about you behind your back. They feel uneasy in your presence, but they can't explain why. It's not because you've done anything wrong. It's not because you've said anything offensive. It's because, deep down, they fear exposure. They fear what might happen if they spend too much time around you, if they let their guard down, if they let your energy strip away the illusion they've spent their entire life perfecting. Because once the illusion is gone, what's left? Without their mask, without their act, without the layers of deception, they are left standing face to face with the one thing they've avoided their entire lives, the truth of who they really are. And not everyone is ready for that. So they lash out, they push you away, they create reasons to dislike you. But here's the thing, it's never about you. It was never about you. It was always about them. You are simply the mirror, the reflection of what they try to suppress, the presence that makes it impossible for them to keep lying to themselves. And that is a power few people possess. It's not something you asked for. It's not something you trained for. It's something within you, something that has always been there. You don't force people to confront themselves. You don't call them out. You don't demand the truth. You simply exist. And that alone is enough to shake them to their core, because they can wear the mask anywhere else. They can deceive everyone else. They can keep up the act for as long as they want. But when they stand before you, the mask falls. Number 9. They claw for power, but you were born with it. That's why they hate you. A throne can be stolen, a title can be bought, but true power, that can only be recognized, and that's why they'll never have what you have. Look around. Watch how they scramble, how they claw their way to the top, how they beg for respect, demand authority, and scheme for influence. They build their little empires, hoping to be seen as powerful. They force people to obey, thinking that control is the same as leadership. And yet, without trying, without even wanting it, you are the one people turn to. That's the part they can't stand. Because while they fight, manipulate, and sell their souls for a taste of power, you never had to chase it. It finds you. You've seen it happen over and over again. You enter a room, and within minutes people are drawn to you. They listen when you speak, even if you say little. They feel something in you, something rare, something steady, something real. They call it charisma. They call it presence. They call it natural leadership. But the truth? It's something they will never understand. Because power isn't something you take. It's something that is recognized. And when someone truly carries it, when it's real, when it wasn't stolen, faked, or forced, people just know. That's why they follow you. That's why they trust your direction over the loudest voice in the room. That's why those who claim to be in charge still feel small in your presence. Because deep down, they know their power is borrowed and yours is built in. And that terrifies them. They don't understand how you do it. They don't understand why people respect you without you demanding it. They don't understand why leaders seek your advice when you never asked to be in their circle. So they hate you for it. They assume you must have cheated your way into influence, that you must have some hidden agenda, that you must be playing the same dirty game they play, but you're not. Because you don't chase power. Power chases you, and the ones who fought for it their whole lives. That truth breaks them. They spent years forcing people to recognize them, years climbing social ladders, years demanding to be seen as important, only to watch you walk in, say nothing, and still command more presence than they ever could. And now, they don't know what to do with you. You see it in their eyes, the forced smiles, the nervous laughter, the fake kindness wrapped around real insecurity. They don't hate you because you did something wrong. They hate you because you exist as proof that real power can't be manufactured. And when you walk into the room, when people shift toward you, when conversations naturally bend in your direction, it reminds them that all their effort, all their posturing, all their desperate attempts to be seen as important, it was all for nothing. Because while they were chasing the throne, you never needed one to begin with. And that's a level of power they will never reach. Number 10. They struggle to learn, you breathe it in. They chase knowledge, you are knowledge. A mind like yours was never meant to be taught, it was meant to remember. They cram information, you absorb reality itself. They sit in classrooms, flipping through pages, repeating facts over and over, hoping they'll stick. They need charts, explanations, step-by-step guides. They struggle, they strain, they try to catch up. But you don't learn like they do. You become what you learn. It's effortless, it's second nature. Information doesn't just sit in your brain, it fuses with you, becomes part of your instincts, rewires your thinking. While others memorize, you internalize. While they study the idea, you embody the essence. And they notice. They ask, "How do you know this stuff when you've never studied it? How did you figure that out so quickly? How do you understand things that take others years to grasp?" They assume you've been secretly trained, that you've spent years obsessing over topics they barely understand. But the truth? It's always been there. It's not about reading more books. It's not about taking more courses. It's not about practice, repetition, or hard work. It's something deeper, something older. Because when you're chosen, knowledge doesn't come from effort. It comes from alignment. You don't just learn, you absorb. The moment information enters your space, it belongs to you. Your mind makes connections instantly, linking ideas in ways others can't even comprehend. And that unsettles them. Because it means no matter how much they study, no matter how many hours they put in, they'll never reach what comes to you naturally. They try to close the gap, but the distance only grows. And so, they lie to themselves. They say you're just lucky. They say you were taught differently. They say it's all coincidence. But deep down, they know they could spend a lifetime in the same books, the same discussions, the same experiences, and still not see what you see. And that burns them alive. Because they thought knowledge was earned. They thought wisdom was something you gain over time. But then you show up, understanding things you were never supposed to know, solving problems they haven't even figured out exist. It makes them uneasy. Because if you didn't study for this, if you didn't struggle like they did, if you didn't take the proper path to intelligence, then what does that make them? It makes them irrelevant. Because for all their years of learning, for all their titles and certifications, they still don't get it the way you do. And that's why, whether they admit it or not, they watch you. They listen when you speak. They study how you think, hoping to catch a glimpse of what makes you different. Because you're not just intelligent, you're something else. Your wisdom isn't learned. It's embedded. It lives in you. It's why you grasp concepts without effort. It's why you just know things before others do. It's why people come to you when they need an answer, not a guess, not a theory, but the truth. And it's also why they'll resent you. Because for them, knowledge is a struggle, a battle, a race. For you, it's a birthright. They can't stand it, but they can't deny it. So let them pretend. Let them convince themselves that you're not really different. Let them downplay your understanding. Tell themselves that someday, somehow, they'll catch up. Because the truth, you were always 10 steps ahead, and they were never meant to follow. Number 11. They thought their reality was solid until you shattered it without lifting a finger. The strongest prisons are built in the mind, and when you walk in, their walls start to crack. You don't argue. You don't force your perspective on anyone. You don't need to. Your very existence is a threat to their carefully constructed illusions. People live inside mental cages, trapped by the beliefs they were given, the lies they were told, the narratives they never dared to question. They build their lives on shaky foundations, convinced that their version of reality is the reality. And then they meet you. You don't speak to impress. You don't challenge for the sake of argument. You simply see things differently. You question what they accepted without thinking. You look at the same situation and pull out meaning they never even considered. And that terrifies them. Because the moment they hear you, the moment they're exposed to your way of thinking, something inside them shifts. They may resist it, they may reject it, they may even lash out. But it doesn't matter. The damage is already done, because once the mind sees a crack in the illusion, it can never unsee it. They feel it, don't they? That discomfort when they talk to you, that sudden uncertainty about things they were so sure of before, that sinking realization that maybe, just maybe, they've been operating under a lie this entire time. And some, they embrace it. They wake up. They let go of their old ways of thinking and allow their minds to expand. But others, they fight. They have to. Because if you're right, if your perception of reality is clearer than theirs, then everything they believed in starts to crumble. Their ego, their sense of control, their entire identity is at stake. And that's too much for most people to handle. So they lash out, they mock you, they dismiss you as weird, too deep, overthinking, not because they actually believe it, but because it's the only defense they have left. Because deep down, they felt it. That moment when their mind stuttered, that flicker of realization, that split second when they questioned everything. And that's why, whether they admit it or not, you leave them changed. Some will try to ignore it. Some will pretend they never heard you. Some will even push you away. But they will never be the same. Because truth has a way of lingering. Days, weeks, even years later, something will happen, something that proves your words right. And suddenly, they'll remember what you said. They'll remember you. And they'll realize you weren't just talking. You were telling them something their mind wasn't ready for. And that's the power of being chosen. You don't need a stage. You don't need an army. You don't need validation. Your presence alone, your thoughts alone, are enough to disrupt entire realities. You don't just exist in this world, you shift it. So let them react however they want. Let them reject, let them resist, let them call you names. It doesn't matter, because deep down, you already won. And the greatest part, you weren't even trying. Number 12. They cling, you release, and that's why you win. A fool holds onto the rope, even as it burns his hands. The wise one lets go, because he knows the fall is not the end, but the beginning. They don't understand how you do it, how you can walk away so effortlessly, how you don't chase, don't beg, don't force people to see what you already know. To them, letting go looks like weakness. They think it means giving up. They think it means losing. But that's because they don't understand the one thing you've always known. True wisdom isn't about control. It's about release. And that's why you move differently. They fight to hold on to things that no longer serve them. They cling to arguments that lead nowhere. They waste time trying to convince people who have no intention of understanding. But you let them go. Not because you don't care, but because you do. You know that some lessons can't be taught, only lived. You could explain, but they wouldn't hear you. You could warn, but they wouldn't believe you. You could try to save them, but they'd fight you every step of the way. So instead, you step back, not in defeat, but in wisdom, because you understand something they don't. The truth doesn't need defenders. It stands on its own, and whether they realize it today, tomorrow, or years from now, time will reveal everything. That's the part they never see coming. They mistake your silence for surrender. They assume you've lost. But in reality, you're just watching the universe do its work, because every single time, without fail, the truth finds its way to the surface. And when it does, the people who doubted you, betrayed you, laughed at you, they will remember the words you never said. They'll remember how you didn't argue when they disrespected you. They'll remember how you didn't fight to prove yourself right. They'll remember how you walked away while they stayed behind, clinging to their own illusions. And in that moment, they'll finally understand. You weren't weak. You were simply ahead of them. And that's the difference between you and them. They need the last word. You need peace. They need validation. You need growth. They need control. You trust the process, because you know that the strongest person in the room is the one who doesn't need to prove it. You've mastered something they never will, the ability to let go without fear. And that terrifies them, because they need attachments. They need constant reassurance. They need to feel like they're in control. And when they see you move on without hesitation, without regret, without them, it forces them to question everything. Why aren't you chasing? Why aren't you arguing? Why aren't you begging them to see your side? Because you never needed to. You don't seek revenge, because you know the universe will handle what needs to be handled. You don't force outcomes, because you trust that what's meant for you will never miss you. You don't waste time on people who don't value you, because you understand that real power is knowing when to walk away. And the best part? The moment you release what isn't meant for you, the universe rushes in to replace it with something better. That's why you're always 10 steps ahead. That's why things always fall into place for you. That's why the people who underestimated you always end up wondering how you're still thriving, while they're stuck in the same cycles, trapped by the very things they refused to let go of. They didn't lose because you left. They lost because they held on too long. And one day, they'll understand that the hardest truth of all is the one you accepted long ago. Real wisdom isn't just knowing when to fight. It's knowing when to walk away. And that's the difference between you and them. They hold on to what drains them. You release what no longer serves you. That's why you keep rising while they stay stuck. The universe moves for those who trust its flow. And you? You've mastered the art of letting go. If this message resonated, like this video, subscribe and drop the number 77 in the comments, a sign that you're stepping fully into your wisdom. Share this with another chosen one who needs to hear it, because when we rise together, the universe takes notice. Stay sharp, stay wise, keep moving forward. They didn't just lose you, they lost the very foundation holding their world together. And now? Now they sit in the ruins of their own arrogance, choking on the very air they once breathed so confidently, realizing too late that you were the source, you were the light, and they were nothing without you. They laughed when you struggled, mocked your ambition, convinced themselves that cutting you off, pushing you away, replacing you with someone better was the right move. They fed off the illusion that you were the weak one, that you needed them. But illusions don't last forever. Reality always catches up. And now, as the dust settles, they're left staring at the truth. A truth they tried so hard to avoid. You were never the weak one. They were. They were only winning because they stood in your light. They were only thriving because they were feeding off your energy, your blessings, your presence. You weren't lucky to have them. They were lucky to have you. And the second you walked away, the second you removed your energy, your loyalty, your divine protection from their life, that's when everything started to crumble. Look at them now, pretending everything is fine, desperately trying to hold it together, watching their plans backfire, their connections dry up, their paths suddenly filled with obstacles they never saw coming. They thought they could keep winning without you. thought they could maintain the success, the peace, the effortless flow of blessings. But what they never understood is that you weren't just another person in their life. You were the reason things were working in the first place, and now they can't run from the consequences. The universe doesn't play games with the chosen ones. It doesn't let ungrateful people walk away with blessings they didn't earn. It doesn't reward those who betray, use, or underestimate its chosen. No, the universe takes back what it gave. It strips them of the advantages they didn't appreciate. And right now, as they sit in silence, watching you move forward while they sink deeper into regret, they are feeling that loss in ways they never imagined. They'll never admit it, never say out loud that they made the biggest mistake of their lives. Their pride won't let them. But the truth? It's written all over them. In their tired eyes, their restless minds, the chaos that follows them everywhere. Because you took the stability with you when you left. You took the favor. You took the very thing that kept their world from falling apart. And the worst part? They can't get it back. They can beg, they can fake apologies, they can stalk your progress from the shadows, but it doesn't matter. Because when a chosen one moves on, the door closes permanently. The same universe that once gave them everything through you has now turned its back on them. And that is a punishment worse than anything you could ever do to them yourself. Before we go deeper, make sure to like, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments. Every time you react, it signals YouTube that more chosen ones need to hear this message. The more you rise, the more they watch in regret. And trust me, they are watching. Number 1. They let go of gold, thinking it was just sand. They thought they were discarding something worthless, brushing off just another person. But what they really did, they threw away the rarest thing they'll ever have. And now, as everything around them collapses, they finally understand. They let go of gold, thinking it was just sand. They swore you were nothing special, just another face in the crowd, replaceable, forgettable. They convinced themselves that losing you was no loss at all. But time has a way of forcing people to see the truth. And now, as they struggle to piece their life together, they are confronted with a brutal realization. It was never them. It was always you. Some people never appreciate the value of something until it's gone. They don't recognize the light while they stand in it. They take warmth for granted until they're left in the cold. And that's exactly what happened here. They thought they were making the right move, thought they were trading you in for something better, but all they did was strip themselves of the very thing that kept them standing. Think about all the legends, the greats, the icons. How many of them were overlooked, underestimated, discarded before their greatness was undeniable? Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. Steve Jobs was fired from Apple, the very company he built. Oprah was told she wasn't fit for television, but the people who rejected them, the ones who underestimated them, they had to sit back and watch as the very people they dismissed went on to define history. And that's exactly what's happening now. The ones who threw you away thought they were making a winning move, thought they had you all figured out. But now, as they struggle to find that same energy, that same magic, that same success they had when you were in their life, they're realizing the truth. You were the foundation. You were the gift. You were the reason things worked in the first place. Now, they sit in silence, wondering why things aren't the same, why the opportunities aren't flowing the way they used to, why the peace they once had has been replaced with chaos. Why the people they replaced you with never quite measure up. And deep down, they know. Because here's the truth. They weren't just rejecting you. They were rejecting the blessing that came with you. The energy, the wisdom, the vision, the alignment you brought into their life. They thought it was them, thought they were winning on their own. But now that you're gone, Now that the universe has withdrawn its favor from them, they are beginning to understand that what they lost was priceless. You were the golden ticket, the rare opportunity, the blessing they couldn't see because they were too busy chasing illusions. They let go of something irreplaceable, thinking they could find another. But there is no other. You are one of one, and they will never, ever find that same power in someone else. And the worst part, the universe doesn't hand out second chances when it comes to a chosen one. They can beg. They can replay their mistakes in their heads 1,000 times. They can search for a replacement until the end of time. But what's lost is lost. You are no longer within reach. They thought they were the winners, but in reality, they played themselves. And now, as they sit in the wreckage of their own arrogance, there is only one thing left for them to do: watch you rise. Number 2. They didn't leave you. They left the blessing that came with you. They thought they were walking away from a person. They had no idea they were walking away from their own blessings. And now, as everything in their life spirals out of control, they finally understand. They didn't just lose you, they lost everything that came with you. They believed they were making the right move, thought they had better options, thought they could upgrade. In their mind, leaving you was a strategic decision. But what they failed to realize is that when you remove a chosen one from your life, you don't just lose a person, you lose favor. You lose protection. You lose the unseen forces that were working in your favor simply because you were connected to the right energy. They thought it was their own intelligence that opened doors, thought it was their charm, their skills, their luck that kept them winning. But now that you're gone, those doors aren't opening like they used to. That luck isn't hitting the way it did before. The same opportunities they thought they could keep without you vanished. Because what they never understood is that you were the reason things were flowing in the first place. The universe doesn't play games when it comes to its chosen ones. It doesn't sit back and allow ungrateful people to benefit from divine favor. It doesn't let those who betray, dismiss, or take advantage of a chosen one continue to thrive. No, the universe withdraws. It pulls back the blessings. It removes the protection, and suddenly, everything that once felt effortless for them now feels impossible. Look at them, scrambling, struggling, wondering why nothing seems to be going right anymore. They'll try to convince themselves it's just bad luck, try to blame everything and everyone but themselves. But deep down, they know. They know the second they let you go, the light left with you. It's always the same story. They reject the chosen one, thinking they can do better, thinking they don't need that energy in their life. But once they step out of your orbit, once they remove themselves from that divine alignment, they realize nothing feels the same. The connections they thought were solid, falling apart. The people they surrounded themselves with after you, empty. The doors that once opened for them so easily, slammed shut. Because those doors weren't opening for them, they were opening because of you. You see, the presence of a chosen one isn't just about the person. It's about the divine force that walks with them. The universe moves in ways most people don't understand, and when it places favor on someone, that favor extends to those around them. As long as they remain aligned, as long as they stay close to that energy, things flow. But the moment they turn their back, that favor disappears. History proves it. Look at the people who doubted greatness before it was fully realized. Look at the ones who rejected visionaries before their success became undeniable. The people who doubted Tesla, the ones who turned their backs on Einstein, the industry that laughed at Oprah. Where are they now? Forgotten. While the ones they underestimated went on to change the world. And that's what's happening right now. They thought walking away from you meant freedom, meant elevation. They thought they were making a move that would benefit them. But now, as they sit in the mess of their own choices, as they watch you rise while their own life crumbles, they are realizing the brutal truth. They rejected the very thing that was keeping them afloat. And there is no coming back from that. The universe doesn't allow people to walk away from a chosen one and still keep the blessings that came with them. It doesn't work like that. What's lost is lost. They will try to recreate the energy you brought, try to replace what they once had. But no matter what they do, no matter who they turn to, it will never be the same. Because chosen ones are one of one. You cannot duplicate divine favor. So let them sit in the consequences. Let them replay every moment, every choice, every mistake. Let them drown in the realization that they didn't just lose you, they lost everything that came with you. And that is a pain they will never escape. Number 3, they thought they were winning, but they were walking into their own downfall. A fool celebrates too early, not realizing the race isn't over. They thought they had it all figured out, thought they were making the smartest move, that walking away from you was an upgrade. They laughed, they mocked, they convinced themselves that you were the one losing out. But here's the thing about arrogance. It blinds people to the reality that's coming. And now they sit in the very mess they created, forced to watch as everything they once celebrated turns into nothing. They really believed they were winning, thought their new connections, their new plans, their new circle meant they were leveling up. But what they didn't see, what they refused to see, was that their so-called win was just the beginning of their downfall. Because when someone walks away from a chosen one, they aren't stepping into something better. They are stepping into their own destruction. Look at them now. The same people they ran to, failing them. The same paths they thought would be easier. Dead ends. The same life they swore would be so much better without you. Falling apart in real time. Because here's the truth they never wanted to admit. You were the backbone. You were the reason things flowed. You were the energy that kept everything stable. They thought they were running toward a future full of success, full of effortless wins. But in reality, they were running straight into quicksand. And the more they try to act like they're still winning, the deeper they sink. They can fake the smiles, they can post the pictures, they can pretend all they want, but the truth always reveals itself. And the truth? They bet against the wrong one. It's always the ones who leave too soon who learn the hardest lessons. The ones who think they've outgrown you, who think they're stepping into something bigger, who celebrate before the real results come in. But life has a way of humbling people. It has a way of making sure those who act out of arrogance, out of greed, out of impatience, pay the price. History has seen this play out over and over again. Look at the athletes, the artists, the visionaries who were doubted, who were rejected, who were left behind by the very people who swore they didn't need them. How many times have we seen someone cast aside only for them to rise even higher while the ones who left them faded into irrelevance? Look at Michael Jordan, cut from his high school team only to become the greatest of all time. Look at Steve Jobs, pushed out of Apple only to return stronger and turn it into an empire. The pattern never changes. The ones who are underestimated always end up on top. And the ones who walked away, they always end up wishing they had stayed. But here's the part that stings the most for them. You never needed them to lose. You weren't plotting revenge. You weren't hoping for their downfall. You were simply focused on you. And that's what makes it worse for them. Because while they were out there thinking they had escaped, thinking they had won, you were busy building, growing, evolving, and now, as they sit in the wreckage of their own choices, they have to watch you rise. And that is a level of pain they will never escape, because now they know. Now they see the truth they tried so hard to deny, that all along, the only thing they were really running from was their own blessing. The race isn't over, and they celebrated too soon. Now they are forced to sit in silence, drowning in regret, knowing that while they thought they were stepping into their future, they were actually stepping into their own demise. Number 4. The absence of a chosen one leaves a void nothing can fill. Some losses can be replaced, some gaps can be filled, but when a chosen one leaves, the emptiness is permanent, and no matter how hard they try, they will never find another you. They really thought they could move on without missing a beat, thought they could erase you, replace you, forget you like you were just another name on a long list of people they could cycle through. They convinced themselves that life would feel better without you, that things would still run smoothly, that the energy would still flow, that success and peace would still follow them. But now they wake up every day to a reality they never expected, one without your presence, without your power, without your protection. And no matter what they do, no matter who they try to bring in to fill the space you left, it's never the same. They never thought this would happen, never thought your absence would matter this much, because they took you for granted. They assumed your energy was just a bonus, not the foundation holding everything together. They assumed that what they had with you wasn't rare, that they could find it anywhere, that you weren't as important as you actually were. But life has a way of teaching hard lessons, and this is the kind of lesson they will never forget. Look at them, going through the motions, smiling on the outside, but feeling that hollow emptiness underneath it all. They try to convince themselves they're fine. They try to act like nothing has changed. But the truth is eating them alive, because everything has changed. The rooms they walk into don't feel as light. The conversations don't feel as deep. The wins don't feel as fulfilling. The people around them, they don't bring the same energy you did. They don't uplift, they don't inspire, they don't carry the same favor that followed you wherever you went. And now they feel the void. They thought they were leaving a person behind. What they didn't realize was that they were walking away from a force, something divine, something rare, something that doesn't just exist anywhere. They assumed the presence they felt around you was something they could find in someone else. But now, as they cycle through empty connections, as they chase after temporary highs, as they struggle to fill a space that only you fit into, they are realizing the truth. You were never replaceable. People always assume that chosen ones are easy to come by, that just because they didn't recognize your value, someone else will step in and take your place. But what they don't understand is this: chosen ones are not common. Chosen ones are not interchangeable. And once a chosen one is gone, they are gone forever. Look at history. Look at the people who were once surrounded by greatness but never appreciated it. Look at the artists, the visionaries, the revolutionaries who were doubted, discarded, overlooked, only for the ones who rejected them to spend the rest of their lives regretting it. People never think it will be them, never think they will be the ones sitting in regret. But time always reveals the truth. And now, as they sit in the life they thought would be better, as they go through their days pretending they don't feel the weight of your absence, they know they messed up. But here's the part that will haunt them the most. There is no fixing this. They can't undo the choices they made. They can't go back and suddenly appreciate you the way they should have. They can't make the universe reverse its decision and place you back in their life. What's lost is lost, and no matter how much they wish they could take it all back, it's too late. They thought they could remove you and everything would stay the same. But instead, they created a void so deep, so permanent, that nothing in this world will ever be able to fill it. And That is a reality they will have to live with for the rest of their lives. Number 5. Now they watch from the sidelines, hoping you'll return. They swore they didn't need you, acted like losing you was nothing. But now, as their world falls apart, they sit in silence, secretly hoping, praying that one day you'll come back and save them. But the universe doesn't move backward, and neither do you. They would never say it out loud. Their pride won't let them. They still put on a show, still act like they're fine, still pretend that everything is going exactly as planned. But behind the forced smiles, behind the empty distractions, behind the fake confidence, there's only one thing running through their mind: regret. They never thought it would feel like this. Never imagined they would be the ones left behind, watching from the sidelines as you rise, as you evolve, as you step into your power without them. They thought walking away from you was a victory, thought leaving you behind meant moving forward. But now they see the truth. They weren't walking into a better future. They were walking straight into their own downfall. Look at them now, stuck, watching your every move, obsessing over your progress, keeping tabs from the shadows. They try to act like they don't care, try to act like they've moved on. But the moment your name comes up, the moment they see you thriving, they feel it. That sharp pang of regret, that gut-wrenching realization that they bet against the wrong one, because they thought you would break without them, thought you needed them to survive. But instead, you flourished, you leveled up, you became everything they once doubted you could be. And that is their worst nightmare, because now they are forced to sit back and watch, knowing they will never be part of your success. They secretly hope you'll come back, that you'll throw them a lifeline, that you'll reach out and offer them a way back into your world. They tell themselves that one day you'll realize you need them, that you'll miss them enough to look their way again. But what they fail to understand is this: chosen ones don't return to what broke them. Chosen ones don't go backward. When a door closes, it stays closed forever. And the universe? It makes sure of that. The same universe that once allowed them to benefit from your energy has now locked them out. They thought they could leave and still keep the favor, still keep the blessings, still keep the opportunities that came with being connected to you. But what they never realized was that those blessings were never theirs. They were yours. And now that you're gone, that divine favor, gone with you. Now their life feels different. Something is missing, something they can't quite explain. The peace isn't there anymore. The excitement is gone. The effortless flow they once had has been replaced with struggle. And no matter how hard they try, no matter how many distractions they chase, nothing feels the same. Because nothing is the same. They lost you. And with you, they lost access to the energy that once made everything work. And the worst part, they know they can't fix it. They can't undo their mistakes. They can't turn back time. They can't erase the fact that when they had you, they didn't appreciate you. And now they have to live with the consequences. And those consequences will haunt them forever. They will keep watching, keep hoping, keep waiting for a chance that will never come. They will replay every moment, every choice, every miscalculation in their head, trying to figure out where they went wrong. But deep down, they already know. They lost something rare, something irreplaceable, something divine. And now they sit on the sidelines, forever spectators to a life they will never be part of again. Number 6. Everything they touched is crumbling because you were the foundation. They thought they were the architects, the masterminds, the ones in control. But the moment you walked away, the truth became clear. You were the foundation holding it all together. And Now they stand in the ruins of their own arrogance, watching everything collapse around them. They really believed they had the upper hand, thought they were making the smarter move, convinced themselves that walking away from you, pushing you aside, or betraying you wouldn't have any consequences. In their minds, you were just another piece of the puzzle, one they could replace, one they could do without. But what they failed to see was that you weren't just a piece of the puzzle. You were the frame holding it all together. Now, everything they once built, everything they swore would thrive without you, is crumbling faster than they can hold it together. The connections they thought were strong, falling apart. The relationships they thought were solid, full of cracks. The success they thought would last forever, slipping through their fingers. And the worst part, you didn't even have to do anything. The universe doesn't reward betrayal. It doesn't allow those who mistreat its chosen ones to walk away and still hold on to the blessings that came with them. When they turned their back on you, when they discarded you like you were nothing, they weren't just losing you, they were losing everything you brought with you. The stability, the vision, the divine favor that kept things flowing. And now they are living with the consequences. They thought their plans were foolproof, thought they had outsmarted you, outmaneuvered you. They smiled in the moment, confident that they would be just fine without you. But life has a way of humbling people. Because now, as they look around, as they try to pick up the broken pieces, they are realizing something they never expected. You were the glue holding it all together. It was never them. It was never their intelligence, their so-called connections, their ability to lead. It was never their influence, their charm, or their hard work. It was you, your presence, your energy, your ability to bring stability where there was none. You were the reason things worked. You were the reason things ran smoothly. And now that you're gone, the cracks are showing. Look at them. Desperate to hold things together, scrambling to fix what's already beyond repair. They don't want to admit it, don't want to say out loud that they made the biggest mistake of their lives. But deep down, they know. They can feel it, that overwhelming sense of loss, that sinking realization that they walked away from the very thing that was keeping them afloat. This is what happens when people underestimate a chosen one. They assume that their lives will continue the same way, that nothing will change, that they can remove you and keep all the benefits that came with your presence. But the universe doesn't allow that. The second they made the choice to betray, abandon, or dismiss you, they set their own downfall in motion. History has shown this over and over again. The people who rejected visionaries before they became legends, the ones who turned their backs on greatness before it was recognized. They all have one thing in common: they were left with nothing, while the ones they doubted went on to thrive, to evolve, to prove that they were always the foundation, always the key to success. And now you're rising. While they sit in the wreckage of their own mistakes, you are moving forward, stronger, wiser, unshaken, because unlike them, you never needed them to win. They needed you. And now, as they watch everything around them fall apart, they are left with nothing but regret. Let them regret. Let them struggle. Let them sit in the reality they created for themselves. Because the universe doesn't allow people to betray a chosen one and still hold on to the rewards. What's lost is lost. And now, the only thing they can do is watch as everything they once touched turns to dust. Because without you, there was never any real foundation to begin with. Number 7. They thought you needed them, now they see it was the other way around. Some people don't realize who the real source of power is until the lights go out. They thought they were doing you a favor by walking away, thought they were the prize, the asset, the one who brought value to the situation. In their mind, you were the liability, the one who needed them, the one who wouldn't make it without their presence, their approval, their so-called importance. But now that they've walked away, now that they've removed themselves from your life, they're seeing something they never expected. It was never you who needed them. It was always them who needed you. Look at them now, lost, struggling, stuck in a cycle of confusion, watching things in their life unravel piece by piece. They were so confident in their decision, thought that moving on without you was an upgrade. But what they didn't realize was that when they walked away, they weren't just leaving a person, they were walking away from their own source of power. Because that's what a chosen one is, a source of energy, a foundation, a force that transforms everything around them. When you were in their life, things worked. Opportunities showed up. Connections flowed effortlessly. They were protected in ways they never even realized. And now that you're gone, everything is different. At first, they told themselves it was just a phase, just an adjustment period, that they would be just fine. But now, as they look around and see nothing but struggle, setbacks, and losses stacking up, the truth is becoming impossible to ignore. You were the reason things were stable. You were the reason things were flowing. You were the reason their life felt easy. And the worst part, they will never find another you. They thought they could replace your energy, thought they could surround themselves with new people, thought they could continue thriving without you. But replacements don't carry the same power, the same favor, the same divine protection that you brought into their world. Because what they never understood is this: the universe doesn't just bless anyone. The universe places favor on those who are aligned, those who are chosen. And the people who mistreat or discard a chosen one don't get to keep the blessings that came with them. Those blessings get revoked. And now they see it. They thought they were irreplaceable, thought they were the one in control. But as they struggle to navigate the mess they created for themselves, as they sit in the reality they thought they wanted, they're realizing the truth. You were the reason for their success. You were the energy behind their wins. You were the foundation that kept them standing. And you never needed them at all. Because look at you now, thriving, moving forward, becoming stronger, wiser, more powerful with every step you take. They expected you to break, expected you to fall apart without them. But instead, you're rising higher than ever, while they sink. That's the most painful part for them, watching you succeed without them, watching you become everything they once tried to convince you that you couldn't be, watching you win while they struggle to keep up. But here's the thing: the universe doesn't give second chances to those who waste their opportunities. They can regret, they can wish they had treated you differently, they can replay every mistake in their mind 1,000 times, but what's done is done. And now they are left with nothing but the weight of their own foolishness. They thought you needed them, but now, as their world spirals out of control, as they struggle to recreate the stability they once had, as they sit in the silence of their own regret, they finally understand the truth. You were the source of power all along, and without you, they have nothing. Number 8. No matter where they go, they'll never find another you. Some mistakes can be undone, some losses can be replaced, but letting go of a chosen one, that is a regret that lasts a lifetime. They didn't realize what they had when they had it, thought they could do better, thought there was something greater waiting for them elsewhere. They walked away, convinced that you were just another person, one of many, someone they could easily replace. But now they are waking up to a harsh truth. No matter where they go, no matter who they meet, no matter how hard they search, they will never find another you. At first, they didn't feel the loss. They convinced themselves that life would be the same, if not better, without you. They distracted themselves, surrounded themselves with new faces, tried to pretend like your absence didn't shake them. But slowly, reality started creeping in. The conversations didn't feel the same. The energy wasn't as powerful. The people they replaced you with, shallow, temporary, lacking the depth, the wisdom, the power that you carried so effortlessly. And that's when it hit them. What they lost was irreplaceable. They thought you were common, thought they could go out and find someone just like you. But what they failed to understand is that chosen ones are one of one. There is no second version of you, no copy, no alternative. You were the rarest thing they had ever come across, and they threw it away like it was nothing. Now they are searching, looking for your energy in someone else, hoping to recreate the feeling they had when they were connected to you. But the universe doesn't work like that. The universe doesn't hand out second chances to those who take divine gifts for granted. And they are feeling that now. They'll try to tell themselves it's not that deep, that they're fine, that they made the right decision, but every time they look into the eyes of the people they replaced you with, every time they try to connect with someone new, every time they reach for the energy they once had, they are met with emptiness. Because the truth is, you weren't just another person in their life. You were the best thing they ever had, but they didn't see it, didn't value it. And now, as they look around, trying to make sense of why nothing feels the same, why nothing seems to fulfill them the way it once did, they know they lost something they can never get back. This is what happens when people take a chosen one for granted. They assume that your value is something they can find elsewhere, but they don't realize that when you are aligned with the universe, when you carry divine favor, when your energy is rare, your presence is a gift that can never be replaced. Look at history. Look at the ones who were doubted, discarded, underestimated, only for those who rejected them to live in permanent regret. How many stories have been written about the people who walked away from greatness before they realized what they had? How many times have we seen the ones who abandoned something rare spend their entire lives trying to find it again? It never works, because some losses are permanent. Some decisions come with no reset button, no second chance, no undoing the damage, and losing a chosen one, that is a mistake that haunts forever. Let them regret. Let them search. Let them live in the reality they created for themselves. Because the truth is, you never needed them. They needed you. And now, no matter where they go, no matter how far they run, no matter how much they wish they could turn back time, they will never find another you. Number 9. The universe is teaching them a lesson they'll never forget. You don't get to mishandle a chosen one and still keep the blessings that came with them. The universe doesn't work that way, and now every closed door, every setback, every sleepless night is their reality, because the lesson must be learned. They thought they got away with it. Thought they could walk away, betray you, underestimate you, and still live life without consequences. They laughed. They celebrated. They thought their decisions had no weight, no repercussions. But what they didn't understand is that the universe sees everything, and it never lets injustice go unchecked. At first, they didn't notice the shift. Thought everything was still going their way. Thought their opportunities would still flow, their success would still grow, their luck would still carry them forward. But now they're beginning to feel the weight of their actions. The same doors that once opened effortlessly for them, now slammed shut. The same people who used to support them, now distant, uninterested, unavailable. The same luck that followed them, the same opportunities that seemed to show up out of nowhere, gone. Because here's what they never understood: it was never them. It was never their charm, their intelligence, or their so-called talent that brought them favor. It was you. It was the divine presence that surrounded you, the unseen forces that protected you, the blessings that extended to those in your orbit. And when they chose to mistreat you, when they chose to throw you away like you didn't matter, the universe made its decision. They don't get to keep what they didn't appreciate. Look at them now, struggling, confused, wondering why everything that used to come so easily is now slipping through their fingers. They thought they had life figured out, thought they were untouchable. But now, reality is setting in. They played themselves. Because the universe is just. It doesn't allow chosen ones to be mistreated without consequences. It doesn't sit back and let ungrateful people continue to thrive off energy they don't respect. No, the universe takes back what it gave, and right now they are feeling the full force of that retribution. They can't run from it. They can't escape it. The lesson has begun, and it will not end until they fully understand what they did. Until they feel what it's like to be on the other side, to be left out, to be overlooked, to lose things they thought they would always have. And the irony, they thought you would be the one to suffer, thought you would be the one struggling, lost, desperate for their approval. But instead, you are thriving. And they are falling apart. This is what happens when people think they can take advantage of a chosen one and still walk away with clean hands. The universe doesn't work like that. Look at history. Look at the ones who doubted greatness before it was undeniable. The ones who mistreated legends before the world knew their names. Every single one of them ended up regretting it. Every single one of them had to sit in the pain of knowing they lost something irreplaceable. And now that's exactly what they're going through. Because the universe is making sure they never forget this lesson. They will remember the doors that used to open effortlessly. They will remember the favor that once followed them. They will remember the sense of security, the flow of opportunities, the ease of success. And they will feel every single loss as the universe takes it all back, piece by piece, until they have nothing left but regret. Because some lessons don't come with a second chance. Some mistakes can't be undone. And walking away from a chosen one with arrogance, with disrespect, with entitlement, that is a mistake they will regret for the rest of their lives. Number 10. Watching you rise without them is their worst nightmare. They expected to see you crawling. Instead, they have to watch you fly. They thought you would collapse, thought you would drown in regret, struggle in silence, and eventually come crawling back. That's how much they overestimated their importance. In their minds, they were the key to your success. They were the reason things worked for you. They were the ones who held all the power. But now they're sitting in the same place they left you, expecting you to be broken, only to look up and see you standing taller than ever. Not just standing, thriving, moving forward with a force they can't understand, growing into a version of yourself they never saw coming. And that is their worst nightmare. Because the one thing people like them can't handle is seeing you win without them. It shatters their illusion, destroys the false sense of superiority they held on to for so long. They wanted to believe that you needed them, that without their approval, their support, their validation, you would crumble. But instead, you became unstoppable. And now they sit in silence, watching you from a distance, knowing deep down they made the biggest mistake of their lives. Because the truth they never wanted to accept is hitting them harder than ever. They weren't the reason for your success. They were the reason for your delays. Every day they wake up, every move you make, every milestone you reach is another reminder that they bet against the wrong one. That while they were busy expecting you to fail, you were putting in the work. While they were waiting for you to break, you were building something stronger than they could ever imagine. Now they're stuck, stuck watching you rise while their own life remains the same. They tried to convince themselves they were better off without you, tried to act unbothered, pretended they didn't care. But the reality? It's eating them alive. Because here's what they didn't expect. You didn't just move on. You elevated. You didn't just survive. You thrived. You became smarter, sharper, more disciplined, more powerful. And while they were wasting time, watching, lurking, hoping for a downfall that never came, you kept climbing. And that is the pain they will never escape. It's not just that you're winning, it's that you're doing it without them. It's that they are completely irrelevant to your success. It's that their absence didn't hold you back. It set you free. And now they have to sit with that truth, knowing that while they underestimated you, they were only fooling themselves. They thought their absence would be your downfall, thought that once they left you would struggle, would break, would realize that they were the ones holding things together. But instead, the opposite happened. The second they were out of the picture, things started working in your favor. The universe started aligning things for you in ways they never could have imagined. And now they are the ones struggling. They thought leaving you behind meant leaving you in the past. But instead, they're stuck in the past while you move toward the future. The same people who doubted you, who laughed at you, who expected you to fail, now have to watch from the sidelines, knowing they can never be part of what you're building. And that is their karma. Because the universe has a way of humbling those who doubt a chosen one. It has a way of making sure that the same people who expected your downfall are forced to watch your rise. And no matter how much they try to ignore it, try to downplay it, try to act like it doesn't bother them, it does. It burns them from the inside out. They thought losing them would break you, but instead, it freed you. And now, their worst nightmare has become reality. You don't need them. You never did. Number 11. By the time they realize the truth, it's too late. Some mistakes can be undone. Some losses can be recovered. But walking away from a chosen one, that's a decision that locks the door forever. And by the time they realize it, all they can do is stand outside and watch you rise. They thought they had time, thought they could leave, explore other options, chase illusions, and come back when they felt like it. In their mind, you would always be there, waiting, still open, still available. They believed they had the luxury of returning when it was convenient for them. But the universe doesn't operate on their time. It doesn't cater to arrogance, indecision, or entitlement. When someone chooses to walk away from a chosen one, there are no second chances. They assumed they could hit pause on their connection with you, place you on a shelf while they entertain distractions, and pick you back up later as if you were just another option. But chosen ones don't work like that. You are not a backup plan. You are not something to be revisited when all else fails. You were the blessing, and when they discarded it, they discarded everything that came with it. And now they realize. They see the truth they were too blind, too foolish, too arrogant to recognize before. They see that you weren't just another person in their life. You were the foundation, the key, the gold they mistook for dust. But realization means nothing when the door is already shut. They try to reach out, try to find ways back in. Subtle attempts, indirect messages, fake concern, random check-ins. But deep down, they know. The energy is not the same. The access they once had, gone. The path they thought would always be open, sealed. Because the universe doesn't give redos when it comes to chosen ones. Once someone decides to betray, abandon, or underestimate a chosen one, they don't get to change their mind when they realize what they lost. That's not how divine favor works. And this is where their real suffering begins. Because regret is a slow poison. It seeps in over time, creeping into their thoughts, invading their peace, haunting their quiet moments. They will replay it in their mind, how they walked away so easily, how they assumed they had something better waiting for them, how they convinced themselves you weren't that special. And now they know they were wrong, but it no longer matters. They see you moving forward, thriving, becoming everything they once tried to downplay. They watch you step into your power, and the realization sets in like a weight they can't lift. They will never have access to you again, and that's what will haunt them the most. Not just the fact that they lost you, but the fact that they lost themselves in the process, because they are not the same person without you. The blessings they once had dried up, the protection that followed them gone, the energy that once surrounded them dissipated. They try to fill the void, try to replace you, try to recreate the feeling they had when you were in their life. But every attempt is a failure. No one carries the same energy. No one brings the same light. And that's when they truly understand what they have done. But it's too late. Because while they sit in their regret, while they drown in their own foolishness, while they long for a second chance that will never come, you are gone. You have moved forward. You have evolved. You have stepped into a version of yourself that they will never get to experience again. And that is a punishment worse than anything you could have ever done to them. They thought they had time, thought they could play with fate, walk away, and return when they felt like it. But chosen ones don't wait. Chosen ones don't beg. Chosen ones don't keep doors open for those who slammed them shut. By the time they realized the truth, the door was already locked. Forever. Number 12. They were never fighting you. They were fighting destiny. When you go against what the universe has ordained, you don't just lose, you get erased. They thought they were battling you, thought their resistance, their sabotage, their betrayal was enough to stop you. But they never realized you weren't moving alone. Every step you took was guided. Every obstacle you faced was already accounted for. Every attempt to block you was destined to fail before it even began, because their battle was never with you. It was with the force that chose you. And that's a fight no one has ever won. Look at them now, struggling, fading, becoming irrelevant while you rise untouched. The universe doesn't allow interference with its chosen ones. Those who try always end up destroying themselves. They thought they could stop what was already written, thought their opinions, their doubts, their betrayals carried weight. But destiny doesn't ask for permission. And now they're living in the aftermath of their own arrogance, realizing too late that they were never in control. You didn't have to lift a finger. You didn't have to fight back, because the battle was never yours to fight. And now, as they fade into nothing, one truth remains. You were always meant to win. And that's the truth. They were never fighting you. They were fighting something far greater, something unstoppable. And now, as they sit in the wreckage of their own downfall, watching you rise beyond their wildest fears, they finally understand. Destiny doesn't lose. If you feel this message, claim it. Like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm you're stepping fully into your power. Share this with another chosen one, because the more we rise, the more unstoppable we become. The universe has already chosen you. Now it's time to walk in that power unapologetically. The greatest mistake your enemies ever made was thinking you were just another ordinary soul. But the universe doesn't make mistakes when it chooses. And now, as they stand in the ruins of their own arrogance, watching you rise, they finally understand. This was never a battle they could win. They thought they had you figured out. They laughed, mocked, and dismissed you like you were a passing shadow. But a storm doesn't announce itself before it destroys. A wildfire doesn't ask permission before it burns. And now, the joke isn't just on them, it is them. Their own words have become the chains around their necks, their own doubt the weight pulling them under. Before we go deeper, take a second to like and subscribe. When you engage, you send a signal to the universe and YouTube that this message is meant to reach more of the chosen ones. The more of us awaken, the stronger we become. Let's spread the truth, because the ones who fear it are already shaking. You see, being chosen isn't about luck, it's about endurance. The universe doesn't pick the weak. It doesn't place its power in the hands of those who crumble under pressure. It chooses the ones who can take the hate, the betrayal, the loneliness, and still rise. You were never given an easy path because easy paths are for the ordinary. And you? You were never meant to be ordinary. That's why they hate you. It's not just your success. It's the way you made it through what should have broken you. They counted on your failure. They bet on your silence. They placed their faith in your destruction. But now every breath you take, every step forward, every moment of peace you enjoy is a reminder to them that they were wrong. And nothing haunts them more than being wrong about you. The universe has always been on your side. They weren't just fighting you. They were fighting against a force far greater than they could ever understand. And that's the real tragedy for them. They thought they were up against a person. They never realized they were up against destiny itself. So now they watch in silence, forced to swallow the very words they once threw at you like weapons. They see your victories and pretend it doesn't bother them, but you know the truth. It burns them from the inside. Their smiles are forced, their laughter hollow. They see your name and feel the sting of regret. They hear your success and choke on their own bitterness. They wanted you to break, but all they did was forge something stronger. And here's the real kicker. They'll never admit it. Never. They'll act like they don't care, pretend they never doubted you, rewrite history in their minds to soften the blow. But deep down, in the space where their insecurities scream the loudest, they know. And that knowing, that's what will eat them alive. Because the chosen ones don't chase revenge, they become it. Not through anger, not through retaliation, but by proving every single doubt, every single insult, and every single whisper dead wrong. The most brutal form of justice isn't in fighting back. It's in standing tall, unshaken, while your enemies crumble under the weight of their own miscalculations. So let them watch. Let them burn with envy. Let them drown in the realization that they bet against the wrong one, because the joke's on them now, and the universe, it's still pushing you forward. While they stay stuck in the past, choking on their own disbelief, you'll be out there, living proof that destiny doesn't play fair, it plays to win. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, this moment isn't random. You were meant to hear this. Whether you've been walking this path alone for years, or you're just now waking up to your power, know this. Your presence here is proof that the universe is aligning things in your favor. If you're ready to keep shaking the ones who doubted you, ready to make them choke on their disbelief, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your victory in silence. Because trust me, the longer they watch, the more it eats them alive. And now, let's break this down step by step. If you're a true chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay till the end, because this is the part where they finally realize the joke's on them. Let's get started. Number 1. The tables have turned, and now the joke's on them. They built their castles on the sand of their own arrogance. Now they're watching the tide wash everything away, brick by brick, while you stand unshaken. They laughed. They mocked. They called you a failure before you even had a chance to rise. They thought their words had weight. that their doubts could shape your reality. But the problem? They were never fighting you. They were fighting something far bigger, the force of the universe itself, aligning behind one of its chosen. And now, as they watch you rise from the very ashes they tried to bury you in, the realization is setting in. They weren't the architects of your downfall. They were the fuel for your uprising. That's the thing about being chosen. It's never about luck, never about privilege. It's about alignment. The universe doesn't make mistakes when it picks its warriors. It doesn't hand out this kind of resilience to just anyone. You were always meant to endure the storm, to take every hit, to stand in the fire without burning. What they never understood is that every attempt to break you was just another step in your evolution. They thought they were playing a game, but they never realized you were the game. And now, look at them. The very people who spoke with so much certainty, the ones who paraded their doubt like it was fact, silent, their laughter gone, their confidence shattered, because nothing is more humiliating than realizing the joke was on them the whole time. That every insult, every attempt to discredit you only made the universe double down on its investment in you. You see, they weren't just wrong about you. They were wrong about the system itself. The universe doesn't reward those who sit on the sidelines, sneering at others. It doesn't bless those who try to tear down instead of build up. The universe favors those who move with purpose, those who keep pushing, even when the world tells them to stop. And that's why they hate you now, because you proved without a doubt that their words had no power here. They don't just envy your success. They fear it. Because if you could rise despite them, then it means they were never as important as they thought. Their entire sense of power came from the illusion that their opinions mattered, that their judgment could dictate reality. But now they see the truth. The universe had your back the entire time, and they were nothing more than background noise. And the best part? You didn't even have to lift a finger to destroy them. Their own disbelief did that for you. You didn't fight them. You outgrew them. You became undeniable. And in doing so, you forced them to confront the one thing they fear most, the fact that they were never in control. Now they sit with that realization, choking on the very words they once threw at you. Every success you achieve is another nail in the coffin of their delusion. Every step forward is another reminder that they bet against the wrong one. And that is the most poetic justice of all. The tables have turned, and now they are the ones drowning in silence. Number 2. When the truth hits, their pride becomes their prison. They laughed when you struggled, mocked your efforts, swore you'd never make it. But now, as they watch you rise, their pride is the only thing stopping them from admitting the truth. You proved them wrong, and they can't stand it. They used to be the loudest voices in the room, always had something to say, always so confident in their judgments. They threw their doubts at you like weapons, convinced they were carving your downfall. But here's the thing, they weren't shaping your failure. They were sharpening your edge. Every insult, every dismissal, every eye roll fueled the fire that now burns behind your success. And now they sit with the weight of their own miscalculation. They want to speak, but their own pride has locked them in a cage, because to acknowledge you means admitting they were wrong. And people like them, they don't do that. They'd rather bite their tongues raw than give you the satisfaction of recognition. But you see it, you feel it, in the way they avoid eye contact, in the way they fidget when your name is brought up, in the way they pretend they never doubted you at all. It's almost funny. The same people who had so much to say before are suddenly struggling to find the right words, because what can they say? That they were wrong, that they underestimated you, that they wasted their energy trying to tear down someone who was always destined to rise. No. That truth would be too painful for them to face. So they sit in their own discomfort, forced to watch you thrive, knowing that no matter how much they wish they could rewrite the past, the facts remain unchanged. You were never the fool in this story. They were, thinking they had the power to define your future, believing their words had any real effect on the universe's plan for you. They thought they were the ones in control, but now they see the truth. They never had control. They were nothing more than obstacles meant to test your endurance. And you didn't just survive, you conquered. Now they live with the aftermath of their own arrogance, trapped in a reality where the person they tried to destroy is thriving beyond their worst nightmares. And no matter how much they try to ignore it, they know, the moment they doubted you, they sealed their own fate. Number 3. The universe chose you, and there's nothing they can do about it. They tried to fight you, sabotage you, doubt you, but they were never just fighting you. They were going against something far greater. And now as you rise, they're realizing the brutal truth. You were chosen, and their resistance was always futile. Some people like to believe they control everything, that their opinions dictate reality, that their judgment holds weight, that if they dismiss someone enough times, that person will simply fade away. They thought that about you. They were so sure their doubt would define you, that their rejection would break you. But what they never understood is this: you weren't moving alone. The universe had its hands on you from the very start. Every setback, every delay, every hardship. It wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to prepare you. And while they were busy laughing, mocking, underestimating you, the universe was aligning every piece, every move, every force in your favor. Now, look at them. Still trying to figure out how you made it. Still stuck in the same place, watching you ascend while their feet remain shackled to the ground. Still hoping, praying that somehow, some way, your success is temporary. Because the thought of you being truly unstoppable, that shakes them to their core. But here's what they refuse to accept. This isn't something they can stop. This isn't luck. This isn't a phase. This isn't a fluke. You were chosen. The path was never theirs to block. The outcome was never in their hands. You felt it, didn't you? That pull, that whisper, that undeniable knowing that no matter how hard things got, no matter how many doors slammed in your face, no matter how much they tried to bury you, this was always meant for you. They tried to control a destiny that was never theirs to dictate. They wasted energy fighting against something far bigger than their small minds could comprehend. And now, as you rise, the weight of their failure crushes them. Because they see it now. They see that all their efforts to stop you were nothing more than wasted time. They see that every insult, every rejection, every attempt to make you doubt yourself was actually pushing you closer to your breakthrough. They see that while they spent their days talking, you spent yours building. And now, they're powerless. The universe has already made its decision. You are rising, whether they like it or not. Whether they accept it or not, whether they pretend not to see it or not, it no longer matters. Because the moment they doubted you, the moment they tried to stand in the way of something greater than themselves, they sealed their own fate. They will remain stuck in their own limitations, in their own mediocrity, in their own bitterness, while you continue moving forward. Because the universe didn't choose them, it chose you. And there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. Number 4. Your rise is the nightmare they can't wake up from. They thought staying the same was safe, that playing it small, blending in, and sticking to the script would keep them ahead. But now, as they watch you transform into something unstoppable, they realize the truth. Your growth exposed their stagnation, and they hate you for it. They used to look down on you, smirked at your ambition, called you unrealistic, mocked your hunger for more. You were the dreamer, the one who didn't know how the world worked. They told themselves they were the smart ones, the logical ones, the ones who played it safe. But now, as they watch you move in a lane they never even considered possible, reality is hitting them like a freight train. Because here's what they never expected. You actually did it. You took the risks they were too afraid to take. You endured the struggle they ran from. You bet on yourself while they stayed stuck in their comfort zones, convincing themselves that their mediocrity was wisdom. And now they're watching you win while they rot in the very same place they laughed from. That's the part they can't stomach. The fact that it was never about luck. It was never about privilege, never about having an unfair advantage. It was about decisions, choices. And while you chose to evolve, they chose to stay the same. Now your success isn't just proof of your power. It's a mirror reflecting everything they refused to do. And they hate that mirror. They can't stand the reminder that they had the same 24 hours, the same opportunities to break free, the same ability to chase something bigger, but they didn't. Instead, they sat back and criticized, convinced that their judgment somehow held weight. They wanted you to fail because it would justify their own inaction. They needed you to stay small so they wouldn't have to face the fact that they never even tried. But here's the brutal truth. You don't owe them comfort. Your success is not an apology for their failure. Your growth is not a crime. And if your evolution makes them uncomfortable, that's their burden to carry, not yours. Because while they sit there, trapped in their own bitterness, replaying every moment they doubted you, you are still moving forward. Their resentment won't slow you down. Their envy won't pull you back. They are prisoners of their own fear, and you are proof that fear was never real to begin with. So let them watch. Let them struggle with the weight of their own choices. Let them drown in the realization that their worst nightmare isn't just your success. It's knowing that they could have had their own if only they had been brave enough to try. Number 5. They wrote your ending too soon. Now they're choking on the plot twist. They thought they had your story mapped out, thought they knew exactly where you'd fail, exactly when you'd give up. But they forgot one thing: you were never following their script to begin with. They sat back, so sure of themselves, so convinced that they had you figured out, like you were just another predictable chapter in their little book of assumptions. They placed bets on your downfall, whispered about how long before you'd crash, smirked at the idea that you'd ever make it out of the role they assigned to you. But here's what they didn't see coming. You were never their character. You were never playing by their rules. They mistook their limited mindset for truth, their own fears for reality. And now they're watching a story unfold that they never saw coming. You didn't just break free from their expectations, you burned the entire script. You took the version of you they mocked, underestimated, and dismissed, and you turned it into something they can't ignore. And that shakes them to their core. Because if you could rewrite your story, if you could refuse to accept their version of who you were supposed to be, then that means they were wrong. Not just about you, but about themselves. It means all the excuses they've told themselves, all the reasons they've stayed stuck, all the lies they believed about what's possible, were just that, lies. And nothing terrifies them more than knowing that. They can't comprehend how you slipped through the cracks, how you dodged the failure they just knew was waiting for you. In their minds, you were supposed to crumble under the weight of their doubt. You were supposed to break when they threw obstacles your way. You were supposed to be just another example of, "See, I told you so." But now, every move you make, every victory you claim, every step further you go, is a slap in the face to the story they tried to write for you. They don't know how to process it, how to make sense of the fact that someone they once looked down on, pitied or dismissed, is now the one they can't stop watching. Their entire narrative has been shattered, and in its place is the undeniable proof that they never had control over your destiny to begin with. And that realization, it's eating them alive. Because if you weren't bound by their rules, then maybe they aren't either. Maybe the limits they placed on you were just the same chains they've shackled themselves with. Maybe, just maybe, they were never as powerful as they thought. But admitting that, they never will. So instead, they sit in the ruins of their failed predictions, pretending it doesn't bother them, pretending they don't see you, pretending they never doubted you in the first place. But you know, you see it. In the way they avoid mentioning your success, in the way their voices have suddenly lost all that confidence they once had when they spoke about your inevitable failure. And the best part, you don't even have to say a word. The proof is in your existence, in your evolution, in the undeniable, unstoppable, unforgiving reality that they never had the authority to dictate your future. They tried to write your ending, but this is your book, and you're just getting started. Number 6. Their hate is the trophy you didn't have to lift a finger to win. They wanted you to lose, not because you did anything to them, but because your success reminds them of everything they'll never be. Their disdain isn't just proof that you won, it's proof that you mastered the game while they were still figuring out the rules. From the beginning, they counted you out, laughed at your ambition, whispered behind your back, convinced that your hunger for more was just a delusion. They sat back, watching, waiting for you to crash, for you to prove them right. But here's what they never saw coming. You didn't just survive, you dominated, and now they despise you for it. Not because you wronged them, not because you hurt them, but because every step forward you take reminds them of the chains they placed on themselves. They thought they were the gatekeepers of success, that they could dictate who gets to win and who doesn't. But you flipped the script. You walked into the game they thought you weren't fit to play. And not only did you play, you mastered it. That's why they can't stand you now, because you weren't supposed to be the one on top. They had already decided where you belonged, and it wasn't here. It wasn't in a place of power, of victory, of undeniable success. You weren't supposed to break through the limits they set for you, and yet here you are. And the worst part for them, they can't ignore it. No matter how much they pretend not to see your wins, no matter how much they try to downplay your success, no matter how much they roll their eyes when your name comes up, they know you made it. They know you surpassed them, and they know deep down that they will never catch up. Because while they wasted time doubting, you were learning. While they sat still, you were moving. While they talked, you worked. You played the long game, and now that you're at the top, their only option is to sit in their bitterness and watch. Let them talk. Let them seethe. Let them throw every ounce of hate they have in your direction. It changes nothing. In fact, it only confirms what you already knew. You won. Because at the end of the day, hate is nothing more than admiration that's been poisoned by insecurity. They hate what they can't be. And you are the proof that they bet against the wrong one. So wear their disdain like a crown. Let their resentment fuel your fire. And never lower yourself to meet them where they stand. Because the truth is simple. While they are trapped in their own envy, you are still out there, winning. Number 7. The real joke? The time they wasted betting against you. They thought doubting you was an investment, that if they mocked you enough, discouraged you enough, tried to hold you back enough, you'd eventually break. But the only thing that broke was their illusion of control over you. Now, as they watch you surpass every limit they placed on you, the only thing they have left is the regret of wasted time. They really thought they had it all figured out, didn't they? Spent so much energy underestimating you, tearing you down, convincing themselves that you would never rise. They were so busy placing their bets against you that they never realized something crucial. You were never playing their game to begin with. While they were running their mouths, you were running towards something greater. While they were busy doubting you, you were busy evolving. And now, as they look at where you are versus where they are, the truth is staring them dead in the face. The real joke was never on you. It was on them. Because time is the one thing you can't get back. And they wasted theirs. Wasted it obsessing over you, watching your every move, talking about you instead of working on themselves. They wasted it thinking their words could shape your reality, that their opinions meant something, that their disbelief was enough to stop what the universe had already put into motion. But the universe? It doesn't work like that. The universe backs its chosen ones, and every moment they spent trying to block your path was just another moment they fell further behind. They were so busy watching you, they forgot to move forward themselves. And now, while you're miles ahead, they're stuck, trapped in the same place, haunted by the same insecurities, choking on the same doubt they once tried to feed you. And that's the part they'll never say out loud, the part that keeps them up at night, the part that eats them alive. They could have used that time to grow, they could have worked on themselves, they could have bet on their own lives. But instead, they wasted it trying to stop something that was never in their control. And now, you're gone. Out of their reach, out of their league, out of the world they tried to keep you trapped in. That's why they're bitter. That's why they're scrambling to rewrite the past, pretending they never doubted you, acting like they always believed in you. Because admitting the truth, that they wasted years betting against someone they could never stop, that's a humiliation they can't bear to face. And here's the best part. There's no way to undo it. They can't rewind time. They can't take back their words. They can't suddenly flip the script and pretend they were always in your corner. It's too late. The damage is done, and the only thing left for them to do is sit in the mess they created. Meanwhile, you're thriving. You're moving forward. You've proven, once and for all, that the only person who had a say in your success was you. And now, as they stand there, watching you from a distance, drowning in the weight of their own wasted time, one thing becomes painfully clear. The joke isn't just on them. The joke is them. Number 8. Their regret is the loudest applause you'll never hear. They'll never say it out loud, never admit they were wrong about you. But their regret, their bitterness, their inability to look you in the eye, that's the loudest round of applause you'll never hear. They once spoke with so much certainty, told you that you were wasting your time, that you were reaching too high, dreaming too big, wanting too much. They dismissed your ambition as foolish, laughed at your struggles, and convinced themselves that your failure was inevitable. But now the very people who ridiculed you are choking on their own predictions, watching in silence as you become everything they swore you never would. And that silence, that's not indifference, it's pain, because deep down they know they doubted the wrong one. They watch you from the shadows now, scrolling through your victories, dissecting your success, wondering how you managed to pull it off. They don't clap, they don't acknowledge it, they don't reach out, because to do so would mean confronting the reality they tried so hard to avoid. And the worst part for them, they had a chance to bet on you instead of against you, a chance to support instead of mock, a chance to grow alongside you instead of watching from a distance. But they chose wrong, and now their own choices haunt them. Regret is a heavy burden, and it's one they carry alone. Every success you achieve reminds them of their own failure, not just in underestimating you, but in underestimating themselves. Because while they wasted their time tearing you down, you were busy building. And now that the foundation is solid, now that you've risen beyond their reach, they're left with nothing but what-ifs and missed opportunities. But here's the truth. They don't deserve a front-row seat to your success. Not after betting against you, not after treating your ambition like a joke. They wanted you to fail so they could feel better about staying stagnant. They wanted your struggles to validate their own fear of trying. And now they sit with the realization that they lost. They lost the chance to stand beside you, lost the chance to be part of something greater, lost the chance to prove that they weren't just another voice in the crowd of doubters. And while they'll never say it, never type it, never let the words leave their lips, their regret says everything. It's in the way they check your progress, but never engage. In the way they hear your name and their face tightens. In the way they pretend they don't care when, deep down, they know they do. And that's the most satisfying victory of all. Because you don't need their words. You don't need their validation. Their regret is the only recognition you'll ever need. And the best part? You don't even need to hear it to know it's there. Number 9. Your success is the mirror they can't escape. Nothing is more painful than being forced to confront the truth, especially when that truth is wrapped in someone else's success. They don't hate what you've done. They hate what it reminds them of, the fact that they could have done it too, but they didn't. They used to have so much to say, so many opinions, so much confidence in telling you what would and wouldn't work. They swore you were wasting your time. They swore you were chasing something impossible. And now they sit in the same place they always have, forced to watch you prove them wrong in real time. But here's the brutal truth. It was never really about you. It was never about your dreams, your ambition, or even your success. The reason they hate to see you win is because your victory is a direct reflection of their failure. You are the proof that it was possible, that it could have been done, that every excuse they ever made was a lie they told themselves to justify their own stagnation. And that truth is unbearable for them. Because now when they look at you, they don't just see your success. They see every risk they were too afraid to take, every opportunity they let slip by, every moment they chose comfort over growth. Your success isn't just a win, it's a mirror that forces them to see what they could have been if they had only had the courage to move like you did. And that's why they can't stand you now, because deep down, they know they played it small. They know they wasted time. They know they talked big but never backed it up with action. And seeing you rise, it reminds them of their own mediocrity in a way they can't ignore. That's why they don't clap for you, why they downplay your success, why they scramble to find reasons why you had it easier, why you were lucky, why you had some kind of advantage. Because admitting that you earned it, that you created this reality through sheer will, would mean admitting that they had the same chance, but they chose not to take it. And now they're trapped in a reality they built for themselves, a reality where they can't escape the fact that they wasted years running in circles while you broke free. A reality where their worst nightmare isn't just your success. It's the realization that they were never victims of circumstance. They were victims of their own fear. But here's the part they'll never say out loud. They wish they were you. They wish they had the discipline, the vision, the drive to push through the doubt like you did. They won't admit it, but every time they see your name, every time they hear about your success, it burns. Not because they truly hate you, but because you remind them of everything they could have been. And that will haunt them for life. Number 10. You weren't just right, you were inevitable. They wanted you to doubt yourself, to break under the weight of their judgment, to believe even for a second that they knew you better than you knew yourself. But the truth? The truth is worse than they ever imagined. You never needed their approval to win. This was never about them, not really. They were just background noise, shadows cast by their own insecurity, placeholders in a story that was always destined to be yours. While they wasted their breath trying to convince you that you weren't enough, you were already moving, already working, already building the future they swore you'd never have. And now, the reality they refuse to accept is staring them right in the face. You didn't just prove them wrong, you proved yourself right. Every late night, every sacrifice, every moment of doubt you pushed through was never for them. It was for you, for the part of you that always knew deep down that you were built for something greater. Because the truth is, you were never seeking their validation. You never needed their applause, their approval, their permission to rise. But they needed you to need it. They needed you to chase their acceptance because that was the only power they ever had over you. And now that you've broken free, they have nothing. No control, no influence, just the bitter taste of their own underestimation. They tried to convince you that you were wrong about yourself, that your dreams were too big, your ambition too reckless, your belief in yourself nothing more than foolish arrogance. But what they never realized is that people like you don't wait for permission. You don't shrink to fit inside their narrow vision. You never needed them to believe in you. You believed in yourself, and that was always enough. And that's what haunts them now. Not just your success, but the realization that they never had any real power to stop you, that their opinions, their mockery, their doubts were completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. You rose without their approval. You succeeded without their permission. And worst of all, you never looked back. Because while they were busy trying to control your perception of yourself, you were proving over and over again that you already knew who you were. You weren't looking for validation, you were looking for results. And now, as they sit there, drowning in the wreckage of their own misplaced confidence, they finally understand. They weren't just wrong about you. They never even had a clue who you really were. And that is the hardest truth for them to accept. Number 11. The irony is poetic. They built the fire that burned their own illusions. They sharpened their words like knives, convinced they were cutting you down. But all they did was carve the path to your victory. And now, as they stand in the ashes of their own arrogance, they realize their doubt didn't break you. It built you. Fate has a twisted sense of humor, doesn't it? The very people who tried to hold you down, who mocked your dreams, who swore you'd never make it, they were unknowingly shaping their own downfall. They thought they were breaking you, that their laughter, their judgment, their endless doubts would be enough to shatter you. But what they never realized was that every insult, every sneer, every moment of disbelief was nothing more than fuel. They handed you the very fire that forged you into something unstoppable. They were the resistance that made you stronger, the obstacles that forced you to evolve. They were so obsessed with proving you wrong that they never stopped to think, what if they were wrong? What if instead of breaking you, they were actually building you? And now, as they watch you rise, that realization is hitting them like a brick wall. Because the truth is undeniable. You didn't just survive their doubt. You thrived because of it. You turned their negativity into momentum, their dismissal into determination. They were so busy trying to drag you down that they never noticed the wings you were growing right in front of them. And now, as they sit in the same place, stuck in their same old ways, they have no choice but to accept the brutal reality. They played themselves. The irony is almost too perfect. The ones who swore you'd fail are now being forced to witness your success. The ones who tried to write you off are now watching your story unfold in ways they never saw coming. And the best part? They know they had a hand in it. That's what keeps them up at night. That's what haunts them. Because now they realize that every ounce of energy they put into doubting you only made you stronger. Every time they threw dirt on your name, they were unknowingly planting the seeds of their own humiliation. And now those seeds have grown into something undeniable. You are the living proof that their words held no weight, that their doubts had no power, that the universe was never on their side to begin with. And that's the twist they never saw coming. The very thing they thought would destroy you made you. And now they have to live with it. They have to sit with the knowledge that they played themselves. That while they wasted their energy trying to hold you back, you were using it to push forward. That while they stayed stuck in their own bitterness, you were building something they could never touch. And that is the most poetic justice of all. So let them wrestle with their own irony. Let them choke on the realization that they were never the main character in this story. Let them watch, let them regret, let them sit in the mess they made for themselves. Because the tables have turned, and now the joke is on them. Number 12. You weren't supposed to win, and that's exactly why you did. They built walls around you, thinking they could define your limits. They spoke your name with doubt, convinced that you would never escape the small box they placed you in. But now they watch, powerless, as you tear through every illusion they created, because you were never theirs to control. They wanted you to believe in their version of you, the one who would never go too far, never surpass them, never break the invisible barriers they set. Their expectations weren't meant to guide you. They were meant to trap you. They weren't giving advice. They were casting chains. But the problem? You were never meant to stay caged. You saw through it. Maybe not at first. Maybe you spent years believing their limits were real, that their words had power, that their vision of you was somehow accurate. But then something shifted. Maybe it was the way they reacted the moment you started thinking bigger, the way they dismissed your dreams as too much, the way they tried to shrink you the second they felt your energy rising above theirs. That's when you knew. That's when you realized their expectations were never your reality. They were just reflections of their own fear. They weren't predicting your failure. They were projecting their own. And the moment you understood that, you became unstoppable. And now, look where you are, out of reach, out of their control. They spent so much time underestimating you, assuming you would stay where they left you, that they never even considered what would happen when you outgrew them. And that's the part they're struggling with now, because your success isn't just about you. It's a direct challenge to everything they believed. Your rise is undeniable proof that their limits were illusions, that their so-called wisdom was nothing but fear in disguise, that every time they said, "Be realistic," what they really meant was, "Don't prove me wrong." But you did. And now they're scrambling. Some will pretend they always supported you, rewriting history to make themselves look like believers. Others will cling to resentment, bitter that you didn't stay small like they expected. But none of them can change the truth. You escaped. And nothing terrifies them more than seeing someone they tried to control break free. Because your success is a reminder, a warning, a crack in the illusion they built their lives around. If you could do it, then what's stopping them? If you could rise, then why did they settle? They don't have answers, only regret. And that regret, it haunts them. But that's not your problem. You are not responsible for their disbelief. You are not obligated to make them comfortable. You owe them nothing. They tried to limit you, and now they have to live with the reality that you are limitless. So keep going, keep evolving, keep being everything they said you couldn't be. Because your greatest revenge isn't proving them wrong, it's proving that they never had the power to define you in the first place. Number 13. Your success is a spotlight that exposes their mediocrity. They never thought you'd make it. They never thought you'd outgrow them, outshine them, or leave them behind. But now, as they sit in the same place, with the same mindset, living the same life, they're forced to ask themselves a question they never wanted to face. Why didn't I do more? See, when you were struggling, when you were still finding your way, they had the upper hand. They had control. They felt superior. It was easy to look at you and feel like they were ahead, easy to laugh at your ambition and tell themselves they had it all figured out. But now, you've shattered that illusion. Your growth is a threat, not because it took anything from them, but because it exposed everything they never became. And that burns more than any insult ever could. Because your success isn't just a personal victory, it's a direct challenge to their existence. It forces them to confront every excuse, every moment they chose comfort over progress, every opportunity they ignored because it required too much effort. You didn't just win. You proved that their limitations were never real, that they were never victims of circumstance. They were victims of their own choices, and that's why they can't stand you now. It's why they can't look you in the eyes, why they pretend your success doesn't exist, why they downplay every achievement you've earned. Because if they acknowledge you, they have to acknowledge their own failures, and that's something their ego won't allow. So instead they rewrite the story. They say you got lucky. They say you had help. They tell themselves it was easier for you than it would have been for them. Anything to avoid the truth. You just wanted it more. You put in the work they refused to. You sacrificed while they played it safe. You faced rejection while they avoided risks. And now they're staring at the brutal consequences of their own mediocrity while you continue to climb. But the real tragedy, they could have come with you. If they had spent less time doubting and more time doing, they wouldn't be stuck in this loop of resentment. If they had believed in themselves even half as much as they doubted you, they wouldn't be watching you from the sidelines, suffocating under the weight of their own regret. Because that's what this is now. Regret. It's not just jealousy anymore. It's not just bitterness. It's the crushing realization that they could have had more, but they chose less. And now they have to sit with that. But you don't. You don't carry their regrets. You don't shrink yourself to make them comfortable. You don't apologize for proving them wrong. Because your success, it was never about them. It was never about proving a point. It was about becoming everything you were meant to be. And if your triumph forces them to question their own mediocrity, so be it. That's a battle they have to fight on their own. Number 14. Now they rot in the cage they built for you. They thought they had you figured out, thought they had you boxed in, trapped, defined by their shallow expectations. But while you shattered every limit they placed on you, they were too blind to see. The only ones truly trapped were them. They used to speak with so much certainty, told themselves they knew exactly who you were, exactly how far you would go. They built a version of you in their minds, one they could control, one that fit neatly into their world of limitations. And when you started pushing beyond that, when you refused to stay small, refused to accept their version of reality, they dismissed it, ignored it, convinced themselves it was a fluke. But now they're realizing something terrifying. You were never the one who was stuck. They were. They built a cage, but they built it for themselves. They created a world where they were superior, where their opinions mattered, where their judgments defined reality. But reality doesn't care about their small-minded perceptions. Reality rewards movement, growth, power. And while you broke free, they stayed right where they were, locked inside the limits of their own making. And now they sit in the wreckage of their own arrogance, watching you move through a world they can't even begin to understand, watching you rise higher than they ever imagined, achieving things they once mocked. They don't laugh anymore, they don't talk as much, because deep down they know they played themselves. This was never about you proving them wrong. It was about them proving themselves wrong. Because while they wasted time building walls, you were building an empire. While they were busy underestimating you, you were putting in the work. And now, every move you make, every win you collect, is another crack in the illusion they once believed in. But here's the part that really eats them alive. They can't follow you. They can't just suddenly switch up, admit they were wrong, and evolve with you. Their pride won't let them. They've spent too much time looking down on you, too much energy convincing themselves they were ahead. To admit the truth now, to acknowledge that you weren't the fool in this story, that would mean facing their own failure, their own wasted potential, and people like them, they'd rather rot than grow. So that's exactly what they do. They sit in the same conversations, telling the same tired stories, living in the same illusions that used to comfort them. But now, those illusions are cracking, because every time they hear your name, every time they see your success, they are reminded they lost the game before they even realized they were playing it. And you don't even have to look back, because the truth is, you never needed their approval, their validation, their belief. The only person who ever needed to believe in you was you. And that's exactly why you're free, while they remain prisoners of their own small minds. And that's the truth. They never had control over your destiny. The universe was always working in your favor, aligning everything to push you forward while they remained stuck in their own limitations. Their doubt was never a roadblock. It was fuel. And now, as they watch you rise beyond their wildest nightmares, they realize too late. They were never the ones in power. If you feel this message, claim it. Like, subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments to confirm you're stepping fully into your path. Share this with another chosen one, because the more we rise, the more unstoppable we become. They sharpened their tongues like knives, but they forgot. Blades dull, and truth cuts deeper. They came for you with deception, thinking their lies would carve you up and leave you in pieces. But what they failed to realize is that a dull blade can never wound the unbreakable. Their words may have spread fast, like wildfire in dry grass, but the rain always comes, and when it does, every false spark will be drowned. They built castles of slander, thinking they were fortresses, but all they did was trap themselves inside crumbling walls of their own making. They lied about you because they feared you. They feared your presence, your power, your truth. Weak people don't attack the weak. They only go after what threatens them. And you are a walking storm, a force they cannot contain, so they tried to silence you the only way cowards know how, through deceit. But here's the thing about storms. You can't stop them with whispers, and you can't outrun them with lies. And now, the winds have shifted. Their time is running out, and they know it. The universe never lets injustice go unpaid. The same mouths that spread poison will choke on their own venom. The same hands that threw dirt on your name will one day beg to shake yours. Every falsehood they built against you is a weight tied around their own neck, and the deeper they sink, the louder they scream. Watch how they stumble, how their stories start falling apart. Watch how the people they manipulated begin to question them. Watch how the universe rebalances the scales. You don't have to do a thing, just keep rising, because the truth isn't in a rush. It moves with precision. And And when it arrives, it crushes every false narrative like a tidal wave swallowing a paper boat. That's why they're uneasy. That's why they can't rest. They see you standing strong despite everything they threw at you, and it haunts them. They fear the power of being chosen. You were never meant to blend in, and they know it. That's why they tried so hard to dim your light. They thought if they threw enough shadows, people would forget the sun existed. But darkness has no power where light stands, and your glow, it's blinding. They hear your footsteps, and it terrifies them, because every step you take forward is another reminder that they failed. Every breath you take is proof that their lies didn't break you. Every win you secure is a nail in the coffin of their deception. They tried to erase you, but all they did was make your name impossible to ignore. Let them talk, let them scheme, let them exhaust themselves trying to keep up with the truth. They are running a race they've already lost. And now, chosen ones, it's time to push this message further. Like this video, subscribe, and spread the truth. When you do, YouTube signals this message to reach more chosen ones, more warriors who need to hear this. The more we rise, the harder their lies fall. Because truth is patient, but when it strikes, it never misses. And now, chosen ones, this is where it gets real. If you've made it this far, it's not by accident. Your spirit knows the truth when it hears it. The ones who tried to bury you, they have no idea what's coming, but you do. So before we go deeper, show them you're still standing. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a number 77 in the comments if you know their lies will cost them everything. The more you engage, the further this message spreads to every chosen one who needs to hear it. And now, let's break it down step by step. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel it. You won't be able to look away, because what's coming next, it's the part they fear the most. Let's get started. Number 1. They played the game, but the universe holds the rules. They built their throne on deception, but forgot. Foundations made of lies always collapse under the weight of truth. They thought they could manipulate the system, twist reality in their favor, and rewrite your story with their slander. They believed if they spread enough lies, repeated them enough times, and got enough people to believe, it would become truth. But they underestimated one thing: the universe. Because while they were busy rigging the game, bending the rules and stacking the deck against you, they forgot who keeps the score. Lies move fast, but truth moves with purpose. It doesn't have to chase, it doesn't have to beg to be seen. It waits, then strikes when the time is right. That's what they never saw coming. While they were celebrating their false victories, convincing themselves they had won, the universe was watching, and the universe never forgets. You see, being chosen isn't just about survival. It's about alignment. When you are meant for something greater, the universe shifts in your favor. The same doors they tried to lock behind you, they will be forced to watch them swing open for you. The same people who turned against you, they will come crawling back, choking on the same lies they once believed. Every single attempt to bury you was just another step in your elevation. They thought they were in control. They thought they had power. They mistook their momentary advantage for permanence, but all they did was dig their own graves. Because here's what they never understood. You don't need revenge. You don't need to fight dirty. You don't need to waste energy trying to correct their lies. The universe does that for you. What they put out, they will receive tenfold. What they stole from you will be returned with interest. Karma doesn't move on human time. It moves on divine precision. And that's what haunts them. That's why they can't sleep. That's why no matter how much they lie, how much they slander, they never find peace. Because deep down, they know truth is coming for them. They wanted to erase you. But what happens when you try to erase something that's already written into destiny? You fail. And now they're about to learn that the hard way. They see it happening already. The cracks are forming. The whispers are turning against them. The same crowd they used against you, they are turning on them. Because lies may entertain for a moment, but truth holds weight. And when the weight of their deception finally comes crashing down, there will be no escape. So let them laugh now. Let them enjoy their illusion of victory, because when the universe delivers what they earned, there won't be a crowd left to cheer them on. And you won't even have to lift a finger. Just keep rising, keep moving, keep standing in your truth. The system they tried to use against you is now working against them. They just don't know it yet. And when they finally realize, it will be too late. Number 2. Lies burn fast, but truth burns forever. They set fire to your name, thinking the flames would consume you, but they forgot. Wildfires only clear the way for stronger roots. They moved quickly, desperate to control the narrative. Lies, after all, are built for speed. They spread like gasoline on dry ground, loud, chaotic, attention-grabbing. And for a moment, it might have looked like they were winning. It might have seemed like their slander had the power to rewrite reality. But what they didn't realize is that truth doesn't panic. Truth doesn't need to run. Truth waits, watches, and builds power in silence. Unlike their flimsy lies, which burn bright and fast before collapsing into ash, truth ages like fine wine, growing richer, stronger, undeniable. They thought they buried you beneath their deception, but the longer truth stays hidden, the more powerful it becomes. They mistook silence for defeat. They assumed that because they were loud, they were right. But volume has never been proof of strength, only desperation. And now? Now the weight of the truth is pressing down on them. The cracks in their story are showing. The same people they manipulated are starting to question, starting to connect the dots, starting to realize they were nothing more than pawns in a dirty game. And when the truth finally rises, it won't just expose them, it will erase them. They built an empire out of illusions, convinced they had won. But truth is the slow-moving avalanche they never saw coming. The higher they climbed on their false pedestal, the further they will fall. This is why they fear you, because despite everything they did, despite the rumors, the betrayal, the relentless attempts to tear you down, you never collapsed. You never gave them the reaction they wanted. You never broke. And that terrifies them, because deep down they know what's coming. They know that when the truth comes crashing down, it won't just correct their lies, it will crush them completely. And there is nothing they can do to stop it. They can try to deny it. They can try to twist the story one last time. They can scramble, make excuses, play the victim, but it won't matter. Because once the truth is revealed, it can't be unheard. It can't be unseen. Their own lies will betray them. The same people they convinced will turn against them. The same weapons they used against you will now be used against them. The longer truth takes to reveal itself, the harder it hits when it does. And when it finally arrives, it will leave no doubt, no escape, no second chances. So let them enjoy their fleeting victory. Let them pretend they are untouchable. Let them laugh. Because when the dust settles, only one thing will be left standing, and it won't be them. Number 3, they planted lies, but you were always the soil. They threw poison into your garden, hoping to see you wither, but they forgot. Seeds don't decide what grows. The soil does. They thought words alone had power. They believed that if they scattered enough lies, they could dictate your fate. They planted deceit in every corner, convinced that their slander would take root and choke out everything you were meant to become. But what they never understood is that you were never just the target, you were always the gardener. They could throw anything they wanted at you, rumors, betrayals, sabotage, but at the end of the day, you control what grows in your life, and their negativity, their attempts to bury you, all they did was fertilize your rise. Because when you're chosen, even your enemies become your stepping stones. Every insult they threw your way, you turned it into wisdom. Every attempt to break you, you turned it into resilience. Every loss they thought would destroy you, you turned it into a lesson. They were playing checkers while you were building an empire. They didn't realize that every hardship they sent your way was only making you stronger. They thought they were breaking you, when all they were doing was forcing you to grow deeper roots. And now they have to watch. They have to watch as you rise, despite everything. They have to witness how the lies they planted didn't produce the outcome they wanted. Instead of seeing you crumble, they see you thriving. And nothing haunts them more than knowing they were the reason you became unstoppable. They set traps for you, thinking they were clever. But they forgot. You weren't just surviving, you were learning. While they wasted energy plotting against you, you were mastering the art of turning every setback into a setup. You took every stone they threw and built a fortress. And now, they're the ones trapped. Because the seeds they planted are no longer in your garden, they've overgrown in their own lives. The lies they spread, now they're choking on them. The games they played, now they're stuck in them. The difference between you and them was never luck. It was mindset. You knew the truth. Only you decide what takes root in your life. So let them watch. Let them witness the power they tried to steal from you. Let them see how every attempt to tear you down only built you up. Because the harvest is coming. And when it does, only one of you will be left standing. And it won't be them. Number 4. They wear smiles, but their souls are screaming. They laughed while they lied, but the echoes of their own betrayal will be the lullabies that keep them awake at night. They walk around as if nothing happened, pretending their hands are clean. They smile, they celebrate, they convince the world they've moved on, as if the weight of their deceit doesn't exist. But no one escapes what they've done. Not in this life, not in any. Because guilt is not a shadow you can outrun. It's a ghost that follows them everywhere. They thought destroying your name would bring them peace. They believed that if they convinced enough people of their lies, it would become their truth. But lies don't erase reality. They only delay the consequences. And the consequences? They're coming for them like a storm they'll never be able to outrun. They might fool the world, but they can't fool the universe. They might distract themselves, fill their days with noise, run from silence, but they can't escape their own mind. Because when the world quiets down, when the distractions fade, when the mask slips, when they are alone in the dark with nothing but their thoughts, that's when it begins. That's when the weight of what they've done crushes them. The same lies they used to turn people against you, they hear them in their own voices now. The same betrayals they laughed about, they see them playing in their minds like a movie they can't pause. They are haunted by the ghosts of their own deception, and no amount of pretending will save them. You see, justice doesn't operate on human time. It doesn't rush. It doesn't announce its arrival. It waits. It waits until they are comfortable, until they believe they got away with it, until they have built their fragile illusion so high they forget it was made of glass. Then it shatters, and when it does, they will finally understand what real suffering feels like. They never feared hurting you. They never hesitated to betray you. They thought their actions carried no weight, that slander was just words, that deception would never come back to them. But what they forgot is this: nothing is free. Every lie, every act of treachery, every false narrative they created to destroy you, it all has a price. And the cost is sleepless nights, anxious days, and a slow, inescapable descent into their own destruction. They see it happening already. That's why they can't sit still. That's why they constantly need validation, why they desperately need people around them, why they can't be alone with themselves. Because when they are, they hear it. The voice of truth creeping in, reminding them of everything they've done. And the universe is making sure they feel every second of it. They don't get to move forward. They don't get to live in peace. They don't get to escape what they set in motion. Because while they were busy trying to destroy you, they unknowingly destroyed themselves. They might not show it. They might still put on a good act, but look closer. See the exhaustion in their eyes, the tension in their body, the unease in their movements. See how they fidget, how they overcompensate, how they desperately try to maintain the illusion. That's not happiness, that's fear. Because they know what's coming, they know the walls are closing in, they know the truth is catching up, and when it does, there will be no mercy. So let them laugh, let them pretend, let them act as if they have no regrets. Because the louder they fake their peace, the deeper their suffering actually is. And when their day of reckoning finally comes, you won't even need to lift a finger. Number 5. Lies are just shadows, and shadows can't survive the light. They cast a shadow over your name, thinking darkness could erase you, but they forgot. Shadows don't exist without light, and the light is yours. They thought they had the perfect plan. They whispered in the ears of the weak, spread rumors like a disease, and painted you as something you're not. They moved in the dark, hoping you'd never see what was happening. But there's one fatal flaw in their strategy. Lies are only shadows, and shadows don't last. A shadow may distort the truth for a moment, stretching, twisting, making reality look different than it is. But no matter how long it lingers, it can't make the truth disappear. Because when the light hits, the shadow is gone. That's why they're afraid. That's why they work so hard to keep the illusion alive. Because they know, the second the truth shines through, their entire deception collapses. Look at how desperate they are. Look at how much effort they put into keeping their lies alive. It's exhausting, isn't it? They can't afford to stop. They have to keep spinning their web, feeding it, reinforcing it, because the moment they slip up, everything unravels. And it will, because it always does. No one can outrun the truth forever. No lie can hold up against time. No shadow can survive when the light finally hits. They thought they had control. They thought they had power. But all they really had was a temporary illusion. And now, that illusion is cracking. That's why they watch you. That's why they obsess over you, even after all they've done. Because you haven't fallen, you haven't crumbled. You're still moving, still rising, still proving them wrong without even trying. And that terrifies them. Because they know what's coming. They can feel it. The same people who once believed their lies, they're starting to question. The same ones who turned on you, they're beginning to realize they were played. And the more they see, the weaker the shadow becomes. This is how it always ends. Lies don't age well. The truth is patient, waiting just long enough for their own words to betray them. And when it does, it will expose everything. No escape, no excuses, no more running. They will try to shift the blame. They will try to rewrite history. They will act like they were misunderstood, like they never meant to cause harm. But it won't work. Because by then, the light will be too bright, and their shadows will be gone. So don't waste energy fighting their lies. Don't chase the shadows they throw. Just keep standing in your truth. Because every day that passes, the light grows stronger. And soon, there will be nowhere left for them to hide. Number 6. Some people are their own punishment. They thought they escaped karma, but they never realized they are already living in their sentence. They betrayed you, lied on your name, threw dirt on you, hoping it would stick. And for a moment, you might have felt that urge to strike back, to make them feel the weight of their own actions, to remind them who they messed with. But let me tell you something, chosen one. Some people aren't even worth your revenge. Why? Because they are already suffering. You don't see it, but trust me, they feel it. They walk around pretending they won, acting like they got away with it. But look closer. Watch their life. Watch their patterns. They are never at peace. They can't hold on to anything good. The same deceit they used on you, they use on others. The same manipulation, the same backstabbing, it follows them. They live in constant paranoia, always looking over their shoulder, always afraid that the next person will do to them what they did to you. That's their punishment. They thought hurting you would elevate them, but all they did was dig their own pit. And now, they're stuck in it. You don't have to do anything, no plotting, no schemes, no wasting your energy trying to bring them down. They're doing it to themselves. Because karma isn't some myth, it's a system. It moves in silence, it watches, it calculates, and when it strikes, it does so with perfect precision. But here's the thing, the universe doesn't need your help. Your enemies will suffer in ways you could never imagine. Not because you wished it, but because that's the price of their own actions. They betrayed someone pure. They bit the hand that never harmed them. They took advantage of someone who was only ever real, and real ones are protected. Look around. Have you noticed how their life isn't as perfect as they pretend? Have you noticed how they can't keep good relationships? How they always seem to be in some kind of chaos? That's not a coincidence. You were the blessing in their life, and they threw it away. Now they get to watch from the sidelines as you rise higher than they ever imagined. And that's why they're still watching you. They'll never admit it, but they can't stop checking in, can't stop lurking, hoping you've fallen, praying that somehow you're still hurting. But every time they see you standing strong, moving forward, untouched by their lies, it eats them alive. Because they lost, not you. They lost your energy. They lost access to your presence. They lost the opportunity to stand beside you as you elevate. And now they're stuck with themselves. And that's worse than anything you could ever do to them. So let them be. Let them stew in their own misery. Let them sit in the mess they made. The best revenge? Winning, succeeding, thriving while they fade into irrelevance. Because you were never their equal. You were always above them. And now they finally see it. Number 7. Time is the great unmasker, and their day is coming. They wore masks to hide their deceit, but time peels away all disguises. And when the mask falls, so does their entire illusion. Lies are fragile things. They demand maintenance, constant adjustments, endless retellings. Every time they repeat their slander, they have to tweak the details, patch up the holes, make sure the story still makes sense. Because deception isn't self-sustaining, it's exhausting. It takes work to keep up a lie, but the truth stands on its own. They thought they could fool the world forever. They thought their mask was unbreakable. But time is the great unmasker. It has no allegiance to falsehoods, no loyalty to illusions. It exposes everything, whether they're ready for it or not. At first, their lies might have been convincing. At first, people may have believed them, but that's the thing about facades. They always crack. No one can play pretend forever. No one can keep their stories straight when they were built on a foundation of nothing. And slowly, piece by piece, their own words will betray them. They will slip. They will contradict themselves. They will grow careless. The people they once manipulated will start noticing the inconsistencies. The same crowd that cheered them on will be the first to turn on them. Because there's one thing about those who entertain gossip and slander: they are never loyal. The ones who helped spread their lies, they will abandon them the moment it stops serving them. They will watch from a distance as the mask falls and the truth spills out. And when that moment comes, no one will be there to save them. They thought they had control. They thought they could rewrite reality, but time has no master. And now, time is turning against them. The whispers have already begun. The people they fooled are starting to question. They are starting to see the cracks. The illusion is starting to flicker. And once a lie starts falling apart, there is no saving it. It collapses under its own weight. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to prove a thing. Just wait. Because when their time runs out, it won't be quiet. It will be loud, public, humiliating. The universe will ensure that their exposure is just as grand as their deception. Every lie they told will come back. Every falsehood they spread will return. And every eye that once looked at you with doubt will now turn on them in disgust. And they will stand there naked before the truth with nowhere to run. That is their fate. That is the destiny they chose the moment they built their power on deception. So let them laugh now. Let them pretend they are untouchable. Let them enjoy their illusion while they still can. Because when the mask finally falls, they will wish they had never spoken your name. Number 8. A stained reputation can be cleaned. A rotten soul cannot. They threw mud at your name, thinking it would stick forever, but they forgot. Rain washes away the dirt, while rot only spreads from within. They were obsessed with destroying your reputation. They knew they could never break your spirit, never match your strength, so they attacked what they thought mattered most: your name. They spread rumors, twisted stories, and turned people against you, hoping you would crumble under the weight of their deception. But here's what they never understood. Reputation is a shadow, fleeting, shifting, controlled by outside forces. Character is the foundation beneath it all, and unlike shadows, it doesn't change with the light. They could manipulate how people see you, but they could never change who you are. And now, the illusion is wearing off. The longer time passes, the more people start to question. The same ones who believed their lies are starting to realize the truth. Because a lie can only survive as long as it goes unchallenged. But reality always finds a way to break through. They thought they could rewrite your story, erase your legacy, make the world turn against you. But instead, they exposed themselves. Because every attack they made, every false accusation, every underhanded move, it all revealed more about them than it ever did about you. While they were so busy trying to make you look bad, they showed the world exactly who they are. And what do people remember in the end? Not whispers, not temporary scandals, not staged betrayals. They remember who stood firm when the storm came. They remember who kept their integrity when others folded. They remember who walked through fire and didn't burn. That's why you have already won. Because while they gambled their own integrity just to ruin you, you never had to lose yourself in the process. And now they are stuck with the consequences. Reputation is borrowed. It can be stolen, smeared, or manipulated. But character is earned. It's not something they can take from you, not something they can twist with lies. And that's why they're scared. Because as their lies unravel, as their schemes collapse, people won't just see the truth about you, they'll see the truth about them. And that's their greatest fear. You survived the worst of their attacks. Now they have to survive the aftermath. They have to watch as people start questioning. They have to endure the doubt creeping into every conversation. They have to deal with the sinking realization that no matter how much they tried to bury you, you are still here, still rising, still thriving, still unshaken. And them, they are forever marked. Their names will be attached to deception, manipulation, and betrayal. Their so-called victory will be remembered as nothing more than a desperate lie. So let them talk, let them scramble, let them panic. Because once time does its work, only one thing will be left standing, and it won't be them. Number 9. They beg for approval. You were built for greatness. They gather crowds to feel powerful, but you walk alone, and they still fear your presence. They need validation like air. They need an audience to survive. Their lies, their slander, their endless attempts to drag your name through the mud, it was never about you. It was about them, about their own fragile ego, about their desperate need to be seen, heard, and believed. Because without a crowd to clap for their deception, they are nothing. That's why they hate you. That's why they fear you. Because you don't seek validation. You don't need applause. You don't need a panel of fools to approve of you. You exist in your own lane, and your presence alone is enough to shake them. They slandered you, hoping you would defend yourself, react, break, beg for people to believe you. They expected you to crumble under the weight of their falsehoods. But when you didn't, when you stood tall, silent, unbothered, that's when they started to panic. Because the truth is, their power only exists when you engage. Their lies only live as long as you acknowledge them. And when you refuse to fight for their approval, when you refuse to play their game, you took away the only thing keeping them relevant. Now watch how they scramble. Watch how they grow restless, watching you from the shadows. Watch how they double down, how they throw even more lies into the fire, hoping, praying that something sticks. But it won't, because you've already won. You are chosen. You were never meant to blend in, never meant to seek permission, never meant to beg for a seat at their table. While they desperately fight for attention, you are outgrowing every space they tried to keep you trapped in. They wanted you to feel small. They wanted you to need their validation, but they never understood. A chosen one doesn't need permission to exist. That's what haunts them. Because they still need the approval of others to feel whole. They still need confirmation that their lies are working. They still need an audience to justify their actions. But you don't need any of it. You just keep rising. And no matter what they do, they can't stop it. They can whisper. They can shout. They can gather their little crowds and spin their fake narratives. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Because while they waste time chasing validation, you're building something real. You're evolving, you're growing, you're moving in silence, and silence is the one thing they can't control. They don't just hate you for who you are, they hate you for who you're becoming. Because while they remain stuck, desperate, drowning in their own need to be believed, you are moving forward, untouchable, unstoppable, undeniable. And the best part, you never needed their approval to do it. Number 10. The trap they set was always meant for them. They wove a web of lies, thinking they were the masters of manipulation, but they forgot. The more a spider spins, the closer it gets to trapping itself. They spoke with confidence, thinking their deception was airtight. They believed if they just repeated their lies enough times, people would accept them as truth. They mistook manipulation for power, forgetting that every lie is a debt, and the universe always collects. The problem with liars is that they talk too much. They don't know when to stop. At first, their words may seem calculated, their false stories well-structured. But deception is fragile. It demands constant maintenance. The more they speak, the more contradictions arise. The more they fabricate, the more tangled their own web becomes. And now, the walls are closing in on them. People are starting to notice the cracks. The same ones who once believed their lies are beginning to ask questions. The stories don't line up. The timeline doesn't make sense. Their so-called truth is riddled with inconsistencies. And now they are scrambling. They thought they had the upper hand, but they forgot the golden rule of deception. The more you lie, the more you have to remember. And they can't keep up. They are exhausting themselves trying to hold their fake story together, but it's slipping through their fingers like sand. One contradiction leads to another, and before they even realize it, their own words have turned against them. This is how the universe works. You don't have to fight them. You don't have to prove anything. You don't have to beg people to see the truth. Just watch. Watch as their own words become the chains that drag them down. Watch as the same people who once defended them now start questioning them. Watch as they panic, trying to rewrite their lies in real time, only to expose themselves even more. This is the part they never saw coming. They thought they could control the narrative forever. They thought they could silence you with slander and deceit. But truth doesn't need a microphone. It doesn't need an army. It just waits. Because when the time is right, it strikes with precision. And when that happens, their own words will be their undoing. The same voices that were once so loud, so confident in their lies, will be reduced to whispers. They will stumble over their own contradictions. Their allies will turn against them because no one likes to be lied to. And the ones who tried to destroy you will destroy themselves. They played the game, but they forgot one thing. Lies expire. Truth is forever. And now the countdown has begun. Number 11. Your success is the death of their lies. They wanted you broken, crawling, defeated, but every step you take forward is another nail in the coffin of their deception. They thought they had you. They poured everything into your downfall: slander, betrayal, manipulation. They whispered in the ears of those around you, twisting reality, turning people against you. They wanted you to fold under the weight of their lies. They needed you to break, because your strength was a direct threat to their weakness. But here's the part they never saw coming. You didn't just survive, you thrived. Nothing destroys an enemy faster than watching the person they tried to destroy rise beyond their reach. They wanted you to be stuck in the same pit they dwell in, trapped in the same cycle of bitterness, consumed by the same misery that eats them alive every single day. But you left them behind, and that's what haunts them. Your success is a mirror, and when they look into it, they don't see you. They see every single way they failed. They see their schemes crumbling. They see the lies they told unraveling. They see proof that nothing they did could stop you. They called you weak, but here you are, standing stronger than ever. They called you a failure, but your wins scream louder than their slander ever could. And that is their karma. They thought karma would look like instant revenge, like some dramatic downfall, like the universe would strike them down in one swift moment. But karma works in silence, and the loudest form of karma, your elevation. Because while they're still watching, still obsessing, still plotting, you are building, you are rising, you are moving in ways they can't understand, making moves they never expected, reaching levels they never thought you could reach, and it's eating them alive. Because now, they don't just have to live with their own lies, they have to live with the reality that they lost. They lost the battle they started. They lost control over the narrative. They lost the power they thought they had over you. And the best part, you never had to fight them. You never had to get revenge. You never had to play their game. All you did was keep growing. And now, every single time your name is mentioned, every time someone speaks about you, every success you achieve, It reminds them that they failed. Your growth is the very thing that punishes them. Because while they remain bitter, stuck and rotting in their own negativity, you are proof that everything they did was a waste. They wasted their time. They wasted their energy. They wasted their own reputation trying to destroy yours. And now, they are forced to watch. Helpless, powerless, defeated. So let them watch. Let them sit in the misery they created for themselves. Let them feel the weight of every failed attempt to bring you down. Because nothing, absolutely nothing, will ever hurt them more than watching you become everything they swore you would never be. Number 12. They thought no one saw, but eyes were watching in silence. They spun their web of lies in the dark, but forgot shadows don't hide the truth. They only delay its exposure. They thought they were smart. They thought they were untouchable. They believed that if they whispered their lies behind closed doors, if they spread their poison in secrecy, no one would ever know. They assumed the world would take their words as fact, that their slander would seal your fate. But what they never accounted for is the silence. Because while they were busy performing, while they were twisting narratives and making themselves look like the victims, people were watching, quietly, patiently, observing their every move. See, not everyone is fooled by deception. Some people don't speak, but they listen. They don't react, but they remember. They might not have defended you openly at the time, but they saw everything. And when the moment comes, they will step forward. Because the truth always has witnesses. And when the tides turn, when the truth begins to rise, those who stayed silent will become the loudest voices. The same people they counted on to believe their lies will be the ones to expose them. That's what terrifies them. They wanted to destroy you in silence, but they failed to realize that silence doesn't mean absence. Every lie they told left a trail. Every manipulation had an audience. Every false accusation planted seeds of doubt, not against you, but against them. And now the weight of their deception is pressing down on them. The mask is slipping, the fake smiles, the rehearsed stories, the carefully crafted image they built, it's all starting to fall apart. Because the truth isn't just coming, it's coming with receipts. And when it does, they will stand alone. No crowd to back them up. No army of believers. No sympathy left to beg for. Just them, exposed, vulnerable, defenseless against the very same system they used to attack you. And you won't have to say a word, because the truth will have witnesses. And when the moment is right, they will speak. They will confirm everything. They will bring the very proof your enemies thought would never surface. This is what keeps them up at night. They thought they had control. They thought their version of the story would be the only one that mattered. But they underestimated the power of time, the power of patience, and the power of truth. And now? Now the walls they built to protect their lies are closing in. Their own words are turning against them. The people they manipulated are questioning them. The ones who blindly followed are waking up. Because truth never stands alone, it always has a witness. They thought they got away with it. But the universe saw. The truth saw. And so did people in silence. And when the time comes, they won't be able to escape the eyes that have been watching all along. Number 13. They thought your silence was surrender. Now it's their sentence. They filled the air with noise, thinking they could drown you out. But they forgot. Silence isn't weakness. It's the sound of something unstoppable building its power. They mocked your stillness. They mistook your refusal to engage as defeat. In their arrogance, they believed that the louder they shouted, the more people would believe them. They thought if they repeated the lies enough times, twisted the story, made you the villain, the world would turn against you. But while they were busy running their mouths, you were sharpening your mind. While they wasted breath on deception, you were conserving your energy. While they played checkers, you were mastering the board. They never realized your silence was never surrender. It was strategy, because truth doesn't need a stage. Truth doesn't need to fight for attention. It just waits. And when the time is right, it moves with precision, destroying everything in its path. That's why they're panicking now. The same people who once laughed at your silence are now terrified of what it means, because silence holds weight. It lingers. It makes people question. It makes people wonder, if you were guilty, why didn't you fight back like they expected? If you were wrong, why didn't you scramble to defend yourself? Why didn't you shout over them, play their game, stoop to their level? Because you never needed to. You knew the universe was handling it. You knew time would expose them better than words ever could. And now, it's happening. Their words are catching up to them. The lies they once spoke so boldly are turning into whispers of doubt. The people who once believed them, they're seeing the cracks. They're asking the questions. They're realizing they were manipulated, and the silence they once mocked, it's now the loudest thing in the room. They underestimated you. They thought their noise could erase your presence. But you don't need noise to be powerful. You never did. Because when truth speaks, it doesn't have to be loud. It just has to be undeniable. And now, they have nowhere left to hide. They burned all their energy trying to destroy you. They exhausted themselves building an illusion. They ran their mouths dry, convinced that if they just kept talking, kept performing, they could keep their lies alive. But the truth? The truth doesn't need their permission to exist. And now, while they scramble for damage control, while they try to shift the narrative one last time, you stand untouched, unaffected, unbothered, because you knew this day would come. You knew their words would eventually betray them. You knew their own desperation would expose them. You knew that silence, your silence, was never the absence of power. It was proof of it. And now, they have no choice but to hear what they fear most. Nothing. Number 14. They dug a grave with their words. Now they're falling in. They thought their words would bury you, but the only grave they dug was their own. They spoke with confidence, weaving lies like a spider spins a web, fast, calculated, and meant to trap you. They assumed that if they repeated the same falsehoods enough times, if they got enough people to believe, it would become reality. They slandered, they spread rumors, they tried to turn the world against you. But what they didn't realize is, words are like seeds, and the ones they planted in deception, they're now reaping in destruction. Every lie they told, every twisted version of the truth, every calculated smear, it all built up, stacking like bricks in the walls of their own downfall. They thought they were crafting a perfect story, but all they did was construct their own trap. Because here's what they never understood. Lies are temporary, but consequences are permanent. They had the advantage for a moment. Lies move fast, they travel light, and they gather attention. But they don't last. They burn out. They collapse under their own weight. And when they do, the people who once believed them start asking questions. The ones who stood by them start pulling away. The foundation crumbles beneath them, and suddenly they have nowhere left to stand. They thought they were in control. They thought their deception gave them power. But power built on lies is an illusion, and illusions always fade. Now they're choking on their own words. They see it happening, their grip slipping, their narrative breaking apart, their own lies turning against them. The same words they once used to destroy you are now exposing them. The same people they used to manipulate are waking up, realizing they were nothing more than pawns in a dirty game. And you? You never had to lift a finger, because the universe doesn't let betrayal go unpaid. It keeps receipts, it watches, it balances the scales, and right now, they're paying for what they did. Their lies were never about truth, they were about fear. They feared your power, they feared your presence, they feared what would happen if people saw you for who you really are. So they tried to rewrite your story before you had a chance to tell it yourself. But here's the thing about truth. It doesn't need permission to exist. And now, it's tearing down everything they built. They thought they had buried you, but they forgot that the ground they stood on was cracking beneath them. They dug so deep into deception, they never realized they were the ones standing at the edge of the pit. And now, they're the ones falling. So let them struggle, let them scramble for excuses, let them claw at the walls, desperate to climb back up. It's too late, because when the truth finally comes crashing down, there's no way out. Number 15. The more they spoke, the more they exposed themselves. They ran their mouths to bury you, but in the end, they only unearthed their own guilt. At first, they thought they were winning. They talked and talked, convinced that their words had power. They twisted the truth, manipulated the story, and spread lies like wildfire, hoping the smoke would hide their own darkness. But what they failed to realize is this: the more you talk, the more you reveal. Lies demand maintenance. They require effort, constant adjustments, endless explanations. And the more they tried to keep their falsehoods alive, the more contradictions they created. The same people who once believed them, they're starting to notice the cracks. They're seeing the inconsistencies, the desperation in their voices, the way their story keeps changing. Because that's the thing about deception, it eventually turns on itself. They wanted to control the narrative, but the more they spoke, the clearer it became. They were the villains all along. They thought if they talked over you, if they spoke loud enough, they could erase you. But all they did was shine a spotlight on their own lies. And now, they can't escape their own words. The same mouth that tried to destroy you is now destroying them. The more they fight, the deeper they sink. The louder they scream, the more people see through them. They are their own undoing. And you? You never had to do a thing. You let them expose themselves. You let them dig their own grave. And now, the weight of their own words is crushing them. Because in the end, truth doesn't need to shout. It only needs time. And now, the truth stands tall while their lies crumble to dust. They thought they could bury you with deception, but all they did was trap themselves. The universe is already moving, setting the scales right, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. Chosen ones, it's time to rise. If you know their slander will cost them everything, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm their downfall. Share this message. Let every chosen one hear it, because the louder they lied, the harder the truth will hit. And that time is now. They laughed at you in the storm, but they'll weep when they see you control the thunder. Some mistakes can be fixed. Others, they ruin lives. And fumbling, a chosen one. That's the kind of mistake that haunts a soul forever. They didn't just mess up, they self-destructed. They thought they were discarding you like trash, but in reality, they threw away a winning lottery ticket. They spit on gold, thinking it was rust. And now, they're out here digging through the dirt, searching for something, someone like you. But guess what? There is no second you. There never will be. They had one chance, and they blew it. Like a fool who drops a diamond into the ocean and then tries to scoop water, hoping to get it back. Pathetic. Before we go deeper, hit that like button and subscribe. Not just for you, but for every chosen one who has ever been discarded, overlooked, or underestimated. Every time you do, you push this message further, making sure those who need it most hear it. And trust me, this truth needs to be heard. Now, let's talk about you, the chosen one. You were never just another option. You were the storm that shook their stagnant world, the light that made their darkness bearable, the force that pushed them to be better, even when they didn't deserve you. And what did they do? They betrayed, abandoned, underestimated, or discarded you. And now, reality is punching them in the face. They laughed when you walked away. But who's laughing now? Because while they're stuck in the same miserable cycle, you are rising, you are evolving, you are becoming untouchable. They thought they broke you, but all they did was set you free. And now they watch from a distance, silently suffering, choking on the regret they created. That's the thing about fumbling a chosen one. It's not just a loss, it's a curse. Regret will claw at them like an animal in a cage. They will replay every moment, realizing too late that you were the best thing that ever happened to them. They'll see your glow up, feel your energy, and know deep in their soul that they can never have you again. And that pain, that's the price of their foolishness. But here's where you win. You don't look back. A lion never explains itself to sheep. A chosen one doesn't lower their energy for the unworthy. You were never the loss. They were. Because while they're drowning in regret, you are thriving in power. So let them suffer. Let them regret. Let them sit in the mess they made. Because once a chosen one leaves, there is no coming back. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first time here, or you've been walking this path with us, know this. Your energy is rare, your presence is powerful, and your glow-up is inevitable. If you're ready to make them regret every second they ever doubted you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Because trust me, this is only the beginning. And now, let's break it all down, step by step. If you truly are a chosen one, you'll feel it. You won't want to click away, because deep down, you'll know this message was meant for you. Let's get started. Number 1. They let go of their one-way ticket to greatness. Now they're stuck in the same miserable loop. Some people don't just lose good things, they lose their destiny. And when you fumble a chosen one, you don't just lose a person, you lose the only real shot you had at becoming something greater. They had one chance, one golden opportunity to align with something bigger than themselves, and they threw it away like it was nothing. They thought they were walking away from just another person. Wrong. They walked away from the very thing that could have elevated them beyond their own limits. And now, they're stuck, spinning their wheels in the same dead-end cycle, watching from the sidelines as you step into the power they never deserved to witness. See, when the universe places a chosen one in someone's life, it's never by accident. It's a divine opportunity, a bridge to something they could never reach on their own. But instead of walking across it, they set fire to it. Instead of recognizing your value, they mocked it, doubted it, played with it. They thought they were outsmarting the system, like they could discard something rare and just find another like you around the corner. Biggest mistake of their life. Because you weren't just another person in their life. You were their upgrade. Their access to levels of success, insight and elevation that their small minds could never comprehend. And that's the thing about being chosen. Your energy isn't just a presence, it's a force. It's the kind of power that shifts realities, unlocks doors, and turns dust into gold. When you enter a space, things start moving. Opportunities appear. Ideas flourish. Stagnant energy is replaced with momentum. That's not an accident. That's the system working in your favor. But what happens when someone fumbles their access to that kind of power? They get left behind. They become ghosts in a world that was supposed to be theirs. They sit on the sidelines, watching the same energy they disrespected become the very thing they now envy. And let's be real, they'll never admit it. Pride won't let them. They'll act unbothered. They'll pretend you never mattered. But deep down, oh, they know. They know exactly what they lost. They see the difference between their stagnant life now and the glow they had when they were in your presence. They'll try to replicate the energy, try to find another you, try to latch onto someone else with that same rare magic, but it won't work. Because your essence, it can't be copied, it can't be replaced. And the deeper they spiral into mediocrity, the clearer that truth will become. And one day, when life forces them to slow down, when they're alone, staring at the ceiling, running through the what-ifs in their head, they'll feel it, the weight of their mistake, the slow, suffocating realization that they didn't just lose you, they lost everything that came with you, the insight, the elevation, the divine alignment. And that's a pain no amount of distractions can numb. Meanwhile, you're thriving, expanding, becoming untouchable, because here's the ultimate truth. Chosen ones don't need anyone who doesn't recognize their value. When someone fumbles you, the universe removes them for a reason, and every step you take forward is just another reminder to them of how badly they messed up. Because at the end of the day, you weren't just valuable, you were the value. And now they get to spend the rest of their life realizing that you were their only real shot at greatness, and they blew it. Number 2, they couldn't handle the truth, so they destroyed the only mirror that showed it. Weak people don't hate you. They hate the version of themselves they see when they stand next to you. You weren't just another person in their life. You were their mirror, the one thing that exposed them to who they really were. Not the fake confidence, not the lies they told themselves, not the carefully crafted illusion they hid behind, but the raw, unfiltered truth. And the truth, it scared them. You showed them their strengths, their potential, the greatness buried beneath their excuses. But you also reflected their weaknesses, their insecurities, their cowardice. And that was too much for them to handle. Instead of facing themselves, instead of growing, instead of stepping up, they did what weak people always do. They ran. They shattered the mirror. They convinced themselves that you were the problem, that you were too much, too intense, too different, too demanding, when in reality you were too real. And realness, it's a threat to those who survive on lies. Because standing next to you forced them to see everything they tried to ignore, the potential they refused to step into, the laziness they covered up with excuses, the truth that whispered, "You could be so much more," while they clung to comfort like a crutch. So they pushed you away, not because they didn't need you, but because they weren't ready to face themselves. And now they're stuck with the same distorted, broken version of themselves that they refuse to change. They thought getting rid of you would bring them peace, but all it did was leave them alone with their own demons. And here's the twist. The very things they rejected in you were the exact things they needed most. Your ambition, it made them feel small. Your confidence, it exposed their insecurity. Your wisdom, it made their ignorance unbearable. Your energy, it revealed how lifeless they really were. So instead of learning from you, instead of embracing the growth you offered, They let pride and fear drive you away. And now, they watch from the shadows, seeing you rise, knowing deep down that they could have been beside you. But they chose the easy road, and the easy road leads nowhere. But here's what they never understood. You weren't trying to tear them down. You were trying to lift them up. You saw the version of them they didn't even believe in yet. You were willing to push them, support them, help them step into their power, and they rejected that. Now, that opportunity is gone, and they will never, ever find another you. They'll try to surround themselves with people who tell them what they want to hear, people who don't challenge them, don't push them, don't demand more from them. But deep down, they'll know the truth. They had someone who saw them, believed in them, wanted more for them, and they threw it all away. And here's the ultimate irony. While you're out there evolving, refining, becoming even greater, they will remain exactly where you left them. The same fears, the same excuses, the same patterns, looping over and over again. Because the reality is this: when you fumble a chosen one, you don't just lose a person. You lose your one shot at breaking free from the version of yourself that's keeping you stuck. And now, that realization will haunt them forever. Number 3. They rejected the power that was quietly making them unstoppable. Now, they're powerless. Some people only realize they had a guardian angel after they burned their own wings. They thought it was all them. The success, the energy, the clarity, the progress. They convinced themselves that it was their own doing. Foolish. What they failed to see was that you weren't just with them, you were for them. Your presence wasn't just company, it was a force, an unseen, unexplainable power that elevated everything it touched. And they rejected it. They moved like they didn't need you, like they could do just fine without the energy that had been quietly shifting their entire reality in their favor. Biggest mistake of their life. Because now, they will feel the absence. At first, it won't be obvious. People like that never notice right away. They'll go on thinking nothing has changed. But slowly, piece by piece, their world will start falling apart. The momentum they once had, gone. The clarity they used to feel, clouded. The fire that pushed them forward, fading. And they'll start to wonder, why does nothing feel the same? They'll try to ignore it, try to push through, but deep down, something will gnaw at them. That nagging thought, the one they'll try so hard to silence. Was it them, or was it me? And the answer will become clear. It was never them. It was you. You were the energy shifting things in their favor, the silent advantage they never acknowledged, the force behind every opportunity they thought was just luck. They mistook divine alignment for coincidence. They mistook your influence for their own power. And now they're realizing, without you, nothing feels right. That's the thing about a chosen one's presence. It doesn't just sit in a room, it transforms it. It doesn't just exist, it elevates. It awakens something in people, whether they recognize it or not. But here's the harsh reality. Not everyone is meant to hold on to that kind of power. Some people are too blind, too ungrateful, too arrogant to see what's standing right in front of them. And for those people, losing you is the beginning of their downfall. They thought they could replace your energy. They can't. They thought they could find someone else to fuel their fire. They won't. Because what you brought to their life wasn't just rare, it was one of one. And now, the cracks in their world will start showing. The relationships they thought were strong, they'll weaken. The vision they once had, it will blur. The drive they felt, it will disappear. And they'll keep searching for the missing piece, But the truth is, that peace is gone, forever. You see, when someone fumbles a chosen one, there are no second chances. The universe does not offer reruns. The doors you once opened for them, closed. The energy you poured into them, redirected. Everything they had access to through you, cut off. They weren't just losing a person, they were losing divine favor. And that's the part that will haunt them the most. Because deep down, they'll always know. With you, they could have been unstoppable. Without you, they are just another lost soul, trying to find their way in the dark. Too bad they didn't see it, until it was too late. Number 4. They will be haunted by what if, a nightmare they can never wake up from. Some mistakes fade with time. Others, they carve themselves into your soul and never let go. And losing a chosen one, that's the kind of mistake that haunts forever. They thought they were making the right move. They thought walking away, betraying you, underestimating you, or discarding you was just another decision, one that wouldn't matter in the long run. They were wrong. Horribly, devastatingly wrong. Because now, regret is their shadow. It follows them, whispers to them, reminds them of the one thing they can never escape, the truth. They had something priceless, something most people would kill to have, a chosen one in their corner, a rare soul that elevated them, guided them, and unknowingly protected them from things they didn't even realize were out to destroy them. And instead of cherishing it, they threw it away. At first, they won't feel it. People like that never do. They'll go about their life, thinking they made the right call, thinking they've moved on. But the universe has a way of revealing the weight of a mistake at just the right moment. And when it hits, oh, it's going to hit like a train with no brakes. It starts with small things. One day, they'll see something, a place, a song, a random moment that reminds them of you. And it will come with a sting, a tiny flicker of discomfort in their chest. They'll shake it off, but the more time passes, the more these reminders will pile up. And then, one day, it won't just be a flicker, it will be a storm. They'll start to wonder, what if I had valued them more? What if I hadn't been so blind? What if I had fought harder instead of walking away? What if I had realized they were the best thing that ever happened to me? The what-ifs will grow louder. They'll try to silence them, distract themselves with people, places, vices. It won't work, because regret doesn't just sit quietly. It eats at you from the inside. And the worst part, it's irreversible. See, most people get a chance to fix their mistakes. But fumbling a chosen one, that's a mistake you only get to make once. Because once you're gone, you are gone forever. No begging, no apologies, no desperate attempts to come back will change the fact that they had something special and they destroyed it with their own hands. And now, they get to live with that pain. They'll watch from the sidelines as you thrive, glowing, growing, evolving into everything they swore you'd never be. And that's when the regret will turn into torment. Because now, every success you have is a reminder of how badly they messed up. Every win you celebrate is proof that they were never needed. Every step you take forward is another nail in the coffin of their own foolishness. And here's the cruel irony. If they had just opened their eyes, if they had just seen your value when they had the chance, they could have been part of that journey. They could have stood beside you, not behind you, watching you from a distance. But they chose wrong. And the universe, it does not forgive the ones who betray a divine connection. So let them suffer. Let them sit in their regret. Let the what-ifs haunt them every single night. Because while they are stuck in the past, drowning in the memories of what could have been. You are moving forward, unstoppable, unbothered, untouchable, and the only thing left for them to do is watch. Number 5. They underestimated the ripple effect of your absence. Now their world is falling apart. Some losses hurt for a moment. Others, they set off a chain reaction of suffering that never stops. And losing you, that was the first domino in their downfall. They thought walking away from you, disrespecting you, discarding you, or underestimating you wouldn't change a thing. They assumed their life would continue as normal, that they would still succeed, still glow, still move forward, as if you never existed. Foolish, delusional, because what they failed to understand is this: when a chosen one exits, everything shifts. Everything. See, you weren't just a presence in their life. You were a force, an anchor, a source of energy, a silent guide pulling them toward their highest potential. You were the reason things flowed, why doors opened, why opportunities seemed to appear effortlessly. That wasn't luck, that was you. And now that you're gone, the cracks are starting to show. The same things that once worked for them are now falling apart. Their wins feel smaller, their confidence is crumbling, and suddenly life feels a lot more difficult. At first, they won't connect the dots. People like that never do. They'll blame bad luck, blame others, blame anything but the real reason: your absence. But the truth is undeniable. You were the glue holding their life together. Now, they're unraveling. That business move they were so confident about flopped. That new relationship they thought would replace you, dull, empty, lifeless. That inner peace they bragged about, shattered. And little by little, it will start to sink in. Things were better when they were in my life. Why does everything feel off? Why do I feel like something's missing? But by the time they finally figure it out, it will be too late. Because you've moved on. You're not waiting for them to wake up. You're not looking back. You are ascending. And they are stuck. That's the thing about fumbling a chosen one. You don't just lose a person. You lose favor. You lose alignment. You lose access to a power most people never even get close to. They thought they could find someone else to fill your role. They can't. They thought they could create the same magic without you. They won't. They thought they would be just fine without you. They aren't. Because here's the hard truth. When you lose a chosen one, you don't just lose their presence. You lose everything they brought with them. The protection, the wisdom, the divine alignment, the silent blessings they never even realized were tied to you. And now, the same energy they took for granted is the one thing they will spend the rest of their life wishing they still had. But the universe does not rewind. There are no second chances. They made their choice, and now they have to live with it. While they sit in regret, trying to replace the irreplaceable, trying to fix the unfixable, you are rising. And every time they see you glowing, every time they hear your name, every time they realize that you are still thriving while they are crumbling, the weight of their mistake will grow heavier. That's the ripple effect of your absence. It doesn't just hit once, it keeps hitting. And they will feel every wave of it for the rest of their life. Number 6. They thought they were exposing your flaws, but all they did was reveal their own insecurities. Weak people don't destroy what they hate. They destroy what they fear. They tried to break you, tear you down, make you doubt yourself. They pointed fingers, spread lies, twisted your kindness, and made you out to be the problem. But here's what they didn't realize. The only thing they exposed was their own weakness. See, people don't attack what they don't feel threatened by. They don't sabotage what they don't envy. They don't try to dim a light unless it's shining too damn bright. So every insult, every betrayal, every attempt to make you feel small, it was never about you. It was always about them. Because deep down, they saw something in you that they lacked. A power they couldn't control. A presence they couldn't match. A resilience they could never fake. And instead of leveling up, instead of learning from you, instead of being inspired, they did what weak people always do. They tried to destroy what made them feel inferior. But here's where they failed. You are unbreakable. They thought if they threw dirt on your name, you'd crumble under the weight. Instead, you rose above it. They thought if they made you question yourself, you'd shrink to fit their comfort zone. Instead, you outgrew them. Because that's the thing about a chosen one. You don't fold under pressure. You become stronger, sharper, unstoppable. And now, they're left standing in their own mess. All the lies they told about you, they're being exposed. All the doubts they tried to plant in your mind, you've turned them into fuel. All the ways they tried to tear you down, they've only built you up. And the worst part? They see it now. They see that nothing they did worked. That you're not just standing, you're thriving. That every attempt to destroy you only backfired and revealed their own weakness. They'll try to act unbothered, pretend they don't care. But inside, oh, they feel it. They feel the weight of their own insecurities suffocating them. They feel the regret of knowing they had a chance to stand beside you, but they chose to tear you down instead. And now they have to live with it. Because the truth is, you were never the flawed one. You were never the problem. They were. They were the ones too insecure to celebrate your greatness, too weak to handle your strength, too small-minded to appreciate the presence of someone truly rare. And now, they get to watch from the shadows as you become everything they swore you wouldn't be. While they stay stuck in the same cycle of insecurity, jealousy and self-destruction, you are evolving, elevating, and becoming completely untouchable. And that is their worst nightmare. Number 7, they lost an ally and gained a lesson. When you were by their side, they couldn't see the real value you brought into their life. They didn't understand that you weren't just another person. They were in the presence of an ally, someone who wasn't there just to be a warm body or someone to pass time with. No, you were there to uplift them, to challenge them, to push them toward their fullest potential. But they missed it, blinded by pride, fear, or perhaps their own insecurities. They saw your presence as just another thing to be taken for granted. What they didn't realize was that an ally like you doesn't come around often. You were the person who had their back when things got tough, who genuinely celebrated their wins, and who was always pushing them to do better, be better. As much as they may have told themselves they didn't need anyone, you were the one who truly understood their potential. You saw what they couldn't even see within themselves, this untapped greatness, buried under their doubts and fears. You didn't need them to be perfect. You needed them to be real, and you gave them the space to grow, to be flawed, and still push forward. You didn't just share your energy. You invested it in them. You poured into them, offering wisdom, support, encouragement, and sometimes even tough love when it was needed most. But all of this, all that you offered them, all that you did for them, they failed to recognize. Now that you're gone, they're left standing alone in a world that suddenly feels a lot colder, a lot quieter. Where once there was someone who pushed them, challenged them, and made them believe in things they never thought possible. Now there is nothing. The void you've left behind is not just emotional, it's a loss of the very energy that kept them moving forward. They have no one to remind them of their worth, no one to push them when they want to give up. They're isolated, and in that isolation, they have nowhere to turn for guidance. They find themselves trapped in the echo of their own thoughts, replaying the moments when they could have chosen differently, when they could have kept you close instead of pushing you away. But now they have no choice but to face the consequences of their own decisions. The lesson they learned too late is a harsh one. When you push away the right people, the ones who have your back, the ones who truly want the best for you, you don't just lose a companion, you lose an ally, a source of strength, and a catalyst for your growth. You lose the person who was there to challenge your comfort zone, to nudge you toward greatness, to see past your flaws and into the potential that you couldn't even see in yourself. When you push away someone who genuinely wants to see you succeed, you aren't just losing their presence. You're losing the power they bring with them. You're losing the very energy that could have propelled you forward, pushed you to new heights, and helped you achieve things you never thought possible. In the absence of an ally, the world becomes quieter, success feels further away, and the weight of their own decisions starts to settle in. They'll go through the motions, pretending that it doesn't matter, but deep down, they'll know that something is missing. They'll try to surround themselves with people who tell them what they want to hear, people who don't challenge them, don't push them, don't make them uncomfortable. But that's the problem. Those people don't see their full potential. They don't demand more from them because they don't care if they succeed or not. And that will be a constant reminder that what they lost was irreplaceable. But the hardest part of all is that they can't just go back and fix it. They can't call you up and say, "I made a mistake. Come back. I need you." Once you're gone, there's no resetting the clock. No rewinding the tape to the moment before they decided to push you away. That's the lesson they'll carry with them for the rest of their life. Too late, too little. They didn't realize that your value wasn't just in your actions, it was in your energy, your belief in them, and your unwavering commitment to their growth. They didn't recognize it when they had it, and now they'll have to live with the consequences of their ignorance. In the end, they learned that you don't get to choose when you recognize the value of an ally. Sometimes it's only when that person is gone that the magnitude of their presence truly hits you, and by that point, it's too late. The lesson is painful, and the regret lingers, not just for days or weeks, but for years to come. The absence of a true ally, someone who was genuinely invested in their success, will haunt them forever. They may never find another like you, someone who saw their potential, believed in them even when they didn't believe in themselves, and was willing to put in the work to help them rise. So, let them learn their lesson. Let them sit in the reality they've created. Because you've already moved on, growing, evolving, and thriving without them. And one day, they'll look back and realize that the lesson they learned too late wasn't just about losing you. It was about losing the opportunity to become something greater, because the ally they so carelessly discarded was the key to their own greatness. Number 8. They chose comfort over growth. They had a choice: step into the discomfort of growth and elevate their life, or stay nestled in the cozy confines of what was familiar, safe, and predictable. And what did they do? They chose comfort. They chose the easier path, the one that required little from them, the one that let them stagnate without challenging them to evolve. They convinced themselves that they were fine, that everything was just as it should be. But deep down, they knew comfort is a trap, and they had fallen into it. The truth is, growth isn't easy. It never has been. It's painful, it's uncomfortable, it's full of setbacks and failures, and it often forces you to confront parts of yourself you'd rather not see. It asks you to leave behind what's familiar and step into the unknown. But growth is also where the magic happens. It's where the next level of success is built, where new opportunities arise, where you discover the strength you didn't know you had. And it's the exact thing they chose to avoid. They didn't want to feel the pain of transformation. They didn't want to do the hard work necessary to rise to the next level. So, instead, they clung to what was comfortable, even though it was slowly suffocating them. In the comfort zone, everything stays the same. The routine is predictable. They don't have to challenge themselves, face rejection, or push past their limitations. But here's the catch. Staying in that zone isn't growth. It's stagnation. It's a false sense of security that makes you believe everything is okay, when, in reality, you're simply standing still. They weren't evolving, they were avoiding. And by doing so, they kept themselves trapped in a small version of their life, one where their true potential couldn't reach the surface. But it was easy, it was safe, and that was all they needed to justify their decision. Meanwhile, you were out there stepping into the discomfort, embracing the unknown, and doing the hard work that people like them were afraid of. You knew that in order to grow, you had to stretch beyond your limits, even if it meant failing or facing uncertainty along the way. You saw every challenge as an opportunity to level up, and you took them all, knowing that the pain of growth would be worth it in the end. You weren't interested in staying comfortable. You were interested in becoming the best version of yourself, and that's what made you different. But for them, their decision to stay in the comfort zone didn't just prevent them from growing. It kept them in a cycle of mediocrity. They weren't expanding their horizons or pushing toward something bigger. Instead, they were staying exactly where they were, settling for what was familiar, even though they knew deep down that there was so much more waiting for them if they were willing to go after it. The comfort they craved was nothing more than a cage disguised as safety, and they didn't even realize they had locked themselves in. And now they're stuck. They've built a life based on the illusion of security, and the consequences of choosing comfort are starting to reveal themselves. What once felt like a safe haven is now a prison. They can't move forward. They're afraid to take risks. They're unable to break free from the routine they've built because stepping out of it feels too uncertain, too risky. They're trapped in their own small world, watching as others, like you, rise higher, achieve more, and break through boundaries they couldn't even imagine. The worst part, they'll never admit it. They'll put on a brave face and pretend that they're content. They'll convince themselves that they've made the right choice. But deep down, they'll know the truth. They're not growing, they're stagnating. You, on the other hand, are thriving in ways they can't even comprehend. While they're stuck in their comfort zone, avoiding the discomfort of growth, you're out there in the world, taking risks, facing challenges head-on, and moving forward. And every time they see your progress, every time they witness your growth, it will remind them of the choice they made and the path they decided not to take. You didn't settle. You didn't shrink back in fear. You leaned into the discomfort, and as a result, you are becoming something they could never be. And now, they have to live with the reality that their choice to choose comfort over growth will be their anchor. They've set themselves up in a position where they'll never experience the true expansion that comes with embracing challenges, and they'll never understand the freedom that comes with facing fears head-on. And here's the cruel irony. They had the same opportunity as you. They could have taken the leap. They could have chosen growth, but instead, they chose comfort. and now that path is leading them nowhere. While you're ascending, becoming the person they always knew you were capable of being, they're stuck in the same place, watching from a distance, wondering how they missed the opportunity to evolve alongside you. Their comfort zone is now a trap, and they're the ones who locked themselves in. They thought they were protecting themselves, keeping things simple, but now they're realizing that they traded true fulfillment for safety. And that safety, that comfort, is the very thing that will keep them from becoming everything they could have been. In the end, comfort won't bring them happiness. Growth will, but by the time they realize that, it will be too late. Number 9. You were the spark they couldn't handle. You were the spark they never knew they needed, the catalyst that could ignite their dormant potential, awaken their dreams, and drive them toward a life they could never have imagined. But they didn't understand that at the time. No, they saw your energy, your ambition, your drive, and instead of stepping into it, they recoiled. They were intimidated, threatened by the fire you brought into their life, and rather than embracing it, they tried to extinguish it. They couldn't handle the very thing that could have propelled them to greatness, the spark you ignited. You weren't just a person in their life. You were a force, a presence that demanded attention, change, and action. You didn't just exist in their world, you disrupted it. And that disruption was necessary. You weren't meant to blend in. You were meant to shake things up, to challenge the status quo, to make them question their own limitations and push past the boundaries they had set for themselves. But for them, that was too much. The truth you represented, both the brilliance and the challenge, was too uncomfortable for them to confront. It was easier to resist it, to push it away, than to face the growth that came with being around someone like you. You were the spark that could have ignited their fire, but they couldn't handle the heat. You pushed them to be better, to reach for more, to stop settling for the mediocrity they had grown comfortable with. You inspired them to reach for things that seemed out of their grasp, to dream bigger than they ever had before, and to recognize their own worth. But instead of stepping into that power, instead of embracing the opportunity to grow, they rejected it. They were too afraid to confront the reality of their own potential, too scared to rise to the challenge you presented. And it wasn't because they didn't want success. It wasn't because they didn't want to evolve. It was simply because the spark you brought, your ambition, your vision, your passion, was too raw, too intense, and too different from anything they had ever known. You made them feel uncomfortable in the best possible way. You made them realize that they had settled for less than they deserved, and that realization scared them. Because change requires effort. It requires vulnerability. It requires breaking down old habits, stepping out of old mindsets, and becoming someone new. And that kind of transformation is hard. Not everyone is willing to face it. But you were ready to burn with it. You were ready to create something extraordinary, and you wanted them to come along for the ride. But instead of rising with you, they resisted the spark. They thought they could keep their world intact, their comfort zone unchallenged, and still experience the success they wanted. They didn't understand that nothing changes if you don't change. Nothing grows if you don't feed it with intention and energy. The spark you provided was meant to be a gift, a tool to help them break free from the cycle of mediocrity they were stuck in. But they couldn't see it. They were too focused on protecting their fragile sense of stability, too committed to their old ways, to let in the fire that could have fueled their transformation. Now, they're left standing in the ashes of what could have been. While you're out there, taking action, creating, evolving, they are stuck in the same place they were when you first came into their life. The spark you gave them didn't disappear. It's still there, waiting for them to recognize it. But they're too busy pretending they don't need it, pretending they don't want it, while you continue to rise and shine, becoming the person they always knew you were capable of being. The irony is that they may never fully realize what they had. They may never understand that the discomfort they felt around you wasn't rejection. It was an invitation to grow. You were never there to harm them or tear them down. You were there to push them, to help them see the greatness they were too scared to pursue on their own. But in rejecting that spark, in dismissing the fire you offered, they're left with nothing but the cold, harsh reality of their own missed opportunity. They'll see you succeed, see you break barriers, see you transform into everything they once thought was impossible. And they'll wonder why it never happened for them. They'll ask themselves, why couldn't I make it work? Why did I let them go? The truth will be clear to them, but it will be too late. They couldn't handle the spark you gave them because they weren't ready to change. They weren't ready to burn with you. They weren't ready to rise to the occasion. And now, while they remain stuck in their own comfort zone, too afraid to take the leap, you're out there lighting the world on fire. The spark you provided was never meant to be easy to handle. It was meant to push them into greatness. But they weren't ready for that kind of change. So now, the world will continue to watch as you blaze a trail, and they'll be left wondering what their life would have looked like if they had only embraced the spark you offered. In the end, it wasn't just about you. It was about them and their refusal to handle the fire that could have changed everything. And that's the thing about sparks. They don't disappear. They don't go unnoticed. But if you can't handle them, they'll burn you up, leaving only regret in their wake. And that, unfortunately for them, is the price of rejecting your light. Number 10. You'll become the standard. They'll never meet again. When you entered their life, they had no idea they were meeting someone who would set the bar for everything that would come after. You weren't just another fleeting moment, another person passing through. They were meeting the standard, the gold standard, the kind of person that would set the tone for what greatness should look like. And they didn't recognize it. They took you for granted, never realizing that you were more than just a chapter in their story. You were the benchmark by which they would measure every person they meet from here on out. Now, as you've moved on, they're left trying to fill a void that can never be filled. Every person they meet after you will inevitably fall short. They might find someone who checks some boxes or offers some semblance of what you gave. But they'll never find the combination of qualities, energy, and potential that you brought to the table. You weren't just someone who filled a role. You were the embodiment of excellence. Your presence elevated them, pushed them, challenged them to become better versions of themselves. You inspired them to do more, be more, and dream bigger. But they didn't appreciate it when they had the chance. Now that you're gone, they'll look for someone else to replicate what you gave, but it won't work. They'll meet people who might seem similar, who might even look the part, but none of them will ever match what you were able to bring. None of them will be able to elevate them in the same way, and here's why. What you brought was unique. It wasn't just your skills, your talent, or your intellect. It was the energy you carried, the way you believed in them, even when they didn't believe in themselves. It was the way you made them feel seen, heard, and valued, and that can't be replicated. They'll try to convince themselves that they're fine, that they're moving on, that it's just a matter of time before they find someone else who can match what you brought into their life. But deep down, they'll know. They'll feel it in the way their relationships feel shallow, in the way their achievements don't hit the same mark, in the way they keep comparing every person they meet to you. The truth is, they'll never meet someone like you again. You were the bar, the blueprint for what they should aspire to. And now that you're gone, They will constantly be measuring everyone else against you, only to find that no one compares. The hardest part for them will be this realization. They didn't just lose you as a person. They lost the very standard you set. You raised the stakes. You made them see what's possible when you're truly aligned with your purpose, when you're doing the work, and when you're being the best version of yourself. And now, no one else will ever have that same impact. No one will ever make them feel the way you did, because you were the person who forced them to raise their own standards. They'll keep meeting people, they'll keep trying to replace what they had, but it's futile. They'll feel it, the emptiness, the absence, the stark contrast between what they had with you and what they have now. They'll meet people who might be more agreeable, who might be easier to get along with, but they won't push them to grow. They won't challenge them in the ways you did. They won't make them feel as alive, as driven, or as inspired. You were the standard, and now they'll have to live in the shadow of what they lost. But here's the reality. They will never get that standard back. Once someone like you enters their life, it's impossible to go back to what they had before. They'll watch you continue to rise, continue to break new barriers, and continue to be the force of nature you were always meant to be. And they'll know, deep down, that they could have been part of that journey. They could have been standing by your side, but instead, they pushed you away. The cruelest part of it all is that they'll know they made a mistake. They'll know they had the opportunity to stand beside someone who set the bar for what greatness looked like, and they missed it. And while they're stuck in the past, constantly comparing others to the standard you set, you'll be out there achieving even more, becoming more untouchable, and setting new standards that no one will ever be able to meet. You weren't just the best thing that ever happened to them. You were the benchmark for everything that could have followed. And now that you're gone, they'll spend the rest of their life trying to find someone who can match your energy, your potential, and your impact. And they'll come up empty every single time. Number 11. Their comfort zone just became a trap. They thought their comfort zone was a refuge, a place where they could escape the pressures of life and simply exist without having to challenge themselves. But what they failed to realize was that the very thing they thought was protecting them was slowly suffocating them. Comfort is not a sanctuary, it's a trap. And now they're trapped. At first, everything seemed fine. They didn't need to take risks, face uncomfortable truths, or push past their limits. It felt safe, familiar, and effortless. But over time, that security became a cage. The very walls they thought were keeping them secure are now the barriers keeping them from growth, from new opportunities, from the success they once dreamed of. They built their world around comfort, and now it's holding them hostage. While they were busy staying comfortable, you were out there pushing yourself beyond your limits, breaking boundaries, and embracing the discomfort that leads to real growth. You were evolving, expanding, and making strides while they remained stuck, unwilling to leave the comfort they thought they needed. And now, as their world starts to shrink, they'll feel the weight of their decisions. They'll watch as others, like you, continue to rise, realizing that their refusal to step out of their comfort zone has cost them more than they could have ever imagined. They've become prisoners of their own complacency, stuck in a place that promises safety but delivers stagnation. It's too late to go back. The opportunity to step out and grow has passed, and they will spend the rest of their life regretting the comfort they chose over the growth they could have had. Now they're trapped, and the only thing left for them to do is watch as others break free and reach heights they'll never know. Number 12. Your glow-up will be their silent punishment. There's a quiet power in a chosen one's glow-up. It doesn't need to be shouted from the rooftops or paraded in front of everyone. It's the kind of transformation that speaks for itself, radiating from within and demanding attention without saying a word. And that's what makes it such a silent punishment for those who underestimated you. As you evolve, as you grow into the person you were always meant to be, the world around you shifts. Opportunities open up, doors that were once closed swing wide, and you start moving with a confidence and clarity that others can't ignore. They'll watch from the sidelines, knowing they had a chance to be part of this, but chose to dismiss you instead. They'll see your success, your growth, your glow, and with every step you take forward, it will serve as a reminder of everything they lost. But here's the thing, the beauty of your glow-up is that it's not for them. It's not about proving anything to the people who doubted you. It's not about rubbing their noses in your success. It's about you becoming the best version of yourself, and in doing so, you leave them in the dust, haunted by their own choices. They'll never be able to replicate the energy you brought into their life, and with every victory you achieve, they'll feel the weight of their mistake, even if they never admit it. Your glow-up will be a constant, silent reminder that they had the chance to rise with you, to stand beside you, but instead, they let you go. And the worst part? They'll have to live with that regret for the rest of their lives, while you continue to shine. In conclusion, the journey of a chosen one is not for the faint-hearted, and those who underestimate you will face the consequences of their actions. While they remain stuck in the past, you will rise, evolve, and glow in ways they never imagined. Your growth will be their silent reminder of everything they lost, and they'll be left with nothing but regret. So, keep shining, keep thriving, and keep proving that your value can never be taken away. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, drop a number 77 in the comments, and share with someone who needs to hear it. They thought they were untouchable, hidden behind their lies, their masks, their illusions. But then you walked in, silent, unshaken, a force they never saw coming. You are not just a person, you are their reckoning. Some people cross paths to bless, others to test. But you're the storm they prayed would never come. The silent shift in the atmosphere, the energy that unsettles demons and exposes the rot beneath the surface. They feel you before they even understand what you are, because you are the walking karma they can't escape. Before we dive deep, do your part. Like and subscribe to make sure this message reaches more chosen ones like you. When you engage, you send a signal, not just to YouTube, but to the universe itself, that the awakened are finding each other. The more we unite, the stronger we become. Now, let's get into it. They always talk about karma as if it's some slow-moving force, something distant, something that eventually catches up. What they don't realize is that sometimes karma doesn't wait. Sometimes it shows up wearing human skin, yours. You weren't sent to blend in. You weren't sent to make people comfortable. You are a mirror that forces them to see themselves as they truly are, not as they pretend to be. Your presence alone reveals the cracks in their foundations, their weaknesses, their hidden shadows. That's why they either cling to you or run from you, because you expose what they can't hide, even from themselves. The power of being chosen isn't in what you do. It's in what your presence does to others. Some people's lives improve the moment you step into them. They feel inspired, awakened, even protected. Others? They start falling apart because their whole existence was built on lies, and you are the truth they never wanted to face. You haunt your enemies not because you try to, but because they know, deep down, they failed their test when they met you. Some will spend years trying to undo the damage they did to themselves by mistreating you. Others will never recover, forever stuck in the loop of their own self-inflicted destruction. That's why they obsess over you, watch you, stalk your every move. It's not love, it's not hate, it's fear. Because whether they admit it or not, you were their moment of judgment. You're not here to play fair. You're not here to soften your edges just to make others comfortable. The universe sent you to be a lesson. Whether they learn or suffer is entirely up to them. And if they refuse to see, well, a test doesn't need to explain itself to the ones who fail it. This is why the chosen ones are different. You don't just exist. You change the course of reality just by being in it. You alter timelines, push people into their true paths, and force the hidden to come to light. Your energy is like a truth serum. Some will be healed by it, others will be exposed and destroyed by it. And the best part? You don't even have to lift a finger. Karma moves through you. They think they're fighting you, but in reality they're just fighting themselves. So the next time someone tries to paint you as the villain in their story, let them. After all, every lesson needs an antagonist, and every storm leaves behind a different sky. You were never here to be liked. You were here to be remembered. And thank you. Yes, you, the chosen one. Your presence here is no accident. Whether you're new or have been walking this path with us for a while, know this. You are part of something bigger. If you've ever felt like your energy shifts rooms, like people react to you before you even speak, then you already know. You are the test they never saw coming. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to step fully into your power and watch the karmic scales tip in your favor. And now, let's break it all down, step by step. Stay till the end, because if you truly are chosen, you'll feel the pull. Let's get started. Number 1. They wanted the game rigged, then you showed up and broke the whole system. They spent their whole lives thinking they could cheat the universe, manipulate karma, dodge consequences, and then, like a glitch in their carefully coded illusion, you arrived. The one force they never accounted for. The error in their system that crashes everything they built on lies. Some people move through life unnoticed, blending in, never making waves. But you are the shock to their nervous system, the static in their carefully curated reality. You weren't sent to play along. You were sent to break patterns, expose deception, and tip the scales of karma back into balance. Your presence alone forces people to confront what they've been avoiding their entire lives. That's why they either hate you, obsess over you, or try to destroy you. It's never neutral, and it never will be. Because when someone has built their life on illusions, the truth feels like war. They don't understand you. They call you difficult, problematic, dangerous. Not because you are any of those things, but because you see what they wish you wouldn't. You weren't sent here to be liked. You were sent here to be felt. The universe doesn't waste energy sending chosen ones into easy situations. It doesn't place you in environments where you're just another face in the crowd. It puts you exactly where you will trigger change, where your very existence will force the hidden to come to light. And they hate that. They hate that no matter how much they try to manipulate, lie, or cheat their way through life, something about you exposes them. You don't even have to do anything. Your energy alone is a mirror that reflects their true selves back at them, and some people can't stand their own reflection. They'll try to make you the villain in their story. They'll label you as the problem. Why? Because admitting that you were the consequence they deserved would mean accepting responsibility for their actions. And that's something they'll never be strong enough to do. But here's what they don't realize: you didn't come alone. When the universe chooses you, it aligns everything in your favor. People, situations, and opportunities will start shifting in ways you never expected. Even when they try to take you down, somehow you rise. Even when they sabotage you, things still work out in your favor. It's not luck, it's not coincidence, it's divine alignment. They don't understand how, after everything they did to break you, you're still standing. How, after every betrayal, every attack, every setup, you still keep winning. It confuses them, it frustrates them, and deep down, it terrifies them, because they realize you're not just some random person they can manipulate. You're a force. You were sent to be exactly who you are. Ever wondered why some people's lives seem to fall apart after they cross you? Why things suddenly start going wrong for them? It's because you were their test. Some people were given the opportunity to learn, to change, to evolve, and instead they chose to betray, deceive, or harm you. And when they did that, they sealed their fate. You don't have to lift a finger. You don't have to seek revenge. You are the karma. The universe already set the rules in motion the moment they made their choice. And the best part, you don't even have to stay to watch. The moment you walk away, the process begins. Their house of cards collapses. Their illusions shatter. And everything they thought they got away with starts crashing down on them. So if you ever question why your life feels so intense, why your presence sparks extreme reactions, why people either adore you or despise you with everything in them, it's because you were never sent to fit in. You were sent to be the reckoning they never saw coming. And that's a power no enemy can escape. Number 2, they wanted your reaction. Instead, you gave them silence. And that's what destroyed them. They can handle insults, they can handle fights, they can even handle being exposed. But what they can't handle is your silence. Because in that silence, they are forced to face the one thing they fear the most, themselves. They wanted to pull you into their game. They wanted you angry, reactive, broken. They wanted proof that they could control you, make you dance to their chaos, keep you stuck in the same cycle they live in. But you didn't give them that satisfaction. You gave them silence. And that shattered them. See, people who thrive on manipulation, lies, and drama don't know what to do when someone refuses to engage. They rely on your energy, your reactions, to feed their egos. When you take that away, you starve them. That's why your silence is louder than anything you could ever say. It forces them to sit with themselves, with their own insecurities, their own chaos, their own demons. And that's the one battle they're never ready to fight. They'll tell you that your silence means you're weak, that you're scared, that you're avoiding confrontation. But the truth? Silence is power. It is the refusal to waste your energy on people who don't deserve it. It is the ultimate response that makes them self-destruct without you ever lifting a finger. They wanted you to explain yourself, to defend yourself, to argue, to fight, to prove them wrong. Why? Because the moment you engage, they win. The moment you lower yourself to their level, they get exactly what they wanted, a piece of your energy. But you move differently. You don't chase clarity. You don't seek validation. You let the truth unfold on its own. And trust me, it always does. That's why your silence haunts them. Why they can't stop thinking about you, watching you, trying to provoke you even after you've walked away. They'll replay every moment, analyze every interaction, wondering why they can't shake your presence. It's simple. You were the mirror they couldn't escape. And now, without you feeding them distractions, they're stuck with their own reflection. That's why some people spiral after you cut them off. Why their lives suddenly start falling apart. You were the one holding up their illusion. And the moment you stepped away, reality hit them like a storm. And the most powerful part? You don't even have to be there to watch. The moment you go silent, the universe takes over. Everything they thought they could control starts slipping through their fingers. The lies unravel, the masks fall. The same energy they put out into the world comes back to them tenfold. You weren't sent to argue with fools. You weren't sent to convince anyone of your worth. You were sent to be a lesson, and sometimes the loudest lesson is simply your absence. Because the truth is, people don't realize what they had until it's gone. And when you leave, you take the light with you. You are not ordinary. Your energy is rare, and that's why some people react to you with fear, obsession, or hatred. They feel your power, even if they don't understand it. And that's why they push, provoke, try to get a rise out of you. Because deep down, they know the moment you go silent, it's over. No reaction, no explanation, just silence. And that silence will echo in their mind for the rest of their lives. Number 3, they thought they were in control until you walked in and exposed who they really are. People can fake kindness, they can fake confidence, they can even fake love, but they can't fake their reaction to you. Because when the universe sends a chosen one into their life, their true nature always comes to the surface, whether they're ready for it or not. Your presence isn't just energy, it's a test. You don't even have to do anything. Just by existing, by walking into a room, by being exactly who you are, you force people to reveal themselves. Some people will admire you, respect you, feel inspired by you. Others, they'll hate you without reason, feel threatened, become defensive, envious, or even obsessed. And here's the truth, it has nothing to do with you. It's about them. See, the way someone reacts to you is never random. It's a reflection of who they are inside. If they're secure, self-aware, and aligned with their truth, they'll see you as a light. But if they're hiding behind masks, running from their own demons, or living in denial, you will trigger them like nothing else ever has. They don't even know why they feel what they feel about you. All they know is that something about you makes them uncomfortable, makes them question themselves, forces them to look at parts of themselves they've been avoiding. And that's why you were sent. You were never meant to just blend in and be tolerated. You were sent into people's lives to force a reaction, because that reaction is the test. Some will pass. They'll recognize your energy as something rare, something powerful, something that challenges them to grow. Others, they'll fail miserably, turning bitter, envious, or even hostile because they can't handle what you reveal about them. That's why some people will try to tear you down, spread lies about you, or turn others against you. It's not because you've done anything wrong. It's because your existence exposed something they weren't ready to face. Your light forces them to confront their own darkness, and most people would rather attack the light than deal with their own shadows. Ever notice how some people seem fine around everyone else, but the moment they meet you, their whole demeanor changes? It's because they can't fake who they are around you. You strip away the illusion, and what's left? Their truth. Some people will rise when they meet you, others will crumble. But here's what you need to understand. It's not your job to fix them. You were sent as the test, not the answer key. Whether they evolve or self-destruct is their choice. And that's why you'll see people who treated you wrong face their own downfall without you ever lifting a finger. Because failing a test from the universe has consequences. It's why some people can't stop watching you, even after they betrayed you. Why they stalk your progress, obsess over your every move, wait for your downfall. Because deep down, they know they failed. And once you've been tested, there's no retaking the exam. That's the power of being chosen. You are not just another person passing through. You are the moment their life was put on trial. So the next time someone reacts to you with unnecessary hate, jealousy, or bitterness, remember, it's not you, it's them. Their reaction is their report card, and the universe is always watching. You were sent to be their test. Whether they pass or fail is entirely up to them. Number 4. You weren't just sent to inspire, you were sent to expose. You don't just attract people, you activate them. Some will rise because of you, others will self-destruct. But make no mistake, nobody meets you and stays the same. Your energy is a magnet, but not just for the good, the pure, the enlightened. You pull in everything, light and dark, the awakened and the lost, the healers and the destroyers. Some will see you as a beacon, a guide, a source of strength. Others will see you as a threat, an obstacle, a reminder of everything they wish they could be, but aren't. And that's where the chaos begins. Because you don't just enter people's lives, you disrupt them. You bring clarity where there was once confusion. You bring healing where there was once pain. But you also bring destruction to illusions, to false identities, to carefully built facades. This is why people react so intensely to you. Some will cling to you like salvation, feeling their soul ignite the moment they meet you. They'll call you life-changing, mesmerizing, unforgettable. Others, they'll try to dim your light before it exposes their darkness. They'll resist you, resent you, try to bring you down, all while pretending they don't care. But their obsession with you tells the truth they can't admit to themselves. You have power over them, even in your absence. And that's because you embody something rare: balance. You are both light and dark. You have walked through the shadows, faced your own demons, conquered battles most wouldn't survive. That's why you see through people effortlessly, because you've been both the wounded and the warrior. You've been both the broken and the reborn. That balance is what makes you unstoppable. It's why you can heal, yet also destroy. It's why you can uplift, yet also unsettle. You force people to face their truth, whether they're ready or not. Ever wonder why people either deeply love you or deeply hate you? It's because you bring out what's already inside them. If they are good, you amplify that goodness. If they are rotten, you accelerate their decay. You don't change people, you reveal them. Some will be drawn to you like moths to a flame, not because they love your light, but because they want to steal it. They want to drain you, copy you, take your energy as if it were their own. They see your power and think, if I get close enough, maybe I can have some of that too. And then there are the ones who see you and immediately feel threatened. They can't explain it, but something about you unsettles them. Maybe it's your confidence. Maybe it's your ability to see through their lies. Maybe it's the fact that you don't fall for their games. But one thing is certain, you make them feel exposed, and so they fight you. They spread rumors, throw shade, try to turn people against you. But what they fail to realize is this: you don't lose sleep over people you were sent to expose. Your power doesn't come from their validation. It doesn't come from their approval. It comes from the unbreakable truth that you were sent here to be exactly who you are, and no amount of hatred, jealousy, or manipulation can change that. So let them talk, let them watch, let them try to bring you down. Because what they don't know is that the more they try to destroy you, the more they destroy themselves. You are both a gift and a lesson, a healer and a test, and no one walks away from you unchanged. Number 5. They were at peace with their lies until you walked in and woke up their demons. They spent years suppressing, pretending, hiding from their own emotions. Then you showed up, and suddenly they couldn't ignore the truth anymore. Not because you said anything, not because you did anything, but because your presence alone forced them to feel everything they buried. You don't have to speak. You don't have to expose them. You don't have to call them out. Just being in the same room is enough to shake their entire foundation. You walk in and suddenly people start feeling things they don't understand. Old wounds they thought were healed start aching again. Insecurities they covered up with false confidence start creeping back in. Regrets they swore they buried rise to the surface. Some people will love you for this. They'll feel liberated, awakened, free, like something inside them just clicked. They'll recognize your energy as something rare, something that shakes them up in the best way possible. But others, they will hate you for it, because you force them to feel. You see, most people don't actually want to heal. They just want to stay comfortable in their illusions. And you destroy illusions just by existing. That's why some people react to you with anger, jealousy, or even fear, and they don't even know why. They'll blame you for their discomfort. They'll act like you're the problem, but deep down, you didn't do anything. You were just there, and that's what makes them uneasy. Because before you, they could pretend. They could play their little games, wear their masks, fool the people around them. But your presence, it cracks the mask. It disrupts their carefully curated facade. It forces them to confront what they've been avoiding for years. You don't even need to say a word. Your energy alone is a catalyst. It shifts the entire dynamic of a room. The things left unsaid suddenly become unbearable. The truth they've ignored starts screaming at them. They can't run anymore. And the funniest part? They'll blame you. They'll act like you're the one causing problems, stirring the pot, creating conflict. But in reality, you didn't bring the chaos. You just revealed the chaos that was already there. Ever wonder why some people act completely different around you than they do with others? How they suddenly become defensive, aggressive, or emotionally unstable in your presence? It's because they feel exposed. Their soul knows that you see them in a way others don't. And nothing terrifies a fake person more than being seen. That's why some people push you away, betray you, or try to turn others against you. It's not because you did anything wrong. It's because their spirit is at war with itself, and you're the reminder of a truth they're not ready to face. They might call you difficult, problematic, too intense, but deep down, they know the truth. You are not the chaos. You are the revelation. And some people will never be ready for that. But here's the thing. It's not your burden to carry. You weren't sent to fix them. You weren't sent to make them comfortable. You were sent to awaken them, whether they like it or not. And that's why you'll notice something interesting. The people who can handle your energy, they thrive. They grow, evolve, step into their true power. But the ones who can't, they spiral, they lash out, run, try to bury themselves even deeper in their illusions. And that's not your problem, because at the end of the day, your presence is a test. Not everyone is ready to pass. So the next time you walk into a room and feel the shift, the tension, the discomfort, the unspoken energy, you'll know exactly what's happening. You didn't bring the storm. You are the storm. And the ones who can't handle the wind were never built to stand in your presence. Number 6. They wanted you to fix them, but you were sent to expose them. They thought you came to heal them, to save them, to pull them out of the darkness they chose to live in. But you weren't sent as their savior. You were sent as their mirror. And when they finally saw their own reflection, they realized it was never you they feared. It was themselves. People love to project their problems onto others. They look for someone to blame, someone to rescue them, someone to carry the weight of their choices. But you are not their escape. You are their reflection. That's why your presence shakes people to their core. You don't give them anything they don't already have. You simply reveal what's been inside them all along. The truth, the light, the darkness, the power, the weakness. And that is what makes people uncomfortable. They wanted you to fix them, to take on their burdens, to absorb their chaos and make it disappear. But that was never your role. You didn't come to heal them. You came to show them the wounds they've been ignoring. And here's the thing about mirrors. They don't lie. That's why some people are drawn to you, inspired by you, awakened by you. They see their potential reflected in you. They recognize that the same strength, wisdom, and resilience you carry exists within them too. And that's why they respect you. That's why they learn from you. That's why they grow. But others, they see their flaws in you, their fears, their unhealed trauma, their toxic patterns, and instead of using that reflection to evolve, they reject it. They reject you. They turn against you, because you remind them of everything they don't want to face. Ever wonder why some people resent you for no reason? Why they suddenly switch up, become distant, act hostile, or even try to sabotage you? It's because they saw themselves in you, and they hated what they saw. But here's the truth you need to accept. That is not your problem. You were not sent to hold their hand. You were not sent to convince them to heal, to do the work, to become better. That's their choice. That's their responsibility. You are a mirror, not a savior. And the most dangerous mistake you can make is trying to save someone who refuses to see themselves. Because no matter how much you pour into them, no matter how much love, wisdom, and guidance you offer, if they're not ready to face their own reflection, they will destroy you before they ever change themselves. That's why chosen ones are often misunderstood, misused, and mistreated. Because when you reflect someone's truth back at them, they either rise or they run. You will meet people who admire you, but don't believe they can ever be like you. You will meet people who envy you because they refuse to see their own power. And you will meet people who try to dim your light because standing next to you makes them feel exposed. But no matter what, you cannot carry them. If someone refuses to grow, that's on them. If someone chooses to destroy themselves instead of evolving, that's on them. If someone hates you because you reflect the truth they aren't ready to see, that's on them. Your only job? Keep being the mirror, because the ones who are meant to see you will. The ones who are meant to grow will, and the ones who are meant to leave, let them go. You were never sent to be liked, you were sent to be remembered. And the truth is, whether they love you or hate you, they will never forget the moment they saw themselves in you. Number 7. They wanted you to feel alone, but the truth is, you were just being set apart. They think isolation is a weakness. They think being alone means you're losing. But what they don't realize is that the universe isolates its strongest warriors before their rise. You weren't abandoned. You were being prepared. You felt it, the disconnect, the moments where it seemed like no one truly understood you, the friendships that fell apart, the relationships that never seemed to last, the people who came into your life only to disappear without warning. And at some point you probably asked yourself, why? Why is my path so lonely? Why does it feel like I'm always standing on the outside, watching the world move while I remain unseen? But here's what you need to understand. This isolation is not a punishment. It's a process. The universe does not put chosen ones in the middle of the crowd. It doesn't let them get lost in distractions, meaningless relationships, or shallow connections. You were meant for something bigger, and that means you had to be separated. You see, most people are afraid of being alone. They seek constant validation, endless distractions, anything to avoid sitting with themselves. But you were forced to face yourself. And in doing so, you discovered a strength that most people will never find. Because solitude is where the real transformation happens. It's where you sharpen your mind, strengthen your spirit, and hear the whispers of your true purpose. It's where you unlearn the lies society tried to feed you and step into the person you were always meant to become. They don't get it. They think you're missing out, that you should be out there doing what everyone else is doing. But what they don't realize is you're not missing out on them. They're missing out on you. Your path was never about fitting in. It was about rising above. And the universe? It doesn't elevate just anyone. It first strips away everything that's not meant for you. The fake friendships, the dead-end relationships, the energy-draining connections, the people who would only slow you down. Because when it's time for you to step into your power, you can't carry dead weight. That's why you've lost people without explanation. That's why doors have closed that seemed perfect for you. That's why, no matter how hard you tried to hold on to certain people, situations, or environments, they were removed from your life. It wasn't rejection, it was redirection. The universe saw what you couldn't. It knew where you were going, and it knew who couldn't go with you. But here's the thing, this isolation won't last forever. It's a season. A phase, a necessary transformation before the elevation. Because the moment you fully embrace your solitude, that's when everything changes. The world tries to make people fear loneliness because they don't want them waking up. They don't want them realizing the power that comes from sitting in silence and listening to their own spirit. But you weren't meant to be afraid. You were meant to master it. That's why your intuition is sharper than most. That's why you can feel things others don't. That's why you pick up on energy shifts, see through deception, and know things before they happen. Because solitude fine-tuned you. And when you emerge from it, you'll no longer be the same person. So let them think you're alone. Let them believe you're struggling, that you've been forgotten, that you're missing out. Because while they're distracted, you're evolving. And when the time comes, they'll all see exactly why you had to walk this path alone. You weren't abandoned, you were set apart. And soon enough, the world will understand exactly why. Number 8. They could lie to everyone until they met you. They built their lives on half-truths, fake smiles, and carefully crafted personas. They were comfortable in their illusions, protected by their own denial. Then you walked in, and suddenly the mask didn't fit anymore. You don't even have to say anything. Your energy alone demands the truth. It pulls people out of their comfort zones, forces them to look at their own actions, and makes them answer for who they really are. Some will appreciate this. They'll feel challenged in the best way, inspired to become better, to rise to a higher version of themselves. They'll see your presence as an opportunity, a push toward authenticity and real growth. But others? They'll hate you for it. Not because you've done anything wrong, not because you attacked them or tried to change them, but because your energy leaves them with no place to hide. They wanted to keep playing their little games, manipulating, lying, deceiving. But you are the walking truth they can't escape. And that's why some people react to you with resentment, defensiveness, or even hostility. They feel exposed, vulnerable, uncomfortable in their own skin, not because of you, but because of what your presence forces them to face. You weren't sent here to sugarcoat reality. You weren't meant to blend in and make people comfortable. You were sent to be a disruptor, a force that demands alignment, integrity, and accountability. And let's be honest, most people aren't ready for that. That's why they make you out to be the villain. That's why they accuse you of being too much, too intense, too difficult. Because when they look at you, they don't just see you. They see everything they've been running from. Ever noticed how some people suddenly start avoiding you for no reason? How they pull back, get defensive, or even turn against you? It's not because you did anything to them. It's because your energy forced them to take a long, hard look in the mirror. And most people hate what they see. They would rather blame you than admit the truth to themselves. That's why you don't have many fake friends. That's why you struggle to tolerate shallow conversations, meaningless connections, or people who refuse to grow. Because your spirit is built for depth, and anything less than real feels like poison to your soul. You don't tolerate deception. You don't allow manipulation. And you don't entertain excuses. That's why you intimidate people who aren't living in alignment with their higher selves. But here's the truth. That's their problem, not yours. Your energy is not something to shrink. It is not something to apologize for. It is a gift, a weapon, and a test all at once. Some will rise when they meet you. They will be inspired, awakened, and challenged to step into their own truth. But others, they will fall. Not because you pushed them, not because you wanted them to fail, but because when faced with the truth, they chose to run instead of rise. And that's on them. You see, accountability is a currency most people can't afford. They want the rewards without the responsibility, the image without the integrity, the power without the discipline. But when they meet you, they realize there's no shortcut. You are living proof that real power comes from alignment, truth, and resilience. That success without integrity is nothing but a house of cards waiting to collapse. And that's why they can't stand you. Because deep down, they know they will never reach your level unless they start holding themselves to the same standard. So let them react how they want. Let them project. Let them blame. Let them walk away. Because at the end of the day, their reaction to you is their test. And the universe is always watching. You weren't sent to please them. You were sent to expose them. Number 9, they thought they got away with it until they met you. They walked through life thinking there were no consequences, that their lies, their betrayals, their manipulations would never catch up to them. Then you appeared, and suddenly they weren't so sure anymore. You don't need revenge. You don't need to chase justice, because you are justice. Your energy alone serves as a reminder that nothing goes unanswered, that everything, good or bad, comes back. People feel it when they meet you. Their past catches up to them in your presence. The ones who have lived with integrity, they feel inspired, drawn to you, almost as if they recognize you as a reflection of something true, something powerful, something real. But the ones who have left a trail of destruction behind them, they panic, they feel uneasy, they start acting strange, as if your very existence is a warning, an alarm going off inside them. Because deep down they know that you weren't sent into their life by accident. You are a reminder that the universe is always watching. That karma isn't just some distant concept. It's real. And it moves through people like you. Ever noticed how certain people get uncomfortable around you for no reason? How they avoid eye contact, stutter through their words, or even become defensive without you saying a single thing? That's not a coincidence. It's because their spirit recognizes something before their mind does. They may not understand it consciously, but their soul knows. You represent the consequences they thought they had outrun. You are proof that the universe keeps its receipts. That's why some people will go out of their way to discredit you, to attack you, to turn others against you. It's not because you've done anything wrong. It's because your presence alone makes them feel the weight of their own past. They don't hate you. They hate the reflection you force them to see. Because when they stand next to you, all of their lies, their betrayals, their falsehoods become undeniable. And that terrifies them. But here's the thing, you don't even have to do anything. Your karma is your peace. Theirs is their paranoia. You see, when people have lived with integrity, They can be in your presence without fear. They can stand beside you, talk to you, connect with you, because they have nothing to hide. But the ones who have caused harm, they can't breathe right around you. They feel like the walls are closing in. That's why they react so strongly. That's why they either try to destroy you or they disappear completely. Because the moment they meet you, the universe has already passed judgment. You don't have to lift a finger. You don't have to seek revenge. You don't have to prove anything. The weight of their own actions will take care of that for you. Some will try to make peace with you, not because they've changed, but because they fear what's coming. Others will pretend they don't care, as if your presence hasn't shaken something deep inside them. But you'll always know. You'll see it in their body language. You'll hear it in their words. You'll feel it in the energy shift the moment they realize who you are. You're not just another person passing through their life. You are their reckoning. So the next time someone reacts to you with hostility for no reason, the next time someone goes out of their way to make you feel small, uncomfortable, or like you don't belong, understand this. It's not about you. It's about them. You didn't bring the consequences. You are the consequence. And whether they like it or not, the universe always settles its debts. Number 10. They can't control you, and that's what scares them the most. They built a world full of rules, not real rules, just illusions designed to keep people small, afraid, and obedient. And then there's you, unshaken, unpredictable, playing by a force they can't see or understand. They don't know what to do with you, so they fear you. You don't fit into their mold. You never have. While others spend their lives following unwritten rules, worrying about opinions, chasing approval, you move differently. Your decisions aren't based on fear, insecurity, or pressure. They come from something deeper, something real. And that's why people don't know how to handle you. You make choices that don't make sense to them. You walk away from things most people would kill to have. You refuse to entertain nonsense, don't engage in pointless drama, and can't be manipulated the way they expect. Because you're not bound by their system. You don't play by earthly rules. You move by intuition, by divine timing, by a sense of knowing that can't be explained, only felt. And that makes you dangerous. Not because you're out to harm anyone, not because you seek power or control, but because you can't be controlled. Society was built to keep people in line, to make them doubt themselves, to force them to trade their authenticity for acceptance. But none of that ever worked on you. While they are enslaved by fear, you are free. And nothing terrifies them more than someone who refuses to be owned. Ever notice how people try to figure you out? How they analyze your every move, as if understanding you will give them power over you? They desperately want to put you in a box, to label you, categorize you, make sense of you in a way that makes them feel comfortable. But they can't, because the moment they think they understand you, you move in a direction they never expected. And that's why they fear you. They can predict the average person. They know exactly how to push their buttons, manipulate their emotions, or pressure them into compliance. But with you, nothing works. You don't react the way they want. You don't follow the script they've used on everyone else. You break the cycle every single time. They don't realize that you're not just ignoring their rules. You were never subject to them in the first place. You weren't meant to live life by society's expectations. You were meant to transcend them. And that's why your life looks different. While others are trapped in systems that drain them, you carve your own path. While they live in fear, you trust something greater. While they fight for illusions, you walk in truth. And that's why people envy you without even knowing why. They see your freedom and wish they had it. They see your confidence and wish they could feel that way. They see the way you move without fear, without hesitation, without the need for constant validation. And they don't understand how it's possible, because everything they were taught says that people like you shouldn't exist. And yet here you are, unstoppable, uncontrollable, answering only to a higher power. They'll call you reckless, arrogant, unreasonable, not because you actually are, but because they don't have the courage to live the way you do. You see, people fear what they don't understand, and you are the walking proof that their system was a lie, that freedom is real, that fear is a choice, that everything they gave their energy to, the approval, the status, the empty validation, was never real power. Real power comes from within, from knowing who you are, from moving in alignment with something far greater than society's rules. And that makes you untouchable. So let them misunderstand you. Let them fear you. Let them throw their labels at you, hoping something sticks. It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, you were never here to fit in. You were here to break every illusion they ever believed in. Number 11. They tried to break you, but every attack was just another step in your rise. The weak are given easy lives. The chosen are given battles, because only those who have been through fire can handle the weight of true power. Every challenge, every betrayal, every setback, none of it was random. You've looked around at times, wondering why your path seems so much harder than others. Why you've had to endure loss, deception and pain while others glide through life untouched. But here's what most people will never understand. Your struggles are not proof of your weakness. They are evidence of your strength. The universe doesn't waste its toughest lessons on ordinary people. It doesn't put warriors in training through the same easy, predictable cycles that keep the masses comfortable. It forges them in battle. And that's exactly what's been happening to you. From the moment you were sent into this world, you were marked for something greater. But that kind of purpose comes with weight, with resistance, with forces that try to break you before you ever reach your full power. Because the truth is, your enemies saw your potential before you did. That's why they came for you. That's why you've been tested in ways that seem unfair. That's why you've had to endure loneliness, betrayal, and hardships that would have crushed an ordinary soul, because you were never meant to be ordinary. Every challenge you've faced was preparation. The betrayals, they taught you discernment. The losses, they forced you to let go of what wasn't truly meant for you. The isolation, it sharpened your intuition, made you self-reliant, and forced you to connect with your higher self. Nothing that has happened to you was wasted. Every wound, every scar, every dark night of the soul, it was all shaping you into something unstoppable. But here's where most people get it wrong. They think chosen ones suffer because they're cursed, that life is just unfair to them. No, you suffer because your mission is greater than most. You're not here to play small. You're not here for an easy life. You're here to shift reality, disrupt systems, and bring light where there has only been darkness. And that kind of role comes with war. Look at history. Every true leader, every powerful soul, every person who ever changed the world, they all walked through fire before they rose. You are no different. So when you feel like life is relentless, when you feel like you're being hit from all angles, remember this. The depth of your struggle is proof of the magnitude of your purpose. The universe is not punishing you. It is preparing you, breaking you open so that your power can emerge. Because here's what most people don't know about chosen ones. They don't break. They transform. You are not the same person who started this journey. You are not weak like you once were. You are not easily swayed, manipulated, or thrown off course anymore. And that terrifies the ones who tried to take you down, because they thought their attacks would destroy you. They thought their betrayals would stop you. They thought their lies, their games, their obstacles would be enough to make you quit. But instead, they built you. You are no longer just a person. You are a force. So let them wonder. Let them question how you survived, how you're still standing, how you continue to rise no matter what they throw at you. Let them watch in disbelief as you step into the power that they tried so hard to keep you from realizing. Because the truth is, you were never fighting to win their approval. You were fighting to remember who you are. And now you know. Number 12. To some, you are their greatest gift. To others, you are their worst nightmare. They prayed for change, for growth, for a breakthrough, and then you arrived. But the truth is, not everyone is ready for what they claim to want. Some will see you as a blessing, others will see you as a curse. Either way, you are undeniable. Your presence alone shifts people's reality. You are not just another person passing through their life. You are a catalyst, a force that pushes, challenges, and transforms. Some will recognize this and embrace the growth. Others will resist it with everything they have. To the ones who are ready, you are a divine gift. You awaken something inside them they didn't even know was there. You inspire them to rise, to evolve, to step into their true power. But to the ones who aren't ready, you are the nightmare they never saw coming. Because you don't allow them to stay comfortable in their illusions. You don't let them sit in stagnation, pretending they're happy when they're really just avoiding their own potential. You force them to face themselves, and that makes you dangerous to them. Ever notice how some people light up when they meet you? How they suddenly start chasing their dreams, breaking bad habits, or leveling up their mindset? That's because your energy activates something in them. But have you also noticed how others immediately feel threatened? How they act defensive, irritated, or even hostile without you even doing anything? That's because your energy exposes their lack of growth. And that's the difference. The ones who are truly aligned with their path will feel empowered by your presence. The ones who are living a lie will feel attacked. But here's what they don't understand. You are neither their savior nor their enemy. You were sent as a test. How they respond to you determines whether you'll be a blessing or a curse in their life. It has nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. If they choose to grow, to evolve, to embrace the truth, you'll be the best thing that ever happened to them. But if they choose denial, resistance, and self-deception, your presence will feel like torment. Because no matter how much they try to ignore it, your energy is a mirror. You don't just show them who you are, you show them who they could be. And that's what really terrifies them. They see the discipline in you and realize their own laziness. They see the confidence in you and recognize their own insecurity. They see your authenticity and feel the weight of their own deception. You are proof that they could be more, but becoming more means destroying the old version of themselves, and most people aren't strong enough to do that. So instead they blame you. They say you're too much, that you're difficult, that you bring too much energy wherever you go. But what they really mean is, you bring too much truth. And truth is something most people aren't ready to handle. But here's the secret. Whether they love you or hate you, you've already changed them. You've planted the seed. You've stirred something inside them. And whether it takes months, years, or even a lifetime, they will never forget you. Because once you've encountered a chosen one, you can never go back to who you were before. So let them call you a blessing. Let them call you a curse. Because at the end of the day, you are simply what their soul needed most. And That is a power beyond their control. And that's the truth. You were never here to be ordinary. Whether as a blessing or a curse, you leave a mark that cannot be erased. You are the test, the mirror, the reckoning. If this message resonated, like, subscribe, drop the number 77 in the comments, and share this with another chosen one.